100 years earlier, the sky above Earth split apart without warning, a terrifying rift tearing reality open and unleashing hordes of dimensional monsters onto the planet. Humanity was pushed to the brink of annihilation, and only those who awakened supernatural talents had any hope of resisting the invasion. Among the survivors was Yayin, an orphan struggling to survive alongside his little sister, the last person he had left in this world. The problem was his talent ranked among the weakest imaginable, a pathetic low-tier ability that filled him with constant fear, especially when he thought about whether he could truly protect her if disaster struck again. But one night, everything changed. During a strange dream, a sinister energy surged through his body like lightning, sending pain ripping through him from the inside out. When he finally woke up, a glowing notification floated before his eyes, something completely beyond human understanding. An unknown system had appeared, granting him a terrifying new power, the ability to copy other people's talents. And the very first talent available to him belonged to his own sister. At that same moment, the cheerful pigtailed girl proudly presented the meal she had made for him, braised pork, his favorite dish. Watching her smile so innocently while the scent of home filled the room, Yayin couldn't help feeling warmth spread through his chest. Even after receiving such a miraculous ability, there was no way he planned to experiment on the only family he had left. Still, he couldn't ignore what the system revealed. His sister's frost talent was legs beyond his own weak rank 1 ability. It was incredibly rare, and once fully awakened, it would make her overwhelmingly powerful. Quietly, he hoped their parents could finally rest in peace knowing she had the strength to survive. Later that night, Yayin pulled on a hoodie and headed outside, determined to test his new power for himself. Activating the talent detection ability, he quickly realized the range was pitiful, only about 3 meters. Surrounded by crowds filled with mediocre low-tier talents, the tiny radius felt unbelievably frustrating. He wanted to find something stronger, at least a mid-tier ability, but every signal he picked up was disappointing. Even so, another thought lingered in his mind. Maybe it was finally time to join an academy. Normally, someone with a weak talent like his would have been written off immediately, but now things were different. With the power to copy talents, the entire future had started to shift in his favor. One thing became crystal clear to him: he needed an academy that didn't blindly judge people based on talent rankings alone. That idea led him straight to Linhai Base 5th Academy. As he approached the campus, mid-tier talents surrounded him everywhere. Students from the academy walked proudly through the streets, carrying abilities far superior to his old rank 1 talent. But instead of feeling inferior, Yayin felt something else entirely: confidence. Because deep down, he already knew something they didn't. Sooner or later, his copied abilities would let him surpass every single one of them. 10 days later, inside Marshall Stadium No. 3 at Linhai Base 5th Academy, an instructor lectured the students about the path of cultivation. According to him, anyone hoping to become a true martial warrior first had to reach the stage of martial apprentice, and that journey began with mastering a body training technique. The instructor explained that the key was forming an air vortex in front of the chest. Only by creating that vortex could someone prove they had grasped the foundation of martial training. The students immediately began trying to imitate the stance, but most of them struggled horribly. Some collapsed from exhaustion, others fainted outright, while a few nearly lost control of their breathing entirely. Yet through all of it, Yayin remained standing. Suddenly, one student panicked after noticing someone had passed out, but the instructor didn't show even a shred of sympathy. He coldly declared that weaklings were irrelevant here. Anyone incapable of forming an air vortex had no future as a martial warrior anyway. Meanwhile, Yayin fought his own private battle. He followed every instruction perfectly, but absolutely nothing happened. No airflow, no reaction, not even the slightest movement of energy. Frustration started boiling inside him as he cursed his pathetic low-tier talent for holding him back once again. Eventually, the instructor lost patience completely, calling the class the worst group he had ever taught. Nearly every student had collapsed by then, everyone except Yayin, who was somehow still standing despite barely holding himself upright. The instructor sneered and told them they should learn from Chen Dong instead of behaving like lazy failures. Later, Yayin turned toward Zhang Bao and asked who this Chen Dong person even was. Zhang Bao immediately lit up with excitement. According to him, Chen Dong was basically a legend among the students. In only half a month, he'd already become a martial apprentice, and his talent was so impressive that even the principal personally took him in for special training. Hearing that, Yayin naturally assumed Chen Dong possessed a far higher-tier talent than anyone else there. Meanwhile, Zhang Bao proudly pulled out Chen Dong's autograph like it was some priceless treasure, claiming that once Chen Dong became famous, that signature alone would probably cover months of rent. Yayin could only stare in silence while the guy puffed up with pride. Then suddenly, the atmosphere exploded with excitement. Students everywhere started shouting after spotting Chen Dong approaching the area. The crowd instantly rushed toward him, desperate to get autographs or even a single interaction with the Academy's rising star. Zhongbao practically launched himself forward, ready to bulldoze through everyone just for another signature. At the same time, Yayin quietly observed Chen Dong from the side. The guy carried himself with confidence, and his mid-tier talent made him one of the Academy's most admired students. Chen Dong casually explained that he had only come to encourage everyone on behalf of their teacher, clearly unwilling to embarrass himself in front of his peers. But while everyone else focused on admiration, Yayin had a completely different goal. He deliberately pushed forward and insisted on shaking Chen Dong's hand, instantly causing the crowd to erupt with envy. One by one, students rushed to grab a handshake too, until eventually it became Yayin's turn. The moment their hands connected, Chen Dong casually wished him good luck. And right then Yayin understood. Later, a glowing status window appeared before him, mid-tier talent copied, ready for fusion. Even now, he still didn't fully understand why that mysterious lightning had struck him in his dream, but he shoved those questions aside and focused on the opportunity in front of him. Without hesitating further, he selected the fusion option. Instantly, unbearable agony tore through his body. A violent pain exploded inside his chest like his heart was being crushed alive, and his mind felt as though it were melting apart from the inside. Collapsing onto the floor, Yayin finally realized that stealing power came with a brutal price. After enduring the torment for what felt like forever, the system finally confirmed the result. His cultivation talent had successfully evolved into a mid-tier talent. Despite the horrifying pain, Yayin believed it was absolutely worth it. That suffering had bought him something priceless, a completely new future. The system also revealed another crucial detail. The copy ability only required a 30-day cooldown before it could be used again. For someone like him, that basically meant endless growth potential. Now carrying a mid-tier talent, he immediately attempted the body training technique again. This time, the difference was overwhelming. As soon as he settled into position, a small tornado-like vortex formed directly in front of his chest. Everything flowed naturally now, as though his body had finally awakened. For the first time in his life, Yayin started believing that becoming an elite martial warrior might actually be possible. Maybe even reaching the level of a great martial warrior wasn't just fantasy anymore. A month later, beneath the pale glow of the moon, a savage wolf-like monster raced across rooftops at terrifying speed. At the same time, a father and his daughter were casually discussing dinner plans, completely unaware of the danger approaching them. Meanwhile, Yayin had officially become a martial apprentice, though he still remained far from reaching the level of a true martial warrior. Thinking about Chen Dong receiving personal guidance from the principal, he figured that Guy was probably progressing much faster than anyone else. Then suddenly, everything turned horrific. The lantern in the father's hand smashed against the ground as the monstrous wolf pounced on him without warning, killing him instantly. The little girl's scream shattered the silence. Yayin froze in horror, his face turning pale after witnessing the brutal scene unfold right in front of him. Panic immediately spread through the streets as people realized a monster had infiltrated the city. Desperate screams echoed everywhere, everyone shouting for others to run before they became the next victim. It was the first time Yayin had ever seen a real monster this close, and just as the beast lunged toward the little girl, he forced himself to move. Gathering every ounce of courage he had, he grabbed her and pulled her away from danger while the wolf chased directly behind them. But the creature was simply too fast. Fear gripped him tightly as he realized they could die at any second. Then, without warning, a powerful figure slammed into the wolf from behind hard enough to crack the street beneath them. The silver moon wolf spun around furiously, snarling at whoever dared interrupt its hunt. Standing there was the famous Captain Gale Wolf. Apologizing casually for arriving late, he ordered Yayin to take the girl somewhere safe while he handled the monster himself. As Yayin backed away while protecting the child, Gale Wolf stepped forward confidently, looking completely unfazed. The instant the battle began, Yayin covered the little girl's eyes to shield her from the violence unfolding ahead. Meanwhile, Gale Wolf quickly realized this wasn't an ordinary beast. The Silver Moon Wolf possessed terrifying physical power and speed far beyond normal monsters. Even after throwing it aside with brute force, he could tell the fight wouldn't be easy. Still, Gale Wolf smirked confidently and reminded the creature that he wasn't fighting alone. Right then, 3 teammates descended from above like thunderbolts, landing beside him ready for battle. Together, they charged forward and drove their blades deep into the beast's body. For a brief moment, they wondered if the monster was finally dead. Then the Silver Moon Wolf released a horrifying scream. A blood-red aura began pouring from its body like steam rising from boiling blood, instantly making Gale Wolf realize what was happening. The beast had entered blood-burst mode. He immediately warned everyone to stay alert because the situation had just become far more dangerous. One of his subordinates rushed over to check on him, but before they could regroup properly, they noticed the wounded wolf trying to escape into the darkness. Gale Wolf narrowed his eyes and instantly gave chase. There was no chance he intended to let that monster leave alive. Then suddenly purple mana flooded the battlefield. A girl descended from above with a bow already drawn, arriving at the perfect moment. Gale Wolf grinned the second he saw the beautiful archer appear. He'd clearly been waiting for her. Without hesitation, she released her arrow. The projectile sliced through the air and pierced directly into the Silver Moon Wolf's neck. The beast collapsed instantly, dead on the spot. Gale Wolf burst into laughter, mocking the creature for thinking it ever stood a chance against their squad. One of the teammates gave the archer an approving nod, praising her precision like it was on another level entirely. Meanwhile, Yayin quietly focused on something else, the monster's status screen. The system revealed the Silver Moon Wolf carried a low-tier blood talent along with a novice-level speed talent. On paper, neither sounded extraordinary, but after witnessing the chaos that creature caused firsthand, he understood how deadly those abilities became in the hands of a real monster. Even the little girl stood frozen in shock, staring wide-eyed at the wolf's motionless body, struggling to process the nightmare she had just survived. But just when the tension seemed to fade, Yayin noticed something subtle. One of the wolf's paws twitched. Something was seriously wrong. At the same time, the others had already relaxed. Some complained about how troublesome speed-type monsters always were, while others casually talked about grabbing drinks afterward like the battle had completely ended. They were celebrating too early. Then Gale Wolf suddenly sensed it too. His instincts screamed that the beast wasn't done yet. Without hesitation, he warned everyone that the monster was still alive. The next second, the Silver Moon Wolf exploded back to its feet with a furious howl. Its blood-red eyes radiated pure killing intent, refusing to accept death so easily. Creatures like this were terrifying precisely because they never stopped fighting, even when their bodies were already falling apart. Gale Wolf's squad instantly prepared for another clash, waiting for orders, but the captain stepped forward alone. He calmly told his teammates to stay back, making it clear that this mutt belonged to him now. Then he glanced toward Yayin and warned him to leave immediately because the area was still dangerous. Only, Yayin barely reacted. Gale Wolf shouted again, louder this time, telling him to get out of there already. But instead of retreating, the Talent Reaper saw an opportunity. This was the perfect moment to test the true limits of his copying ability. Without caring about the warnings, he charged straight toward the injured beast. His fist slammed into the Silver Moon Wolf, and instantly the familiar notification appeared before his eyes. Talent copied. Yayin jumped backward, only to land directly on top of the monster's body. The status window kept flashing repeatedly, over and over again, confirming the successful copies. Pressing both hands against the beast, he unleashed wave after wave of energy into it, causing the corpse itself to glow from within. And strangely enough, as the copying continued, he started getting carried away by the moment. Punch after punch crashed into the wolf's body while adrenaline completely consumed him. Finally, Gale Wolf stepped in and snapped him back to reality, reminding him that the beast had already been dead for a while now. Still gripping the corpse tightly, Yayin knew perfectly well the wolf was finished. What mattered to him wasn't the fight anymore, it was the fact that the talent transfer had succeeded. Soon after, Gale Wolf began organizing the aftermath. He assigned 3 subordinates to handle both the dead man's body and the Silver Moon Wolf's corpse, while the female archer was told to stay with the little girl and comfort her. As everything wrapped up, Gale Wolf looked toward Yayin one more time and told him he hoped to see him again someday, this time as an official member of the squad after reaching the rank of martial warrior. Hearing that lit a fire inside him instantly. Just imagining himself standing among warriors like them filled him with excitement. Later that night, the moment Yayin returned home, he rushed to wash the blood from his face before his sister could notice anything. If Yeyu saw him covered in blood, she'd panic immediately. After cleaning himself up, he quietly walked through the house and found Yeyu sleeping peacefully on her bed, softly snoring like a child with no worries in the world. Even in her sleep, she mumbled the words, "Big bro," making him smile without realizing it. Stepping outside, Yayin finally had time to process everything that happened. That was the first real monster he had ever faced, and the reality was far worse than the stories made it sound. The Silver Moon Wolf wasn't just dangerous, it felt overwhelmingly terrifying, easily hundreds of times more frightening than the monsters he had imagined growing up. As he carefully tucked Yeyu in and made sure she stayed warm, a heavy determination settled inside him. He needed to become a martial warrior as soon as possible because someday, there might not be anyone else standing between his sister and monsters like that. Then another thought suddenly entered his mind. If human talents could be copied and fused, then could monster talents be merged into a human body too? Lying on his bed, he stared at the glowing status window, carefully examining the abilities he had stolen from the Silver Moon Wolf. Deep down, he understood the risk. This fusion might be even more dangerous than the last one, maybe fatal. But his desire to grow stronger completely outweighed his fear. If protecting the people he cared about required walking through hell itself, then so be it. Preparing to fuse the speed talent, Yayin shoved a cloth into his mouth ahead of time, already expecting unbearable pain. The instant the fusion began, agony exploded through his body like a violent storm. Every nerve screamed. Every muscle felt like it was being ripped apart piece by piece. He clenched down hard, enduring the torture as though his entire body was moments away from collapsing. Then suddenly a sharp crack echoed through the room. His leg fractured instantly. A horrifying pain shot upward through his body like burning fire, and panic immediately flooded his mind. Staring at the broken leg, he began wondering if the fusion had failed completely. Doubt started crushing him from the inside. Maybe he really had pushed too far this time. His vision spun uncontrollably as his body started giving out. For a moment, he considered calling out to Yeu. But before he could even speak, darkness swallowed him whole. The following morning, Yayin jolted awake in shock, breathing heavily as memories of the pain came rushing back. The first thing he did was check his leg. No fractures, no bruises, nothing. It looked perfectly normal. He had no clue what happened overnight, but one thing was obvious: his body had changed dramatically. Everything felt lighter, faster, stronger. Quickly, he opened the status screen. The results confirmed it. Alongside his mid-tier cultivation talent, he had successfully fused the novice-tier speed talent as well. The monster fusion had worked. Later, inside a grove near 5th Academy, Yayin moved through the forest with unbelievable speed, leaping from tree to tree almost like a wild animal. He felt completely reborn. As he tested his movements, a single leaf drifted slowly through the air. Without even thinking about it, he reached out and caught it effortlessly. The silver moon wolf's speed was no joke. Soon after, he began practicing the body training technique again. Although his movement speed now rivaled that of a martial warrior, he understood his overall cultivation was still lacking badly. What he really needed now was a way to accelerate his growth. Right then, Jang suddenly appeared after spotting him training in the grove. Walking over casually, he patted Yayin on the shoulder and immediately noticed the difference. The guy felt way more solid now, almost like he'd already broken through as a martial apprentice. Then Jang brought up something unexpected. He asked whether Yayin wanted to become even stronger and casually suggested drinking monster blood. According to him, his own progress had sped up tremendously after trying it himself. At first, Yayin thought the idea sounded ridiculous, but hearing Jang speak so confidently made him reconsider. Monster blood actually carried that much value. That realization made him feel slightly bitter. He had the silver moon wolf right in front of him earlier, yet never thought to collect its blood. Seeing his reaction, Jang grinned mischievously and revealed that there might still be a chance to get some monster blood after all. Naturally, Yayin listened immediately. According to Jang, the higher-ups at Linhai Base had recently opened a new wild zone outside the city. The area was being used as an examination ground for the 5 major academies, and students who passed the exam would receive monster blood as a reward. When Yayin asked about the danger level, Jang casually explained that most of the powerful monsters had already been eliminated. Only weaker descendants remained inside the zone. To Yayin, that sounded worth the risk. Almost instantly, Jang tried convincing him to join his squad for the exam. The moment the offer came up, Yayin froze awkwardly, looking like his face had completely shut down from stress. Jang complained dramatically, whining that he only shared such valuable information because they were friends. Yayin apologized but still turned him down, saying maybe next time. Jang called him cold-hearted for rejecting him like that, but in reality, Yayin simply couldn't afford the risk. His copying ability absolutely had to remain secret. Teaming up with others only increased the chances of exposing everything. For now, working alone felt far safer. Still, his motivation burned hotter than ever. He needed that monster blood, and more importantly, he needed to become a true martial warrior. 1 month later, inside 5th Academy's main office, a professor angrily demanded to know whether someone had leaked the exam information after seeing Yayin register despite never receiving an invitation. Calmly, Yayin explained that he already qualified as a martial apprentice, which technically gave him the right to participate. Annoyed, the professor tossed a liability agreement toward him. Even though he clearly thought students like this were throwing their lives away, if Yayin insisted on taking the exam, then he had to sign the document first. Then the professor mockingly challenged him, basically telling him to leave immediately if he was scared of dying. Some time later, Yayin walked out of the office with a faint smirk. The agreement had already been signed. After he left, the professor scoffed to himself, wondering why students always believed exams like these were meant for amateurs. Deep down, he was convinced Yayin would regret this decision sooner or later. The next morning, Yayu woke up and instinctively called for her brother. But before she could search for him, the smell of freshly prepared food led her toward the table. Breakfast was already waiting for her. There, she found a note from Yayin explaining that he'd be gone for 3 days because of a school event. Reading it quietly, she wondered what kind of event would last that long, while silently hoping her brother would stay safe. Meanwhile, after arriving at the exam location, Yayin found the students of 5th Academy buzzing with excitement all around him. The exam grounds were packed with students from all 5 major academies, the atmosphere buzzing with tension, ambition, and pure competitiveness. Every group carried their own pride, but none looked down on others harder than the students from the first academy. Among them stood Mo Zio, accompanied by his personal bodyguard, casually throwing a disgusted look toward the 5th academy students like they were beneath him. To him, they were nothing more than trash from a garbage academy. His bodyguard even joked that maybe they should wipe out both the monsters and the weak students while they were at it. Nearby, Jiang Bao quietly pointed Mo Zio out to Yayin, explaining that he was one of the most talented young members of the influential Mo family. Hearing that was enough for Yayin to immediately understand the type of person he was dealing with. Another arrogant air drunk on status and ego. Then suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. A young man with his sword still sheathed walked straight into the First Academy's territory without the slightest hesitation, his eyes burning with hostility aimed directly at Mo Zio. The surrounding students immediately started shouting, demanding to know how he even dared enter their camp. But the swordsman ignored every one of them. His focus never left Mo Zio as he openly challenged him, making it clear he had come specifically to cut him down. Mo Zio only smirked in response, clearly amused. From the way he reacted, it wasn't their first conflict, and he seemed completely confident he could beat the guy again. Watching the scene unfold, Yayin grew curious and asked who the swordsman was. Naturally, Jiang Bao jumped at the chance to gossip. According to him, the guy was Li Yunqing, a prodigy from the Second Academy who had previously lost to Mo Zio. Before the situation could escalate further, one of the First Academy professors barked at the students to calm down, warning them not to underestimate the people standing before them. Meanwhile, completely unbothered by the tension, Yayin suddenly started cheering loudly for Li Yunqing instead. The reaction was immediate. Li Yunqing himself looked confused, staring awkwardly at Yayin like he couldn't understand why some random stranger was supporting him so passionately. Just then, the authorities caught wind of the confrontation. An announcement echoed across the area warning that anyone caught fighting outside the wild zone would be instantly disqualified from the exam. Left with no choice, Li Yunqing turned and walked away from the First Academy's camp. But before leaving, he swore he would settle things properly once they entered the wild zone. Mo Zio simply laughed, clearly entertained by the whole thing. A little later, Li Yunqing approached Yayin personally, praising him for having the courage to support him publicly. Curious, he asked for his name. As Yayin introduced himself, he quietly examined Li Yunqing through the system at the same time. The guy possessed a low-tier cultivation talent alongside a mid-tier sword talent, a combination Yayin found surprisingly solid. Then Yayin extended his hand in encouragement, telling Li Yunqing to give it everything he had and surpass Mo Zio during the exam. Caught slightly off guard by the sincerity, Li Yunqing shook his hand and wished him luck in return. What he didn't realize was that the handshake itself had been the real objective all along. At that exact moment, Yayin secretly copied Li Yunqing's sword talent. Soon after, the announcement signaling the beginning of the exam rang out. The students of the First Academy immediately charged into the wild zone without hesitation, while Li Yunqing headed off to regroup with his own team, clearly annoyed by the academy-based entry order. The second he disappeared, Yayin slipped away to a hidden area where nobody could disturb him. There, he immediately began fusing the newly copied sword talent. The moment the process started, violent energy surged through his body once again, bringing with it the familiar agony that felt like his insides were being torn apart. Even after experiencing this pain multiple times already, it still wasn't something he could fully adapt to. Still, compared to before, he was enduring it better now. Once the fusion completed, a burst of electric energy exploded outward from his body. To test the result, Yayin casually slashed towards several large trees nearby. In a single strike, the trunk split apart cleanly. Even he looked stunned by the power. Right after that, his status window updated. Mid-tier cultivation talent, novice-tier speed talent, and now a mid-tier sword talent as well. Not long after, announcements confirmed that students from the first 4 academies had already entered the wild zone. Finally, it was 5th Academy's turn. Together with Jiang Bao and the others, Yayin stepped forward and entered the zone. The moment they crossed inside, everyone scattered in different directions. Yayin chose to move alone, carefully navigating the ruined pathways while staying alert to every sound around him. Suddenly, he sensed movement behind him. Without hesitating for even a second, he spun around and saw a massive snake lunging straight at him. Instantly, he launched himself upward and cut the creature down in one clean motion. The giant snake collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. To claim proof of the kill, Yayin removed one of its eyeballs and secured his first point in the exam. After the brief encounter, he realized something important. These monsters weren't especially strong individually, but the ranking system rewarded students based on total kills. Whoever hunted the most beasts would climb higher, and Yayin had already decided something. He was aiming for first place. The The top scorer would receive 3 portions of mid-tier beast blood along with 100,000 yuan, a reward valuable enough to completely change someone's future. Knowing he still had a long way to go, Yayin immediately resumed hunting. Activating his speed talent, he dashed across rooftops and buildings in search of more prey. That's when he stumbled upon Zhang Bao. The poor guy was trapped and surrounded by a pack of flanged wolves, trembling in terror while desperately calling for help. He couldn't even defend himself properly anymore. The moment one of the wolves lunged at him, Yayin reacted instantly. Snatching up a bow, he released an arrow with deadly precision and killed the beast on the spot. Zhang Bao's eyes nearly popped out when he realized who had saved him. Still panicking, he warned Yayin not to fight the pack, insisting that even he was too weak to survive against flanged wolves. But hearing that only made Yayin smirk. The next second he vanished into motion. Combining his speed and sword talents perfectly, he moved through the wolves like a blur, cutting through them one after another before they could even react. Within moments the entire pack was lying dead around him, and through it all, Yayin remained completely calm. Meanwhile, Zhang Bao stood there frozen, staring at the battlefield in disbelief. What he had just witnessed didn't even feel real anymore. After finishing the monsters, Yayin used his blade to remove the wolves' fangs as trophies before glancing toward Zhang Bao, silently checking if he had any objections. Of course, Zhang Bao couldn't complain. Yayin had done all the work himself, so the rewards naturally belonged to him. Noticing how exhausted Zhang looked, Yayin asked whether he seriously planned to continue the exam in that condition. But Zhang Bao had already made up his mind. He was done. The wild zone was far too dangerous, and surviving without injuries already felt like a miracle. His teammates had been badly hurt, so getting them out safely became his only priority now. Before Yayin left, Zhang Bao suddenly mentioned a rumor spreading among the students, the appearance of a pseudo-beast somewhere inside the wild zone. Yayin had never heard of it before, so Zhang quickly explained. Apparently, a team from the First Academy was currently hunting a gigantic spotted snake over 10 meters long. It wasn't an ordinary monster either. A pseudo-beast was far stronger and much rarer than normal creatures. And more importantly, killing it was worth 500 points. Possibly the highest score in the entire exam. The second Yayin heard that number, his attention locked in completely. He immediately pressured Zhang Bao into revealing the beast's location. Reluctantly, Zhang admitted it was somewhere in the southeast sector. Without another word, Yayin exploded into motion and rushed toward the southeast. If he secured those 500 points, first place would practically be guaranteed. Once he arrived in the area, the situation looked brutal. Students from the First Academy lay scattered across the ground, some heavily injured, others seemingly dead. Scanning the surroundings carefully, Yayin noticed a massive eruption nearby and quickly followed it. Climbing onto a rooftop, he finally saw the source of the destruction. A gigantic pseudo-beast was rampaging through the battlefield. Most of the First Academy students, including Mo Zio himself, were desperately fighting the creature. But it was obvious the monster had completely spiraled out of control. Mo Zio barked orders non-stop, demanding his team bring the beast down and secure the precious 500 points. His bodyguard carefully observed the battle before noticing signs of exhaustion appearing in the creature's movements. He immediately informed Mo Zio that this was the perfect opportunity to finish it. Just as they prepared to strike, the pseudo-beast unleashed a deafening roar powerful enough to shake the ground itself. At that moment, Mo Zio pushed off the earth and launched himself forward personally. A twisted grin spread across his face as he prepared to claim victory for himself. In the next instant, he drove his sword directly into the pseudo-beast's head, blood exploding outward everywhere. But before he could celebrate, the monster retaliated instantly. Its tail slammed into him with terrifying force and hurled him through the air. Mo Zio crashed violently near a building, smashing deep into the wall and leaving behind a massive crater. A few moments later, he slowly lifted his head, excitement written all over his face. In his mind, the beast was already dead, meaning the 500 points belonged to him now. And at first, it truly looked over. The pseudo-beast collapsed heavily onto the ground. Watching from the rooftop nearby, Yayin couldn't help regretting that he arrived too late. Meanwhile, Mo Zio proudly approached his bodyguard, who bowed respectfully while congratulating him on earning the points. As arrogant as ever, Mo Zio openly declared that first place in the exam was basically guaranteed now. Then everything changed. Without warning, the pseudo-beast's skin suddenly shifted color, and its bloodshot eyes snapped open again. The next second it rose back up roaring in fury. Panic exploded among the students as the creature rampaged even more violently than before, attacking everyone in sight. Mo Zio could hardly believe it. All the effort, all the sacrifices, and the beast still wasn't dead. Before anyone could regroup, the monster suddenly launched itself into the sky and escaped the battlefield entirely, leaving destruction behind. That was the moment Mo Zio finally realized the horrifying truth. This wasn't merely a pseudo-beast. It was a genuine monster. Immediately, the surviving students from the other academies, along with Mo Zio's group, decided to pursue it. A real monster was worth a massive 1,000 points, and nobody wanted to miss an opportunity like that, especially after weakening it so heavily already. Mozio understood the situation perfectly. If someone else landed the final blow first, then all their effort would become meaningless. Meanwhile, high above the chaos, Yayin stood calmly atop a rooftop as powerful energy surged around him. A confident smile slowly appeared on his face. With the copied talents he possessed now, he knew one thing for sure. He was faster than Mozio and the others. And honestly, even he hadn't expected a 1,000-point monster to appear during the exam. Without hesitation, he decided to go all in. His aura erupted violently as he pushed both his speed and power beyond their limits. Determination burned in his eyes. Then, in a single explosive movement, Yayin launched himself into the sky after the monster. In only a matter of seconds, Yayin tears across an enormous distance, moving at full speed as he tracks the escaping monster through the ruined city. Not long after, the heavily wounded creature drags its massive body toward a collapsed building, buried beneath rubble, thick purple mucus dripping behind it as it desperately searches for a place to hide. And right at that moment, Yayin arrives. He lands lightly on the ground and instantly notices something important. None of the First Academy students have made it here yet. His eyes quickly lock onto the fresh trail of slime left behind by the monster. Kneeling down, he touches the mucus carefully, judging how recently the beast passed through. Then he follows the trail straight toward the shattered building. Stopping just outside the entrance, he quietly senses the presence hidden within. A greedy grin slowly spreads across his face. The thought of taking all 1,000 points for himself is honestly too tempting to ignore. As Yayin steps deeper into the ruins, a foul stench immediately assaults him. The smell of the monster is overwhelming, thick enough to make the entire place feel rotten. Even so, he walks forward without hesitation, his energy gradually flooding the space around him. Then suddenly his eyes widen. A cold bead of sweat slides down his forehead. Right in front of him sits the giant monster, its enormous mouth open as it drinks a strange liquid dripping from the ceiling above. The source appears to be some glowing stone embedded in the roof, and the liquid flowing from it clearly isn't ordinary water. But right now, Yayin's focus isn't on the treasure. His attention is locked on those 1,000 points. Without wasting another second, he draws his sword with a smirk, already planning to deal with the mysterious liquid afterward. Determination burns in his eyes as he charges the monster head-on. The beast reacts instantly. With shocking speed, it launches itself high into the air, catching Yayin completely off guard. As he tries to evade, the monster slams one massive hand into the ground, unleashing a violent shockwave that sends him flying backward. Still, he refuses to slow down. Immediately switching tactics, he grabs his bow and fires 3 arrows in rapid succession. 2 strike directly into the monster's eyes, causing blood to explode outward as the creature lets out a deafening scream of agony. Seeing the opening, Yayin grips his sword tightly and rushes in again. This time his strike lands with terrifying force. The impact is so intense his own hands tremble violently from the recoil. Then the slaughter begins. Again and again, he carves through the monster's flesh, alternating strikes as blood sprays everywhere while the beast writhes in unbearable pain. Before the giant creature finally crashes lifelessly onto the ground, Yayin has already leaped clear of the corpse. The battle ends. Letting out a relieved breath, Yayin flashes a dark grin, fully aware that he never would have won if Mozio and the others hadn't weakened the monster beforehand. Only then does his attention return to the strange liquid dripping from the ceiling. He has no clue what it actually is, but one thing feels obvious to him: if a monster was protecting it, then it has to be valuable. Without overthinking things, he fills a flask with the liquid, deciding to investigate it later. Afterward, he uses his sword to remove one of the monster's eyeballs as proof of the kill. And since monster heart blood is considered incredibly precious, he carefully collects that into another flask as well. Once the glowing liquid fills about half the container, he decides that's enough. Before leaving, he looks up at the strange stone hanging from the ceiling one last time. A thought crosses his mind immediately. There's no way he's leaving something this valuable behind for Mozio to find. Without hesitation, he slices the glowing stone loose from the ceiling and stuffs it into his bag. Now completely satisfied, Yayin prepares to leave. With the monster kill, the treasure, and all the collected materials, first place already feels guaranteed. Sometime later, the students from the First Academy finally arrive at the scene. The moment they inspect the corpse, panic starts spreading among them. One of the eyeballs is missing, and even worse, the monster's heart blood has been completely drained. Mozio's bodyguard stares at the empty remains in disbelief before asking what they're even supposed to do now. At this point, all that's left is a worthless corpse. Mozio completely loses control. His fists shake violently, his teeth grind together, and his face turns red with rage as he demands to know who dared steal the 1,000-point trophy that belonged to him. Right then and there, he swears he'll hunt down whoever did this and make them pay. Meanwhile, Yayin quietly watches the entire scene from above inside the same ruined structure. Rain pours steadily over him as he stays hidden among the shadows. Soon, he overhears one of the students suggest that the thief probably escaped deeper into the area. Hearing that, Mozayo immediately orders everyone to search every person they encounter. No matter what, he refuses to let the culprit escape. Listening carefully, Yayin realizes he needs to disappear for a while, because sooner or later, everyone will figure it out. Once the exam ends in 3 days and the monster parts get submitted for scoring, the truth will become impossible to hide. The 1,000-point kill will expose him completely. Until then, staying low is the smartest move. As he leaps between towering half-destroyed buildings, lost in thought, he eventually spots a safer location to hide temporarily and lands there. Once settled, he opens his bag and stares at the monster blood he collected earlier. A dangerous thought crosses his mind. How much stronger could he become if he drank it? Without hesitating, he downs the blood immediately. The taste is revolting, absolutely disgusting, but to Yayin, none of that matters. If gaining power means enduring things like this, then he'll do it without complaint, especially if it helps him protect his sister. Far away, Yeyu quietly wonders how her brother is doing. Meanwhile, back with Yayin, a violent surge of energy erupts around him. His cultivation speed suddenly skyrockets, becoming nearly 4 times faster than before. At that moment, everything clicks for him. This is why people like Chen Dong were advancing so insanely fast. And with only 2.5 days remaining before the exam ends, Yayin knows exactly what he needs to do. Cultivate non-stop. 3 days later, the academy examiners begin tallying everyone's scores. Li Yunqing confidently steps forward first, clearly proud of himself as he asks the examiner to announce his results. His total reaches 195 points, a score strong enough to impress many students nearby. Several nod approvingly at the achievement. Then Mozayo arrives. Wearing a smug expression, he openly mocks the others for celebrating what he considers pathetic scores. With complete confidence, he hands his bag over to the examiner. The entire area erupts when the total is announced. 427 points. The crowd immediately breaks into chaos. Li Yunqing, visibly irritated, accuses Mozayo of stealing points somehow, but despite the accusations, most students are still amazed by the score and begin congratulating him for taking first place. But strangely enough, Mozayo doesn't look fully satisfied. His expression darkens as he admits that the real top score should have been 1,000 points. Since nobody else has shown up with a higher number, the examiner eventually concludes that whoever killed the monster most likely died before making it back. Which means by default, Mozayo should receive first place. Just as the decision seems finalized, footsteps suddenly echo across the area. Everyone immediately turns toward the sound. From the distance, a lone figure slowly approaches through the crowd, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Curiosity spreads through the arena as students whisper among themselves, trying to figure out who it is. Then the figure steps forward. It's Yayin. Walking calmly up to the examiner, he hands over his bag containing the monster eyeballs. The examiner's eyes widen in shock. Then he loudly announces Yayin's final score, 1,163 points. The entire arena freezes. Just like that, Yayin is officially declared the top scorer of the practical exam. His rewards include 3 bottles of monster blood along with 100,000 won in cash. His friends immediately erupt in excitement, cheering loudly for him, while Li Yunqing stands there completely stunned, unable to understand how this quiet 5th Academy student pulled off something so insane. Meanwhile, Mozayo grits his teeth so hard it almost looks painful. Not only was he overshadowed publicly, but the person who humiliated him came from the academy he despised most. Quiet fury burns in his eyes as he signals his bodyguard to investigate everything about Yayin immediately. On the other hand, Zhang Bao looks prouder than ever, shamelessly bragging to the 1st Academy students that his friend just pulled off a legendary feat. But unlike the others, the 5th Academy professor isn't celebrating much at all. Instead, he looks worried. Because now Yayin has directly offended the powerful Mo family, and victories like this can easily become life-threatening. Later, the top 3 students, Yayin, Mozayo, and Li Yunqing, stand together for photographs after the ceremony officially concludes and the rewards are distributed. While posing on the podium, Mozayo throws a sarcastic compliment toward Yayin, praising him for having the courage to steal from him. Before things escalate further, Li Yunqing immediately steps in to defend Yayin, pointing out that he earned his points fairly through his own strength, just like everyone else. Still clinging desperately to his pride, Mozayo insists he's still the strongest among them. Hearing that, Yayin calmly challenges him on the spot, telling him they can settle it any time through a real fight. Because by now, Yayin understands something important. Once powerful people set their sights on you, running away stops being an option. The only real answer is becoming strong enough that nobody dares threaten you ever again. 3 days later, Yayin finally returns home. The second he walks through the door, Yayu rushes over and hugs him tightly while anxiously checking whether he's injured anywhere. Relief floods her face after confirming he's safe. Then Yayin surprises her by handing over a huge amount of money, explaining that it's for her education and living expenses. Their playful moment gets interrupted when he suddenly pulls out a mysterious book called the Illustrated Book of Treasures. Curious immediately, Yayu sits beside him as the two begin flipping through the pages together. And then, Yayin suddenly stops. His eyes lock onto an illustration that looks exactly like the glowing stone he discovered hanging from the ceiling during the monster hunt. According to the book, the object is called the Terekar Elixir, an extremely rare treasure capable of improving a person's natural cultivation talent. The catch is, it only works on people with low-tier or mid-tier abilities. Interestingly, the treasure book mentions something even rarer. In places where Terekar elixirs are found, there are sometimes legendary Terramortal stones nearby, treasures capable of enhancing even high-level talents. The moment Yayin reads that line, everything clicks together in his head. That monster hadn't just stumbled into strength by accident. It had most likely been feeding on the Terekar elixir the entire time, slowly evolving because of it. And without even realizing it, Yayin had stolen an absurdly valuable treasure. Before he can think any further, Yayu suddenly hands him the flask containing the remaining Terekar elixir. But Yayin simply smirks and pushes it back toward her. He tells her it's her turn now, her chance to become stronger. Yayu is completely dumbfounded. The two siblings sit together in the lounge, but none of this feels real to her. She immediately refuses, arguing that she hasn't even fully awakened her talent yet, so drinking something this precious could end up being a complete waste. When they check her status window, it confirms her cultivation talent is still low tier, while her frost ability remains at novice rank and unawakened. Still, because her cultivation talent is weak, Yayin believes the elixir should improve it somehow. The only question is by how much. Yayu, however, suggests something entirely different. Rather than consuming it, she thinks they should sell it instead. A treasure this rare would probably be worth a fortune. Ignoring what he calls her terrible idea, Yayin flips through the treasure book again and suddenly realizes something horrifying. The location where he found the elixir might have also contained one of those Terramortal stones, and he destroyed the entire place. Instant regret hits him immediately. Worse yet, if people ever discover where he found the treasure, nobody will believe he doesn't possess the stone too. Powerful people could easily start hunting him over something he never even had. Yayu stares at him in disbelief, calling the whole situation a massive waste. Not wanting the elixir to go unused, Yayin suddenly grabs the flask, catches her off guard, and forces her to drink it before she can protest further. Yayu coughs and complains instantly, but within moments, a warm sensation spreads through her entire body. Yet when they check her status again, her cultivation talent still shows low tier. Seeing no immediate change, Yayin starts wondering whether the book's information was wrong after all. Feeling drowsy, Yayu eventually curls up on the sofa and falls asleep. Meanwhile, Yayin stays nearby, deciding to wait a little longer just in case the effects take time to activate. About an hour later, while Yayu sleeps peacefully in the lounge, powerful waves of aura suddenly begin radiating from her body. Yayin instantly checks her status window again, and this time even he is stunned. Her cultivation talent has jumped all the way to mid-tier, an increase of 2 entire ranks. Combined with her rare frost talent, the potential she now possesses is honestly terrifying. In Yayin's eyes, Yayu could absolutely become a top-tier martial warrior someday. That realization only sharpens his own determination further. Thinking about Mozayo, Yayin silently dares him to come try something, because no matter what happens, he refuses to lose. Later that night, back inside his room, Yayin drinks more monster blood despite the taste being unbelievably awful, honestly worse than anything he's ever swallowed in his life. To survive the flavor, he snacks on peanuts while wondering just how much faster his cultivation speed will become this time. Then the results hit him. His cultivation speed rises to nearly 8 times the normal rate. Even Yayin looks shocked by how ridiculously effective mid-rank monster blood really is. If he had enough of it, he genuinely believes he could break into the martial warrior realm within a single month. Unfortunately, only 2 bottles remain, which means he needs another plan soon. 10 days later, deep within the forests surrounding 5th Academy, Yayin sits calmly meditating while energy circulates steadily through his body. Then suddenly, Zhang Bao comes running toward him in a panic. Completely out of breath, Zhang blurts out that Mozayo has entered seclusion and is currently attempting to break through into the martial warrior realm. Surprisingly, Yayin barely reacts. If anything, he looks disappointed. Mozayo still hasn't come looking for him personally. After examining Mozayo's talent before, Yayin already estimated that someone with mid-tier cultivation talent would probably need about a month to break through fully. Zhang Bao desperately tries to make him understand how serious this situation is. Mozayo comes from one of the most powerful and wealthy families around. 3 bottles of monster blood alone won't be enough to close that gap. Then, being his usual dramatic self, Jang solemnly promises that if Yeyin dies, he'll personally collect the body and even take care of Yeyu afterward. Yeyin completely ignores the nonsense. Instead, his thoughts stay focused on what resources he still possesses, the remaining low-rank monster blood and the blood from the monster's heart. Using those, he estimates he can probably reach the advanced martial apprentice stage, just one step below becoming a true martial warrior. It won't guarantee victory, but with his sword and speed talents combined, he believes he can still fight evenly against someone in the martial warrior realm. Meanwhile, far away at the Mo estate, the enormous steel gates of a grand castle slowly open. From within, a powerful figure emerges. Mozaio has completed his breakthrough. His bodyguard immediately bows respectfully, congratulating him on officially advancing into the martial warrior realm. The difference is obvious instantly. A powerful aura now surrounds Mozaio completely, making him feel far more dangerous than before. Back inside the mansion hall, servants attend to him while he sits calmly, radiating confidence. Soon after, Mo En arrives, an elite martial warrior of Linhai Base, head of the prestigious Mo family and Mozaio's father. The man is clearly overjoyed seeing his son succeed. He praises Mozaio for becoming a true martial warrior and restoring even more glory to the family name. Now carrying himself with even greater confidence, Mozaio assures his father that he will never disgrace the Mo clan. When Mo En reveals that even the family ancestor plans to reward him personally, Mozaio immediately kneels, expressing gratitude toward both his father and the clan elders for supporting his growth all these years. His father quickly tells him to rise and enjoy the feast specially prepared in celebration of his breakthrough. But the second Mo En leaves the room, Mozaio's expression changes completely. His eyes darken with hostility as he asks his bodyguard whether the investigation he ordered before entering seclusion has been completed. Without hesitation, the bodyguard reveals everything. Yeyin has no parents, no influential relatives, and absolutely no political backing. In other words, nobody powerful would protect him. Hearing that only makes Mozaio smile coldly. To him, the game is over now. Rather than confronting Yeyin openly, though, he decides it would be more entertaining to eliminate him quietly. Believing Yeyin to be insignificant, Mozaio orders his bodyguard to arrange an assassination. The bodyguard hesitates, warning that murder inside their territory could create unnecessary trouble. But Mozaio insists on handling it discreetly through a shadow assassin. Even then, the bodyguard points out that hiring someone like that would cost at least 1,000,000 yuan and might not even be worth the effort. Mozaio calmly explains his reasoning. Inside Linhai Base, only a handful of elite families truly hold power. Everyone else lives beneath them. And whenever a talented commoner starts rising too fast, those powerful clans eliminate them before they become threats. That's how they maintain control. Meanwhile, back in the forest surrounding 5th Academy, Yeyin continues training for hours beneath a powerful aura. Then rain begins falling. Sensing the weather worsening, he finally decides to head home. As he walks through the heavy downpour, something suddenly feels wrong. Immediately, he checks the status window. A figure nearby possesses a shadow talent. The name displayed is Lai Kun. Before Yeyin can fully process the situation, Lai Kun suddenly drops from a rooftop above and attacks with a sword. Yeyin narrowly avoids the strike and demands to know who he is. Lai Kun only grins darkly, making one thing very clear: he's here to kill him. The assassin looks terrifying, bloodshot eyes glowing beneath the rain while a red dagger rests between his teeth. Seeing him sends warning bells ringing through Yeyin's mind instantly. At first, he assumes Mozaio must have sent him, but something about it doesn't make sense. Mozaio is already powerful enough to challenge him directly now, so why resort to an ambush? Still, there isn't time to think deeply about it. Lai Kun suddenly leaps high into the air, dagger pointed straight downward as he attacks again. Yeyin blocks with his sword before jumping backward, only to realize the assassin has completely vanished. That's when he understands the true nature of the shadow talent: invisibility. The instant Yeyin turns around, Lai Kun reappears directly behind him, blade aimed at the back of his skull. Thanks to his speed talent, Yeyin barely dodges in time. The failed assassination attempt visibly frustrates Lai Kun. He clearly didn't expect someone at Yeyin's level to react this quickly. At that point, Yeyin decides he's done defending. A dangerous grin spreads across his face as he charges forward and swings at the assassin. But once again, Lai Kun disappears into the shadows. Against ordinary martial artists, this kind of talent would be a nightmare. Against Yeyin, though, it means nothing. Standing motionless inside a narrow alley, Yeyin focuses entirely on sensing fluctuations in energy around him. The instant he detects the slightest shift, he swings his sword instantly. Lai Kun is sent flying through the air. Blood pours from the assassin's mouth as he crashes violently onto the ground, completely stunned. He can't comprehend how someone who isn't even a martial warrior could see through a shadow talent. Driven by both confusion and desperation, he demands to know how Yeyin figured him out. But Yeyin calmly walks toward him without answering. Instead, he turns the question around, saying that if Lai Kun wants answers, he should reveal who hired him first. Smirking weakly, Lai Kun reaches for his weapon and taunts that he'll explain everything right before Yayin dies. Then he attacks again. Yayin leaps into the air to avoid the strike, and the moment he lands, he explodes forward with overwhelming speed and drives his sword straight through Lai Kun's body. Standing behind the dying assassin, Yayin asks one final time who sent him. With blood pouring from his mouth, Lai Kun lets out a weak laugh and admits that Yayin is the strongest martial artist he's ever fought. Then with his final breath, he reveals the truth. Mo Xiao ordered the assassination. As rain crashes down from the sky and lightning tears through the darkness above, Yayin crouches beside the corpse and reaches toward the streams of shadow energy leaking from Lai Kun's body. Then he copies the assassin's shadow talent. A surge of power rushes through him instantly, and the status window confirms the successful transfer. Now, alongside his mid-tier cultivation and sword talents, Yayin possesses both novice-tier speed and shadow abilities as well. Rain continues pouring over the alley, while blood slowly spreads across Lai Kun's lifeless face beneath the flashing lightning. Rather than abandoning the corpse where it fell, Yayin quietly gathers loose stones nearby and buries Lai Kun beneath them. While covering the body, a thought lingers heavily in his mind. A person shouldn't live like a leaf helplessly blown around by the wind and rain. As he walks away, a single leaf drifts down through the storm. Yayin catches it gently in his hand and silently makes himself a promise. He won't live like the falling leaf. He'll become the wind. He'll become the storm itself, strong enough that nobody can ever control him again. Leaving the forest behind, Yayin finally heads home while dark clouds continue swallowing the city overhead. After taking a hot shower and drying himself off, he collapses onto the sofa in the lounge with a long, exhausted sigh. This time, he brought back everything that belonged to Lai Kun, including the assassin's weapons. The moment he examines the twin blades properly, he instantly realizes they're primordial weapons, far superior to the sword that shattered during their fight. Digging through the rest of the belongings, he discovers a gold card worth 1 million yuan along with a silver card carrying another 100,000. Altogether, the assassin had around 3.5 million yuan on him. Without hesitation, Yayin stuffs the cards into his wallet, grinning at the irony. The money Mo Xiao spent trying to kill him was now funding him instead. Among the items, he also discovers a skill manual titled Shadow Blade, a bronze rank blade technique. The second he sees it, his eyes light up. This is exactly what he needs. Since blade techniques allow martial artists to fully unleash the potential of their blade talents, the manual instantly becomes another weapon in his growing arsenal. Excited, Yayin rushes into his bedroom, slams the door shut behind him, and sits on the bed ready to begin learning. But just as he opens the first page, reality crashes into him. Yayu still isn't home. Panic hits instantly. If Mo Xiao gathered enough information to send an assassin after him, then his sister could absolutely be a target too. Without wasting another second, Yayin bolts back outside and leaps from the balcony, racing across rooftops with his heart pounding violently. All he can think about is getting to Yayu before something terrible happens. Soon, he arrives at an ordinary middle school in the downtown district and lands directly inside the schoolyard, desperately searching for her. Even though martial warriors aren't allowed to cause trouble at regular schools, Yayin doesn't trust someone like Mo Xiao to care about rules anymore. Then suddenly, something pokes him in the back. A voice calmly warns him not to move. Instinctively, Yayin spins around ready to counterattack, only to freeze completely when he sees Yayu standing there holding an umbrella with a playful grin on her face. Completely unaware of the panic she caused, she casually explains that she stayed late for classroom cleanup duty. Walking home together through the rainy streets, Yayu notices her brother is soaked, barefoot, and missing an umbrella entirely. Concerned, she asks what happened, but Yayin brushes it off with a vague excuse instead of telling her the truth. Meanwhile, parked quietly nearby, a sleek black car with tinted windows sits motionless by the roadside. Inside, Mo Xiao watches them silently. His fists tighten with frustration as he stares directly at Yayin. He can't understand how his target survived completely unharmed. Seeing Yayin casually walking beside his sister only fuels his rage further. On the way home, the siblings stop by a sausage stand. Once their food is ready, they casually stroll through the busy streets enjoying the cool weather while Yayin asks Yayu what she'd like for dinner later. After thinking for a moment, she requests his signature boiled meat slices. But even during the peaceful moment, the black car continues following them. And this time, Yayin notices. Without alarming Yayu, he quietly keeps watch as they return safely to the apartment while the suspicious vehicle remains parked outside. Inside, Yayu happily calls him over to help prepare the table for dinner. Then 3 full days pass. The rain clears, but the surveillance never stops. Yayu returns to her normal school routine completely unaware of the danger around her, while Yayin watches over her from nearby rooftops every single day. The black car remains stationed outside the school constantly, and the thought of his enemies targeting his sister slowly fills him with rage. Finally, when the car eventually leaves, Yayin immediately follows it. Using his abilities, he leaps swiftly from rooftop to rooftop until the vehicle stops near an abandoned construction site. Landing silently atop a construction crane, he watches someone exit the car and enter the building below. The moment he gets a clear look at the man, Yayin recognizes him instantly. Inside the building, blood stains the floor while one of Mo Zio's men brutally beats a helpless man begging for mercy. The poor victim desperately explains that he doesn't have enough money to repay his debt yet, swearing he'll pay everything back eventually. He pleads for another chance. Meanwhile, Mo Zio sits casually nearby against the wall, completely calm. He coldly threatens to double the debt if it isn't repaid immediately, reminding the man that borrowing money from him always comes with consequences. The man falls to his knees, explaining that the crushing interest has destroyed him and that he still has elderly parents and children depending on him. Before Mo Zio can respond, his main bodyguard suddenly enters the room. Immediately, Mo Zio asks about the shadow assassin. The bodyguard reports that Lai Kun has disappeared, though he plans to contact another intermediary for answers. Hearing that gives Yayin complete confirmation. Mo Zio really did order the assassination. At the same time, Mo Zio's patience finally snaps. He brutally kicks the kneeling man until he dies right there on the floor. Without the slightest remorse, he orders one of his men to dispose of the body. Then he immediately asks whether preparations regarding Yayin's sister have been handled yet. The bodyguard lowers his head respectfully and explains that he plans to leave the task to an associate recently released from prison. But hearing that only irritates Mo Zio even more. Walking toward his subordinate, he admits that relying on others was his mistake from the beginning. From now on, he'll handle things personally. Then without warning, he punches the bodyguard so hard the man crashes to the ground instantly. According to Mo Zio, failure deserves punishment. At that exact moment, Yayin moves. Summoning his primordial weapon, he launches forward from the shadows and attacks Mo Zio from behind. Just in time, Mo Zio senses danger and turns around. For the briefest second, genuine fear flashes across his face. A blade slices through the air. Although Mo Zio barely twists aside, blood still erupts from the slash as Yayin's strike lands cleanly. Then silence. Yayin stands there calmly with a dangerous grin spread across his face. Moments later, a body collapses onto the floor. The remaining guards freeze in shock, convinced their young master has been killed instantly. Mo Zio's closest bodyguard narrows his eyes, assuming the attacker used a shadow assassin's invisibility skill and suspecting Lai Kun himself might be responsible. But after several seconds of eerie silence, Yayin slowly steps out from the darkness, both blades spread wide. The moment the guards see him, most panic and flee immediately. Only the main bodyguard remains standing. Staring at Yayin in disbelief, the man demands to know how he obtained the shadow talent. Yayin doesn't answer. He simply keeps walking forward. The bodyguard grows increasingly desperate, yelling that he already investigated Yayin thoroughly and knows he's supposed to be low-tier trash. He demands to know how someone like him could kill the young master so easily and where Lai Kun disappeared to. Still, Yayin says nothing. Instead, he suddenly leaps forward and slices the man's throat cleanly in one precise motion. Calmly wiping blood from his blades with a handkerchief bearing the shadow assassin symbol, he tosses it onto the corpses deliberately. Then before leaving, he glances back coldly and reminds them that he isn't some helpless sheep waiting to be slaughtered. If they chose the wrong target, that's their own fault. An hour later, Mo En arrives at the scene alongside the Mo family forces. Rage burns in his eyes as he searches desperately for answers regarding his son's death. During the investigation, one of the men discovers the handkerchief Yayin intentionally left behind. The shadow assassin symbol immediately changes everything. Now they believe a professional assassin carried out the massacre. Not long after, Elder Mo arrives personally. As the Grand Elder of the prestigious Mo family and one of the few great martial warriors in Linhai Base, his presence alone changes the atmosphere completely. The instant Mo En sees him, he collapses to his knees crying uncontrollably over the death of his son, the Mo family's greatest prodigy. In contrast, Elder Mo remains calm and composed, telling him to stand up and explain the situation properly. But grief completely overwhelms Mo En. Through tears, he mourns the fact that Mo Zio possessed the potential to become a future great martial warrior, someone capable of elevating the entire Mo family to new heights. He explains that Mo Zio had only recently broken through into the martial warrior realm and attended his own celebratory banquet before meeting such a brutal end. Elder Mo quietly agrees. Mo Zio truly did possess extraordinary potential. In fact, he likely would have become the second great martial warrior in the family after Elder Mo himself. Losing him changes the future of the Mo clan entirely. Then Mo En hands over the blood-stained handkerchief, begging the elder not to let his son's death go unanswered. The moment Elder Mo examines it, he instantly recognizes the symbol of a shadow assassin. Naturally, he assumes one of the rival families opposing the Mo clan must have secretly hired an assassin powerful enough to eliminate Mo Xiao discreetly. But as he studies the cloth, more traces of Iron Fang on it. Meanwhile, back at school, Zhang Bao excitedly rambles to Ye Yin about the strength of Iron Fang base, explaining that it's significantly more powerful than Linhai base. According to rumors, the Mo family's grand elder suspects certain families inside Linhai base have secretly allied themselves with Iron Fang, possibly plotting to eliminate the younger generation's elites before eventually taking over the base itself. Lowering his voice dramatically, Zhang also reveals another piece of gossip. Mo Xiao died shortly after breaking through into the martial warrior realm. Hearing this, Ye Yin calmly maintains a neutral expression while quietly suppressing the grin threatening to appear on his face. For now, nobody suspects him. And to make things even sweeter, Zhang laughs and tells Ye Yin he got incredibly lucky. Apparently, Mo Xiao had fully intended to come after him personally once he became a martial warrior. Quietly listening to Zhang Bao ramble on, Ye Yin sinks into deep thought. After all, he was the one who planted Lai Kun's handkerchief at the crime scene, the same cloth marked with the word shadow, specifically to throw suspicion somewhere else. What he never expected was Elder Mo somehow connecting that handkerchief to Iron Fang base. Now Ye Yin can't tell whether the old man genuinely uncovered some hidden conspiracy tied to Iron Fang, or if he's simply twisting the evidence for political reasons. Either way, the situation suddenly feels much bigger than he anticipated. The next morning at exactly 4 o'clock, Ye Yin wakes up and prepares to leave for training. Just as he's about to head out, Yeyu stops him with a worried look, asking why he's leaving so early again. Ye Yin calmly explains that he's heading back to the wild zone because he needs to grow stronger as quickly as possible. Yeyu immediately frowns. He only returned a few days ago, and now he's already leaving again. Before he can walk out the door, she suddenly hugs him tightly from behind. Smiling softly, Ye Yin gently reassures her that he'll come back soon. Once he arrives at the wild zone, his expression sharpens immediately. Rumors say high-level monsters roam these lands, but with his current strength, he knows better than to wander too deep inside. For now, he chooses to stay near the outer edges where weaker monsters appear. Safer doesn't mean easy, but it gives him room to grow without instantly dying. A determined grin spreads across his face. This time, no matter what happens, he's breaking into the martial warrior realm. But right as the hunt begins, the earth suddenly starts trembling violently beneath his feet. Panic flashes through him for a second as he wonders if it's an earthquake. Then he turns around and sees the real cause. An enormous armored ox. The creature's status window reveals a weak bloodline talent along with a low-tier defense talent. Ye Yin studies the information calmly while wondering if the monster has even noticed him yet. The answer comes immediately. The ox lowers its head and charges straight toward him. Instead of retreating, Ye Yin casually tosses his bag aside and rushes forward to meet it head-on. Leaping into the air, he summons his primordial dagger and attacks instantly. But the moment his strike lands, the ox activates its defense talent. A protective barrier wraps around its entire body and blocks the attack completely. Then the beast roars. A violent shockwave erupts outward, blasting Ye Yin backward hard enough to slam him into a nearby rock formation. Even after taking the hit, he slowly stands back up wearing a dangerous grin. Rather than being discouraged, he looks excited. That defense talent is definitely becoming his. Holding both primordial daggers tightly, he advances once more while the armored ox stomps the ground aggressively, roaring as it prepares for another collision. Its eyes glow crimson as it charges again. Ye Yin raises his dagger and smirks to himself, silently swearing that the low-tier defense talent already belongs to him. Without hesitation, he leaps onto the creature's enormous body. Once above its head, he recalls something important. Most monsters tend to share similar weak points. Gripping both weapons firmly, he drives the daggers into the protective shield surrounding the ox. He pours all his strength into breaking through, but the barrier refuses to crack. Then he strikes the exact same spot again. This time, a fracture appears in the shield. But his dagger shatters instantly afterward. Even Ye Yin didn't expect a low-tier defense talent to be this absurdly durable. Before he can fully react, the ox swings its massive limb and sends him flying across the battlefield again. He crashes violently into a cluster of rocks, dust exploding everywhere around him. Still, he refuses to stay down. Clutching his remaining dagger, he slowly rises with even greater determination burning in his eyes. Strangely enough, the more pain he feels, the more desperately he wants that talent. Then suddenly, a notification appears before him. Talent copy cooldown, 16 days remaining. Ignoring it for now, Ye Yin grabs one of the broken dagger fragments and quickly analyzes the monster. Judging from its overall strength, the armored ox should rank somewhere between the silver moon wolf and the giant viper he fought before. Because of its massive size, he realizes something important. If he can identify a weak spot and attack with precision, victory is still possible. Activating his shadow talent, Ye Yin suddenly vanishes into motion. He circles the monster repeatedly while striking the defensive barrier over and over again with the dagger tip. The shadow talent works perfectly for stealth attacks, preventing the ox from properly tracking him. But despite all his efforts, the barrier still won't break. Even his blade talent feels almost useless against such ridiculous defense. Frustration starts building as he desperately searches for some kind of opening. Then he notices something strange. The protective field around the monster's rear area looks noticeably thinner. Scratching his cheek awkwardly, Yayin quietly mutters that maybe, just maybe, that's the weak point. Without wasting another second, he activates his shadow talent again and rushes forward. The dagger pierces directly into the spot. Instantly, the armored ox releases a thunderous scream. Moments later, its gigantic body collapses lifelessly onto the ground while thick mucus spreads beneath it. Yayin squints proudly at the corpse, clearly satisfied that his ridiculous guess somehow turned out to be correct. As expected, once the creature dies, the remaining blade pierces through its body effortlessly. Watching that happen makes Yayin realize something strangely profound. No matter how powerful someone becomes, death eventually reduces everything to nothing. Soon after, he begins collecting the monster's blood into glass flasks while wiping sweat from his forehead. Looking over the corpse, he notices the ox's hide alone will probably sell for a fortune. Naturally, he decides to take the eyes and even the testicles too. Still, the most valuable parts are clearly the horns. With one clean swing of his dagger, he slices them off completely. After loading all the loot onto his back, Yayin heads deeper into the wilderness searching for somewhere quiet to cultivate. Eventually, he discovers a secluded cave and settles there peacefully. Taking a deep breath, he places the fresh monster blood beside the peanuts Yeyu packed for him, the only thing helping him survive the horrible taste. Staring at the blood-filled flasks, Yayin quietly decides these will become the key to reaching the martial warrior realm. Picking up one bottle, he drinks the blood in one go before immediately shoving peanuts into his mouth afterward. At once, powerful energy erupts around him as cultivation begins. 20 days later, deep inside the cave, Yayin slowly exhales. Then suddenly his eyes ignite with blazing blue light. A horrifying scream bursts from his throat as lightning explodes throughout the cave itself. Outside, the ground trembles from the violent aftershocks of his breakthrough. Not far away, two girls stand near the cave entrance. One wears a red cloak and finds the whole situation amusing, commenting on how crazy someone must be to attempt breaking through into the martial warrior realm in such an isolated wasteland. Beside her, another girl dressed in black remains much calmer. The symbol of the martial pavilion rests on her cloak, and a faint smile appears on her face as she quietly senses the energy coming from inside. Clearly, she's intrigued. Back inside the cave, Yayin immediately recognizes the overwhelming surge flooding his body. He's finally reached the martial warrior realm. Then another thought hits him instantly: the armored ox. Remembering that the talent copying cooldown had 16 days remaining earlier, and realizing 20 days have already passed, Yayin immediately rushes back to the place where he killed the monster. He still wants that defense talent. But when he arrives, disappointment crashes into him. Only the skeleton remains. The talent can no longer be copied. Frustrated, he regrets carving the creature into pieces earlier instead of preserving the corpse. Nearby, the red-cloaked girl wonders aloud whether Yayin might have been the one who actually killed the armored ox. The black-cloaked girl shakes her head calmly. According to her, the monster died several days ago, while Yayin only just broke through to martial warrior. A mere martial apprentice shouldn't have been capable of defeating something like that. Even so, she quietly praises his courage for scavenging around such dangerous territory alone. Meanwhile, after spending 20 full days inside the wild zone, Yayin strips off his clothes and heads for a swim. The moment the girls realize what's happening, both instantly panic from embarrassment and hurriedly leave the area. Later, inside Linhai Base's martial marketplace, Yayin wanders through the bustling district while marveling at just how massive the place truly is. As he walks deeper into the market, one building immediately catches his attention: the Martial Pavilion, the exact same organization connected to those mysterious girls from earlier. At that same moment, the red-cloaked girl nudges her friend in black and points toward Yayin, recognizing him immediately. Sensing something strangely familiar himself, Yayin turns toward them. The second he locks eyes with the black-cloaked girl, he freezes. For a brief moment, she reminds him so much of Yeyu that he accidentally blurts out her name. The instant the words leave his mouth, embarrassment hits him immediately. But then he checks her status window, and suddenly his expression changes completely. This girl is a monster among geniuses. Her name is Yui Ling, and her talents are absolutely insane: high-tier cultivation talent, mid-tier sword talent, and low-tier speed talent. Beside her, the red-cloaked Xiao Yu instantly gets furious. She snaps at Yayin for comparing her lady to his sister and openly mocks him for looking like some random scavenger. Hearing that leaves Yayin genuinely confused. He literally took a bath already, so why does everyone still think he smells bad? Meanwhile, Yui Ling calmly warns Xiao Yu not to speak recklessly. Leaning closer, she whispers something quietly into her ear. The effect is immediate. Xiao Yu's entire attitude changes on the spot. She suddenly bows politely and apologizes for her earlier behavior, explaining that Lady Yui Ling corrected her. She also mentions that Yui Ling had urgent matters to attend to and needed to leave first. Then Xiao Yu grabs Yayin by the arm enthusiastically and assumes he's here to sell monster materials. As compensation for their rude behavior earlier, she insists the Martial Pavilion will pay double the normal price for whatever he brought. Soon after, several attendants carry Yayin's bags into a private room. The moment he steps inside, even he is impressed. Rare treasures and high-grade materials fill the room everywhere, making it obvious that this isn't just another store. This is the Martial Marketplace's largest and most powerful shop. One of the attendants politely serves Yayin tea before informing him that the armored ox's horns and hide alone are worth 20,000 yuan. And just as promised, the Martial Pavilion intends to double the amount, bringing the final payment to 40,000. Even Yayin looks genuinely surprised. He never expected a single hunt to earn him that much money. A little later, Xiao Yu returns carrying 4 white currency cards, each loaded with 10,000 yuan. The second they land in his hands, Yayin can't stop grinning. Just imagining Yeyu's reaction already makes the whole trip worth it. But right as he's preparing to leave, Xiao Yu suddenly stops him. According to her, manager Yui Ling instructed the staff to offer him another apology. As compensation, he'll receive a 50% discount on anything he buys inside the Martial Pavilion. Hearing that, Yayin immediately changes plans. If they're being generous, then he has zero intention of holding back. He starts browsing through the pavilion's massive reference catalog, but after seeing the prices, his expression quickly darkens. Everything is absurdly expensive. Inwardly, he curses the powerful cultivation families controlling the market for making resources nearly impossible for ordinary people to afford. Even so, he eventually settles on several items: a profound training manual, a monster encyclopedia, 3 bottles of mid-tier monster blood, and 3 recovery elixirs. Altogether, the total reaches 78,500 yuan. Thankfully, after the discount and a little convenient rounding, he only has to pay 70,000. Without hesitation, Yayin hands over Lai Kun's gold card. Deep down, he can't help appreciating the irony again. The assassin's money is still carrying him hard. At the same time, though, he realizes something important. This level of treatment obviously isn't just because someone accidentally insulted him earlier. The Martial Pavilion clearly sees something valuable in him. He just doesn't know what yet. When nobody explains further, he heads for the exit, only for Xiao Yu to stop him once again. A small grin forms on Yayin's face immediately. He already knew the situation wasn't finished. Xiao Yu then reveals that Yui Ling personally wishes to meet him, assuming he's willing. Curious, Yayin follows her upstairs to a hall on the 2nd floor. The moment the doors open, he sees Yui Ling sitting calmly beside a table while sipping tea. And once again, the resemblance to Yeyu hits him hard. Still, he forces himself to stay composed as they greet each other properly. Yui Ling politely welcomes him and introduces herself as someone from Mohai Base. The second they shake hands, Yayin silently copies her high-tier cultivation talent. A faint grin instantly appears on his face. After introducing himself in return, he takes a seat while Yui Ling pours tea for him personally. She calmly explains that anyone invited to the 2nd floor of the Martial Pavilion is considered a valued guest. That immediately confuses Yayin. He openly admits that he's just a commoner with no powerful family or political backing, so he doesn't understand why someone like him would be considered valuable. Yui Ling agrees completely. But according to her, that's exactly what makes him valuable: his independence, his lack of affiliations. Hearing that, Yayin quietly studies her. Unlike Yeyu's playful and chaotic personality, Yui Ling feels calm, intelligent, and incredibly composed. Every word she says carries weight far beyond her age. Without wasting time, Yui Ling slides a symbolic token across the table and finally reveals the real reason she invited him here. She wants him to join the Martial Pavilion. The way she speaks reminds Yayin so much of Yeyu that saying no almost feels impossible. Even so, he asks the obvious question. Mohai Base is filled with monsters among geniuses, so why would they care about recruiting someone like him, a mere novice martial warrior? Yui Ling slowly rises from her seat and explains something simple but powerful. Great bases don't stay powerful because they stop finding talent. They remain strong because they're always searching for more. The answer genuinely impresses him. Despite her delicate appearance, this girl clearly possesses vision far beyond ordinary people. Seeing Yayin lost in thought, Xiao Yu quickly jumps in and tells him not to overcomplicate things. According to her, countless elite disciples from major families dream about joining Yui Ling personally, yet most fail to meet her standards. Yayin fully understands how massive this opportunity is. But at the same time, joining any organization means surrendering freedom. Worse, if anyone ever discovers the truth behind his talent-copying ability, death would be the least painful outcome. For that reason alone, he hesitates. Yu Ling immediately notices his reluctance and calmly asks why. Struggling to reject someone who resembles his sister so much, Yayin carefully explains himself by bringing up the recent Iron Fang incident. The political chaos surrounding it ironically gave him a strange kind of peace. Because of that, he doesn't want to become trapped in the same world as those powerful families. He doesn't want to live under people like them either. For the first time, Yui Ling looks slightly offended by the comparison. Still, she remains composed and tells him he doesn't need to answer immediately. She has plenty of patience, and he can observe the martial pavilion for himself first before deciding anything. As Yayin leaves the martial pavilion, his thoughts spiral endlessly. What does it actually mean to be a martial warrior? What is talent really worth? The people meant to protect humanity are abusing their strength instead, making life even harder for ordinary citizens already terrified of monsters. And more than anything else, Yayin hates how powerless he still feels. Right then and there, he silently swears to become stronger, far stronger than anyone standing above him now. Then suddenly, a status notification appears before his eyes. High-tier cultivation talent successfully copied. The moment he sees it, he doesn't hesitate even slightly. He immediately begins the fusion. After spending so many days away, Yayin finally returns home once again. The second Yeyu sees him, she rushes straight into his arms and hugs him tightly. Laughing, she teases him for looking way tougher after disappearing into the wild zone for 20 days. Yayin proudly announces something even bigger. He's officially become a martial warrior. Yeyu instantly erupts with excitement, practically jumping around in happiness. Watching her react like that naturally makes him smile too. Quietly, he thinks about her future. Once her talent fully awakens, she'll become a martial warrior as well. And from now on, he'll keep improving her abilities whenever possible. After the excitement dies down, Yeyu suddenly insists on giving him a haircut. After wandering around the wilderness for nearly a month, he genuinely looks like some exhausted beggar. Now that he's a martial warrior, she argues that he needs to start taking care of his appearance properly. Sitting down calmly, Yayin lets her work without resistance. She's been cutting his hair for years already. As the scissors move, memories suddenly come flooding back. Ever since their parents died, Yeyu has always been the one cutting his hair. Back when they were younger, her hands used to shake terribly whenever she tried helping him after fights. He remembers one particular day when he came home badly injured. Yeyu begged him to go to a hospital, but they couldn't afford treatment. So instead, he convinced her to cut his hair short so they could clean the wounds easier. Back then, she dropped the scissors while crying, desperately wishing her brother had the healing powers of the immortal jellyfish from the bedtime stories he used to tell her. According to those stories, the immortal jellyfish possessed endless regenerative abilities capable of healing any wound almost instantly. At the time, Yayin never believed those tales were real. But now things are different. Suddenly remembering something, he rushes to grab the illustrated book of treasures he purchased earlier. Flipping through the pages rapidly, he searches for the immortal jellyfish and quickly finds it. The book confirms everything. The creature is a water-type beast possessing healing abilities, and it supposedly lives within a place called the Lake of Death. Immediately, a dangerous idea forms in Yayin's mind. If he can copy that healing talent, injuries will stop being a serious weakness entirely. And maybe then, Yeyu can finally stop worrying about him every single day. Curious, Yeyu peeks into the book and freezes in shock after seeing the same creature from their childhood stories. She genuinely can't believe those bedtime tales were actually real. Even so, she drags him back toward the mirror to finish cutting his hair properly. Later that night, Yayin sits alone in his room studying a new body training technique designed specifically for martial warriors. The cultivation method progresses in stages, first tempering the skin, then the muscles, and finally the bones themselves. The moment he begins testing it, he immediately notices the difference. This technique absorbs energy far faster than anything he used before. Excited by the improvement, Yayin drinks another bottle of mid-tier beast blood to push things even further. The instant he does, the absorption speed triples again. Seeing results like that only fuels his motivation. For now, he decides to continue cultivating at home while waiting for the talent copying cooldown to expire. Once it's ready, he'll head directly to the Lake of Death and hunt down the immortal jellyfish. 30 days. That's all that's standing between him and another powerful talent. A dangerous smirk slowly spreads across his face while he imagines successfully copying healing abilities next. Later, back at the Martial Pavilion, Xiao Yu greets Yayin warmly, assuming he returned to meet Yui Ling again. Instead, he explains that he's here to purchase something. Noticing his cleaner appearance and fresh haircut, Xiao Yu secretly admits to herself that he actually looks surprisingly handsome now. Once they arrive at the counter, Yayin requests a map of the Lake of Death. After searching through records for several minutes, Xiao Yu finally finds the map and hands it over. The moment Yayin sees it, a wicked grin instantly appears on his face. Just thinking about all the powerful talents hidden there already excites him. After paying for the map, he quietly sets off toward his destination, leaving Xiao Yu behind staring after him curiously. In her mind, she wonders whether he's heading out to collect more junk again. But the moment he disappears, anxiety suddenly hits her hard. She remembers Yui Ling's warning about the Lake of Death, a terrifying place overflowing with dangerous water beasts where even elite martial warriors struggle to survive. Now all she can do is hope nothing happens to him. Upon arriving at the Lake of Death, even Yayin looks stunned by the sight before him. The entire area feels barren, chaotic, and eerily lifeless. Storm clouds churn overhead while the landscape itself radiates danger from every direction. And somehow that only excites him more. Places like this always hide terrifying talents. Almost immediately, he spots a water monster surfacing nearby. Instead of attacking recklessly, Yayin activates his invisibility and chooses to observe first. Leaping toward a nearby mountain peak for a better view, he suddenly notices something unexpected. A girl and an elderly man are descending directly into the water using an umbrella right near the monster's location. Looking closer, Yayin immediately recognizes them. It's Yui Ling and the old man accompanying her. Yui Ling and the elderly man soar through the air desperately, barely avoiding the lightning strikes raging around the lake monster. Every bolt crashing nearby makes it obvious just how terrifying this creature truly is. Clutched tightly in Yui Ling's hands is a bronze chest, and judging from the panic on both their faces, they genuinely believed they were about to die down there. The instant the top-tier monster opens its massive jaws to swallow them whole, the two barely escape the water in time. Completely drained, Yui Ling collapses against a nearby rock without noticing the swarm of smaller monsters creeping toward her from behind. The moment Yayin sees her fall behind, his instincts kick in immediately. Without thinking twice, he activates his speed talent and bursts forward like a blur, ready to protect her. Meanwhile, Yui Ling keeps running despite her exhaustion, refusing to let the monsters catch her. One of the creatures closes the distance rapidly, almost close enough to tear into her, while the old man desperately shouts for her to survive no matter what. Then suddenly, Yui Ling stops running. She turns around slowly, closes her eyes, and activates a hidden technique. A glowing flower blooms across her forehead. A saber materializes in her hand. Her hair shifts into a brilliant pink shade as waves of pink energy explode around her body, and then she vanishes. For a brief second, even the monster looks confused. The next moment, Yui Ling reappears high in the air directly before her target, eyes locked with absolute focus. Without hesitation, she swings her saber once. The monster splits cleanly in half. Watching from afar, Yayin immediately halts in his tracks and shakes his head bitterly. He realizes just how stupid he was for even thinking about interfering. This isn't a fight a novice martial warrior like him can participate in. Whatever technique Yui Ling just used completely shattered his understanding of strength. Standing silently atop a cliff, Yayin watches her cut through monster after monster effortlessly, her saber carving through the battlefield like a storm. Any lingering doubts about her power disappear instantly. Yui Ling isn't merely strong. She's an elite martial warrior standing at the absolute peak of her realm. And with that secret technique active, she's practically approaching legendary status. Dozens of monsters lie butchered around her, and Yayin understands something terrifying. Even 10 versions of himself combined wouldn't stand a chance against her. Then suddenly, the lake monster erupts upward again. This time, the elderly man gets caught. Its massive jaws clamp onto his leg as the creature prepares to drag him under. Yet instead of begging for help, the old man shouts at Yui Ling to escape immediately. He warns her that her secret technique is already fading, and if she dies here too, then the sacrifice of their 10 fallen comrades will mean nothing. Especially after everything they endured to recover the treasure. Hearing that revelation shocks Yayin completely. 10 people died beneath that lake. What kind of treasure is valuable enough to justify losses like that? With no better option remaining, Yui Ling leaps away from the battlefield and lands on the same cliff where Yayin is hiding. The flower on her forehead begins fading rapidly, proving the old man's warning was true. Her strength is running out. Completely exhausted, she collapses beside the treasure chest. Naturally curious, Yayin reaches toward it for a closer look, but even in her weakened state, Yui Ling immediately warns him not to touch it. Seeing how fiercely protective she remains despite barely being conscious, Yayin calmly assures her he has no intention of stealing anything. Instead, he decides to move her somewhere safer away from the monsters. Gently lifting her into his arms, he quietly asks whether taking her to a nearby cave is all right. When she gives no response, he takes the silence as permission and carries her away. Inside the cave, Yui Ling sleeps deeply, her injuries and exhaustion finally overwhelming her completely. Wrapped in Yayin's cloak for warmth, she looks strangely peaceful. As he watches her resting there, he can't stop noticing how much she resembles Yeyu. The only real difference is the small beauty mark near her eye. Almost unconsciously, he reaches out and tries wiping it away. But when his fingers touch the mark and it refuses to disappear, a strange nervous feeling settles over him. Several hours pass, yet Yui Ling still hasn't awakened. Squatting nearby, Yayin quietly studies her face while wondering how much longer she'll remain unconscious. Then suddenly she lets out a faint groan. Startled, Yayin immediately stands upright. Slowly opening her eyes, Yui Ling looks shocked and asks if he was the one who saved her. Naturally, Yayin brushes it off instantly and lies through his teeth, claiming it was just coincidence and that he happened to pass by. After cleaning his cloak carefully, Yui Ling returns it to him and thanks him sincerely. Then she casually praises his courage for entering the lake of death alone. At the same time, she silently decides something to herself. No matter what happens, she intends to recruit this guy into the martial pavilion eventually. Then without warning, Yui Ling suddenly summons a glowing orb into the cave, startling Yayin badly. Seeing his reaction makes her grin slightly as she explains that the object is called a light stone, a treasure capable of storing and emitting light. What shocks Yayin isn't the item itself, but how effortlessly she made it appear. Yui Ling clearly finds his curiosity amusing. She promises to explain everything after finishing her healing potion first. While waiting, Yayin quietly drifts into thought. For a moment, he wonders whether this could be some kind of space-type talent. But then he remembers her status window clearly lacked anything related to spatial abilities. Once the potion finishes healing her injuries, Yui Ling suddenly kicks him lightly on the leg and tells him to stand up if he still wants answers. Then, holding the bronze chest in one hand and a tiny pouch in the other, she casually demonstrates. To Yayin's absolute shock, the small pouch instantly absorbs the entire chest. At that moment, everything clicks. This isn't a space talent at all, it's a spatial treasure. While casually adjusting her hair, Yui Ling offers to teach him how to use such items properly if he agrees to join the martial pavilion. But before she can even finish speaking, Yayin immediately rolls over and pretends to fall asleep the second she mentions recruitment again. Watching him blatantly ignore her leaves Yui Ling furious. Grinding her teeth, she glares at him across the cave while swearing internally that someday she'll absolutely force him into the pavilion one way or another. Meanwhile, Yayin lies there with his eyes closed pretending to sleep while secretly thinking something else entirely. Once he eventually copies abilities related to those treasures, none of this will matter anyway, so why stress over it now? The following morning, Yayin wakes up and immediately notices Yui Ling is already gone. In her place, however, she left behind several gifts: a mid-tier profound training manual, 10 bottles of high-tier monster blood, and 10 gold cards worth 1 million yuan each. A massive grin instantly spreads across Yayin's face. Yui Ling clearly left them behind for him before departing. And honestly, these resources alone are enough to push him all the way into the ranks of elite martial warriors. The moment he realizes that, his priorities shift immediately. The immortal jellyfish can wait. Right now, getting stronger matters more. Without hesitation, he grabs 1 bottle of monster blood and starts drinking. 4 months pass. Inside the cave, animal meat crackles over a fire while empty cans and discarded cloaks litter the surroundings. At the center of it all, waves of powerful energy swirl violently around Yayin as he meditates. Then suddenly, his eyes snap open. Lightning explodes upward from the cave toward the sky. Smoke fills the air as Yayin slowly rises from the shadows, staring at the energy dancing across his hands. Clenching his fists tightly, he grins with complete satisfaction. There's no doubt anymore. He's officially entered the elite martial warrior realm. Pulling on his cloak, Yayin smirks confidently and mutters that the hunting season can finally begin. After all, the rain has been falling long enough. The moment he steps outside the cave, though, his expression changes slightly. 11 graves now stand nearby. Instantly, he understands Yui Ling must have built them herself. Standing before one of the graves, Yayin quietly reflects on something. With monsters like those lurking inside the lake, the dead probably didn't even leave bones behind. Yet despite that cruel reality, Yui Ling still chose to honor them properly. Then his eyes land on something nearby, an umbrella. The exact umbrella Yui Ling and the old man used while diving into the lake. Curious, Yayin opens it. Immediately, a waterproof barrier surrounds him completely. The more he studies it, the more amazed he becomes. The bubble perfectly protects him underwater. Excitement flashes across his face instantly. Combining this treasure with his shadow talent means he can move beneath the lake without attracting monsters. Without hesitation, Yayin dives directly back into the lake of death. As he descends deeper and deeper, something enormous suddenly appears in the distance. At first, he can't identify it clearly, but eventually he recognizes the creature, a tiger claw fish, and according to its status window, it possesses a mid-tier innate talent. The monster is so absurdly huge that even Yayin nearly panics, terrified it might notice him. Still, he forces himself to stay calm and continues descending carefully. Eventually, he reaches the deepest regions of the lake. And at that point, he starts wondering whether the immortal jellyfish even exists down here anymore. Then suddenly, something feels wrong. He's being followed. The instant he turns around, enormous tentacles crash toward him violently, sending him tumbling through the water. Alarmed, Yayin quickly checks the attacker's status window. And his eyes widen instantly. It's the immortal jellyfish, the exact creature he's been searching for this entire time. The monster possesses a novice innate talent, along with an apex tier healing talent. Right as one of the tentacles slams toward his protective bubble, Yayin summons his dagger and swings with full force, slicing the tentacle clean off. The jellyfish screeches in pain, but then something horrifying happens. The severed limb regenerates almost instantly thanks to the apex healing ability. As the restored tentacle lashes toward him again, Yayin suddenly does something reckless. Instead of dodging, he reaches out and touches it directly. Talent copied successfully. Before he can celebrate, however, the tentacle smashes him deeper into the lake with terrifying force, completely shattering the umbrella protecting him. Suddenly unable to breathe properly, Yayin sees swarms of jellyfish converging toward him from every direction. Even with the new healing talent, charging into a massive underwater swarm would be suicide, so instead of fighting, he makes the smarter choice: retreat. Bursting from the lake, Yayin races through the forest at full speed, pushing every ounce of power from his speed and strength talents just to escape whatever continues chasing him. Eventually, after creating enough distance, he finally slows down while breathing heavily. Once he's sure the danger is gone, his attention shifts back to the real objective: the copied talent. A familiar status screen appears before him, confirming that the apex tier healing talent was successfully copied. Without hesitation, Yayin chooses fusion immediately. Pain surges through his body as the new power merges into him, but compared to everything he's endured before, this barely even registers anymore. After absorbing so many talents already, his body has practically adapted to the process. What once felt unbearable now feels almost routine. And just like that, another terrifying ability joins his arsenal. The fusion completes smoothly. His status window updates once again: high-tier cultivation talent, mid-tier sword talent, novice shadow talent, and now, apex-tier healing talent. This time there are no violent side effects, no broken bones, no unbearable agony. His body has evolved alongside the abilities themselves. Curious to test the healing power properly, Yayin carefully takes out a drop of venom extracted from the immortal jellyfish. The poison is deadly enough to kill ordinary people instantly, and without hesitation. He lets the venom touch his skin anyway. The venom reacts instantly the moment it touches Yayin's skin. Dark poison spreads rapidly across the wound, but before it can do any real damage, he activates his healing talent. And just like that, the injury disappears completely, as if it never existed in the first place. Even Yayin looks impressed. The healing ability is honestly ridiculous, but while admiring the talent, he also realizes something important. Most of the abilities he's collected so far are support-oriented, healing, defense, survival tools. They're useful for staying alive, sure, but against truly terrifying opponents, surviving alone won't be enough. If he wants to dominate stronger enemies instead of barely enduring them, he needs an offensive talent next, something built purely for attack. Later, back at home, Yayin sits quietly while Yeyu trims his hair once again. At the same time, he's flipping through a beast encyclopedia searching for something worthwhile to hunt. He scans entries about aggressive bears and flame birds, but neither catches his interest. Strong, maybe, but nothing special. Meanwhile, Yeyu finally loses patience and starts scolding him for disappearing without saying a word again. According to her, vanishing for months while making her worry non-stop officially qualifies him as a terrible brother. Yayin can only smile awkwardly and apologize because honestly, she's right. But then suddenly his eyes lock onto a certain page. The mighty ant. Instantly his attention sharpens. According to the encyclopedia, the creature itself is only low tier, but it always appears in massive groups. And when those ants swarm together, even top martial warriors struggle to survive against them. The moment he reads that, his eyes light up. This is exactly what he wanted. The true danger isn't raw strength alone. It's coordination, overwhelming numbers, and relentless teamwork. Immediately, Yayin knows his next target. Not long after, he enters the martial pavilion once again, and is greeted by a familiar polite voice welcoming him inside. Behind the counter, Xiao Yu immediately recognizes him and smiles in surprise at seeing him return. After chatting casually for a bit, she asks what he's looking for this time. Without hesitation, Yayin tells her he needs a complete mighty ant body. At first, Xiao Yu looks confused. She assumes he wants to soak it in wine like certain martial artists do for recovery purposes, and even jokingly asks whether he's feeling weak lately. Yayin quickly shuts that misunderstanding down. Embarrassed, Xiao Yu apologizes and explains they currently don't have any mighty ant specimens available. Still, instead of ending the conversation there, she suddenly mentions something far more interesting. Apparently, Linhai Base is working together with a mid-sized base to establish a commercial trade route. The problem is that the area connecting both territories is filled with dangerous monsters, including nests of mighty ants. The second he hears that, Yayin connects the dots instantly and asks if the mid-sized base happens to be Iron Fang Base, the closest one near Linhai. Xiao Yu nods immediately and confirms that Iron Fang is located roughly 100 kilometers away. Somewhere along that dangerous route lies the mighty ant territory. For Yayin, it sounds like the perfect opportunity. As the conversation continues, Xiao Yu casually reveals more information regarding the situation between Linhai and Iron Fang Base. According to her, some time ago, a member of the Mo family died mysteriously, causing the Mo family to suspect Iron Fang Base was secretly preparing an invasion. Yayin raises an eyebrow quietly while listening, but Xiao Yu explains that the Mo family personally investigated the situation, and somehow the conflict was resolved peacefully. In fact, thanks to the Mo family's involvement, Iron Fang Base and the Lin family eventually agreed to cooperate on building the new trade route. That detail immediately bothers Yayin. If the Mo family was involved, then something shady probably happened behind the scenes. The timing alone feels suspicious. He doesn't voice those thoughts aloud, but the doubt growing in his mind becomes impossible to ignore. Right then, Xiao Yu finally finds what she was searching for and hands Yayin a small token. According to her, it's required to participate in certain special operations. Originally, it was intended for Yui Ling herself, but apparently plans changed. Before he can question it further, Xiao Yu proudly explains that the Martial Pavilion belongs to a large base and has absolutely no intention of lowering itself beneath a mid-sized organization like Iron Fang. Still, despite their pride, the two bases are cooperating temporarily to establish the trade route. Since the surrounding area overflows with dangerous monsters, a large-scale clearing operation is being organized using martial warriors. For Yayin, this couldn't be more perfect. Joining the mission gives him the exact chance he needs to locate mighty ants. Inside Linhai Base, the Lin family rules everything absolutely. Compared to them, even the once powerful Mo family has become little more than obedient followers. Knowing that, Yayin immediately decides it's time to move. Once he arrives at the Lin family's recruitment grounds, he realizes just how massive the operation truly is. Hundreds of warriors have already gathered, all preparing to participate in the mission. Still, Yayin remains cautious and blends quietly into the background. Drawing attention right now would only create problems. Then suddenly the crowd falls silent. A powerful presence enters the area. Lin Mingji, the current head of the Lin family and a peak elite martial warrior. The moment he appears, the atmosphere changes completely. Lin Mingji greets the gathered warriors before officially announcing the beginning of the beast-clearing operation. From the back of the crowd, Yayin watches carefully while staying alert. Then he notices something else. The Mo family is here too. Stepping forward confidently, Lin Mingji addresses everyone with a commanding voice. He explains that Linhai Base remains relatively small, meaning resources are limited and cultivation opportunities scarce. That's precisely why cooperation with a mid-sized base matters so much. If this operation succeeds, the benefits won't belong only to the Lin family. Everyone participating stands to gain enormously. Still, Lin Mingji doesn't hide the danger. Clearing monsters across an untamed trade route won't be easy, and some people absolutely won't return alive. Even so, he promises rewards greater than anything previous operations ever offered. Immediately, excitement spreads throughout the crowd. For many warriors present, this mission could completely change their futures. Soon loud cheers erupt everywhere as warriors shout praises for the Lin family. Watching from a distance, Yayin notices Captain Gale Wolf among the gathered squads and quietly wonders whether the man still remembers him. Before he can dwell on it longer, Lin Mingji speaks again. This time, his words erase nearly all hesitation remaining in the crowd. Every resource obtained during the mission, beast parts, treasures, rare materials, will belong entirely to whoever acquires them. The Lin family won't take a single share. Then comes the real bombshell. Every martial warrior participating will receive 20 bottles of mid-tier monster blood along with 2 million coins. Elite martial warriors will receive 3 bottles of high-tier monster blood and 10 million coins. The crowd explodes with excitement again. At that point, this isn't merely a mission anymore. It's a golden opportunity. Soon long lines begin forming near the assessment station, where officials measure each participant's cultivation level using glowing evaluation stones. One by one, warriors place their hands against the crystal while their power gets revealed publicly. Watching carefully, Yayin remembers Yui Ling's warning. Getting entangled with powerful clans, especially families like the Mo clan, only invites trouble. Staying unnoticed is smarter. Since the stone measures force output directly, he realizes he can simply suppress part of his strength to fake a lower ranking. When his turn arrives, Yayin calmly steps forward and places his hand against the glowing stone while carefully limiting his power output. His goal is simple: late-stage martial warrior, strong enough to participate, weak enough to avoid excessive attention. After glowing briefly, the stone reveals the result: late-stage martial warrior. Immediately, murmurs spread through the crowd. People stare in surprise after seeing someone so young reach that level already. Several warriors instantly assume he must belong to some powerful family. Internally, Yayin sighs. Even while suppressing himself, he still attracted attention. Nearby warriors begin comparing themselves immediately. One complains about still being stuck at mid-stage, while another bitterly jokes that true geniuses always appear young while everyone else struggles endlessly just to survive. Not far away, Captain Gale Wolf quietly watches the scene unfold. His squad still lacks one member, and after seeing Yein's displayed strength, the captain immediately starts considering recruiting him. As the crowd continues buzzing with excitement, Yein calmly walks forward. Surprisingly, despite numerous powerful squads nearby, he heads directly toward Gale Wolf's group without hesitation. Many people expected him to join one of the elite teams instead, but Yein already made his decision. The moment Gale Wolf sees him properly, recognition flashes across his face. He immediately remembers the young martial apprentice who once risked his life to save a little girl from a silver moon wolf. But what truly shocks him is something else entirely. That same boy reached late-stage martial warrior in less than a year. Naturally, Yein downplays everything and claims it was all just luck before politely asking permission to join the squad for the upcoming operation. Gale Wolf doesn't hesitate even slightly. Clearly excited, he welcomes Yein into the team immediately with open arms. Soon, Yein stands beside his new teammates within Gale Wolf's squad fully prepared for the mission ahead. Politely, he asks everyone to look out for him during the operation, and the squad welcomes him warmly, especially happy to gain another late-stage martial warrior on their side. Yein's arrival instantly boosts the squad's morale. Just having another late-stage martial warrior beside them makes the entire group feel like this mission might actually go smoothly for once. Ahead of them, Captain Gale Wolf gathers everyone together and points toward the operation zone. According to the reports, only weak-tier monsters should be roaming the area. Even so, he warns the squad not to get careless. Charging forward recklessly gets people killed fast, and survival comes first no matter what. Right as the team prepares to move out, Yein suddenly senses something approaching at terrifying speed. The entire squad immediately stiffens. Weapons rise, everyone prepares for battle. But Gale Wolf quickly calms them down, guessing it's probably just the first wave of monsters scouting the area. Nothing they can't handle. Without wasting time, he assigns positions. He'll take point at the front. Yein will guard the rear. The others will secure the middle and flanks. Once the formation is set, Yein quietly sharpens his focus and calmly tells the squad to leave whatever's coming to him. Soon, the team reaches a cluster of ruined buildings, where two red-furred beasts stand growling viciously nearby. The tension rises instantly as both sides prepare to clash. One of Yein's teammates shouts for the attack to begin, and Yein silently agrees while keeping his eyes locked onto the enemies ahead. Then suddenly the red beasts charge, fast, wild, aggressive, but Yein reacts even faster. The moment the first creature lunges forward, he draws his sword and intercepts the attack head-on, killing it almost instantly. Without pausing for even a second, he bursts toward the second beast. Raising his leg high, he drives a brutal kick straight into its body and sends the creature flying backward. Then he follows immediately. Sword in hand, Yein leaps forward and drives the blade deep into the monster's chest. The weapon pierces clean through as the beast releases one final scream before collapsing lifelessly onto the ground. Moments later, the battlefield falls silent. Standing among the corpses, Gale Wolf proudly mentions that he personally took down 3 monsters himself during the fight. Meanwhile, Yein simply smiles quietly while keeping one important detail hidden. He intentionally held back. If he fought seriously, his true strength would attract far too much attention. One of the teammates laughs and jokingly points out that Yein is already ridiculously impressive for someone his age, teasing Gale Wolf by saying maybe the captain should stop trying so hard to flex in front of the younger generation. Gale Wolf pretends to be offended before bursting into laughter alongside everyone else. But the mood quickly shifts again. One of the squad members suddenly points out something strange. The wolves never attempted to lure them deeper into the valley. Normally, that would have been the perfect ambush point. Instead, they attacked recklessly out in the open. The group immediately falls silent. Something feels wrong. If the wolves ignored their normal hunting tactics, then maybe something forced them to rush the attack. Another teammate carefully scans the surroundings before realizing the most disturbing possibility. Maybe this wasn't wolf territory at all. Maybe stronger beasts drove them out. Hearing that instantly changes the atmosphere. One younger member nervously points out the obvious problem: there are only 5 of them stranded deep inside this ruined city. Still, another warrior quickly steps in to reassure everyone. Their squad consists of 3 mid-stage martial warriors and 2 late-stage martial warriors. That's more than enough firepower to survive most situations. To calm the team further, Gale Wolf reveals a special communication device issued by the Lin family. Every captain received a walkie-talkie for emergencies, meaning reinforcements can theoretically be called anytime. That reassurance helps restore everyone's confidence slightly. As the squad carefully advances deeper into the city ruins, Gale Wolf suddenly raises his hand sharply. Movement. Something is above them. Immediately, Yein checks the creature's status using his talent window. A fire-breathing lizard, low-tier beast. Novice innate talent, low-tier fire talent. Without warning, flames erupt downward toward the group. This time, however, the other squad members step forward confidently since Yayin and Gale Wolf handled the earlier enemies already. Gale Wolf reminds everyone not to underestimate the creature just because it's low tier. Fire attacks remain dangerous regardless of rank. The squad charges into battle together while Yayin watches from the side carefully. At first, he looks slightly concerned, but Gale Wolf reassures him that the team can handle it. Sure enough, a short while later, the group returns victorious carrying the dead beast behind them. Everyone celebrates the smooth teamwork. One member tries downplaying his contribution, but another immediately points out that the distraction arrow made the entire kill possible. The victory belonged to teamwork, not one individual. One of the warriors confidently declares the fight too easy and claims the creature barely even challenged them. Honestly, he feels ready to handle several more monsters if necessary. The second those words leave his mouth, a fireball suddenly crashes toward the team from nowhere. Luckily, Yayin reacts instantly and saves the guy just in time. More creatures are approaching, and since the first enemy was a fire-breathing lizard, Yayin quickly realizes what's coming next. A pack. The battle is far from over. At the same time, Gale Wolf urgently grabs the radio and reports trouble in Zone B while requesting immediate backup. Only silence answers him. As the seconds drag on, realization slowly settles across his face. The Lin family doesn't care whether his squad survives or not. Feeling both betrayed and responsible, Gale Wolf finally makes a decision. He announces that he'll stay behind alone to hold off the incoming monsters while the others escape. But the moment he says it, the rest of the squad refuses immediately. They're brothers. Nobody's abandoning the captain. Even so, Gale Wolf keeps shouting at them to run while they still can, calling them idiots for standing around waiting to die. He understands perfectly well that staying here could wipe them all out. Then suddenly, one member panics completely and bolts away on his own. Another teammate watches him flee and silently clenches his fists, swearing that if they survive this, he'll make that coward pay for abandoning everyone. Soon after, Gale Wolf turns toward Yayin specifically. He recognizes the insane talent and potential hiding behind that calm face. According to the captain, someone as gifted as Yayin shouldn't die here over a hopeless fight. He orders Yayin to escape with the two younger members while there's still time. The others agree immediately and beg him not to throw away his future staying behind for them. Quietly, Yayin pretends to accept their advice, but instead of retreating, he suddenly explodes forward. A massive wave of aura erupts from his body instantly. Everyone freezes. That pressure, that overwhelming energy. It's unmistakably the aura of an elite martial warrior. The entire squad stands stunned in disbelief. Nobody expected Yayin to be hiding strength on that level the entire time. Deep down, Yayin knows he never planned to reveal this much power. But if he keeps pretending to be weak now, Gale Wolf's entire squad could die. And unlike the selfish people from the Mo family, Gale Wolf chose to stay behind for others instead of saving himself. Watching that kind of courage makes something inside Yayin shift. He can't walk away anymore. Stepping forward calmly, he questions himself silently. If he hides his power while good people die protecting others, then how is he any different from the corrupt clans he despises? There isn't time to hesitate. Even if revealing his strength creates problems later, he'll accept the consequences, because he trusts Gale Wolf. The captain isn't the kind of person who would punish someone for stepping up when it mattered most. As Yayin fully unleashes his power, raw energy floods the battlefield violently. Gale Wolf watches in complete disbelief. The speed and pressure pouring from Yayin are undeniably those of an elite martial warrior. Not impressive, terrifying. Without hesitation, Yayin activates Shadow Blade, and instantly monsters begin falling one after another. At that moment, the truth becomes painfully obvious to everyone watching. Yayin isn't merely talented. He's one of the strongest fighters in the entire Linhai base. While the squad is still trying to process the shock, a desperate scream suddenly echoes from behind them. It's the same teammate who ran away earlier. Now he's trapped and begging for help. One of the squad members hesitates briefly, unsure whether they should save him, but Gale Wolf doesn't even turn around. According to the captain, the man already made his choice when he abandoned everyone to save himself. Now he's simply facing the consequences of that decision. Meanwhile, Yayin cuts through the final monsters blocking their path before calmly turning back toward the others. He asks them one simple question. Are they moving forward with him, or staying behind? Without hesitation, Gale Wolf answers for the entire squad. They're the Gale Wolf team. And the Gale Wolf team sticks together. With that, the group regathers behind Yayin and advances toward the next battlefield together, prepared to face whatever nightmare waits ahead. After another brutal fight, the squad finally pauses to rest. One of the younger members groans dramatically from exhaustion, while another jokes about how pathetic they all look standing next to Yayin, who's barely scratched and still completely calm. Naturally, everyone's eyes turn toward him with admiration. Gale Wolf sincerely thanks Yayin for leading the team safely through the chaos, but Yayin casually brushes the praise aside like it was nothing important. Then he suddenly drops another surprise. He won't be returning with the group. There's something deeper inside the danger zone he wants to investigate personally. Gale Wolf immediately looks shocked and asks if he seriously plans to continue alone. Given the danger levels deeper inside the city, that honestly sounds insane. But Yayin simply smiles confidently and assures them he'll manage somehow. One teammate tries convincing him to stay with the squad, but Gale Wolf stops the argument himself. According to the captain, following Yayin further would only slow him down. After witnessing his true strength, nobody doubts he can survive alone anymore. And deep down, Yayin already knows why he needs to continue forward. Before facing stronger enemies and terrifying clans in the future, he first needs to fully understand the limits of his healing talent. Deep down, Yayin can feel it, an urge he can't ignore anymore. He doesn't just want to believe in his healing talent, he wants to push it to the absolute limit in a real fight where death is actually on the table. As he ventures deeper into the wild zone, the atmosphere changes fast. The air grows heavy with a sharp, rotten smell that instantly makes him frown. One look around is enough for him to realize the truth. He's entered a beast nest. Stepping carefully through the area, Yayin suddenly feels something wrong beneath his feet. Then the ground violently trembles. A giant clawed hand bursts upward from below and swings straight at him. The impact comes fast, but Yayin regains his balance almost instantly. And the moment he properly sees the creature standing before him, his eyes sharpen with excitement instead of fear. The king of lizards, exactly what he wanted. A perfect monster to test whether his healing talent can truly survive overwhelming damage in real combat. Without hesitation, the giant lizard opens its jaws and unleashes a torrent of flames directly at him. His clothes ignite almost immediately, but strangely enough, Yayin looks more excited than worried. Not far away, the Gale Wolf squad notices the explosion of fire in the distance. Captain Gale Wolf quickly recognizes the lone figure battling the massive beast, Yayin, and somehow that lunatic is charging straight into a fire-breathing king lizard without hesitation. For Yayin, this battle isn't about victory alone anymore. It's an experiment. Instead of finishing the creature quickly, he intentionally drags the fight out. He keeps exposing himself to damage repeatedly, forcing his body to endure wave after wave of fire just to see whether the beast's flames can overpower his healing ability, or whether his healing will outlast the monster instead. The battlefield erupts into non-stop explosions. Firestorms rage endlessly across the ruins for nearly an entire hour. From the distance, the Gale Wolf squad watches anxiously as flames swallow everything in sight. One of the younger members quietly asks the question nobody else wants to say aloud. Is Yayin even still alive in there? Even Gale Wolf looks tense, but he admits the truth. The fight happening before them is far beyond their level. There's absolutely nothing they can do to interfere. Eventually, the flames finally begin to die down, and from the burning wasteland, Yayin calmly walks out. Alive, unshaken, standing behind him is the corpse of the fallen beast. Looking down at the dead king lizard, Yayin quietly mutters that he won the gamble. More importantly, his healing talent passed the test. The ability truly works, but the battle revealed something else too. Healing this powerful burns through stamina insanely fast. Completely drained, Yayin glances toward the corpse of the mid-tier beast and immediately decides to use its monster blood to recover his strength faster. Meanwhile, the Gale Wolf squad notices the fire finally disappearing and immediately focuses on the battlefield. Then they see him, walking out of the smoke completely alive. Relief instantly spreads through the entire group. Yayin looks slightly surprised they're still waiting around and reminds Gale Wolf that he already told them to head back earlier. Scratching the back of his head awkwardly, Gale Wolf admits they stayed because they were worried. Even if they couldn't help much, abandoning him didn't feel right. One of the female teammates suddenly notices that Yayin's clothes were basically destroyed by the flames. Feeling embarrassed for him, she quickly offers him a spare set while apologizing that the clothes might be oversized. Yayin thanks her sincerely and puts them on without complaining. Soon everyone's attention shifts toward the battlefield, rewards scattered everywhere. Massive piles of monster corpses cover the area. One teammate asks what they should do with all the loot, and Gale Wolf immediately says they'll follow Yayin's decision since he did most of the fighting. But Yayin refuses to take everything for himself. According to him, the squad stayed behind instead of abandoning him, so now that the danger is over, everyone should share the rewards and bring them back together. The group bursts into laughter at that. One teammate jokes that the monsters failed to kill them, but carrying all these heavy corpses back to base just might finish the job instead. When Yayin suddenly announces he isn't returning with them, Gale Wolf looks genuinely confused and asks where he plans to go now. Calmly, Yayin answers that he's heading toward the mighty ant territory. The second those words leave his mouth, Gale Wolf's expression changes instantly. He knows exactly how dangerous that place is. A single mighty ant might seem weak alone, but inside their nest they become nightmares. Thousands attack together in coordinated swarms capable of overwhelming even powerful warriors. Once surrounded, survival becomes almost impossible. According to Gale Wolf, going there alone is basically suicide. Even after hearing that warning, Yayin remains completely calm and continues forward without hesitation. Eventually, he arrives near the ant territory and immediately notices something unexpected. The area is packed with people. Multiple powerful factions from different bases have gathered already. Among them, Yayin spots both the Mo family and the Lin family. Then his attention shifts toward an elderly man radiating overwhelming pressure nearby. Curious, Yayin wonders which faction the old man belongs to. Soon he learns the answer: Elder Qing, a respected powerhouse from Iron Fang Base. The moment Yayin realizes how many major forces gathered here, the situation becomes clear. This isn't just another dangerous mission anymore. It's become a major event drawing serious attention from every side, and now he's stepping directly into the middle of it. Unfortunately, Elder Qing's senses are incredibly sharp. It doesn't take long before he notices someone observing from the shadows nearby. His expression immediately hardens as he orders his men to capture the hidden spy. Even while surrounded, Yayin doesn't panic at all. Deep down, he already expected that sooner or later he'd have to interact with powerful factions directly. Getting caught here might even help him learn useful information. The guards quickly surround him, while Elder Qing steps forward demanding to know who he is, and why he was secretly watching everyone from a distance. Without showing the slightest fear, Yayin calmly explains that he's from Linhai Base and simply came after hearing about the operation because he wanted to participate. Though cautious, Elder Qing still looks impressed by his composure and eventually orders his men to stand down. Meanwhile, confusion spreads throughout the gathered factions. None of the major families recognize Yayin. One after another, powerful clans deny knowing him entirely, which only makes the situation stranger. Studying him carefully, Elder Qing realizes how unusual this is. A young elite martial warrior with no famous family backing him should practically be impossible. His talent is obvious, but his unknown background raises even more suspicion. Just as Elder Qing begins pressing further about his identity, the Lin family head suddenly steps forward and confidently claims Yayin as one of their own people. The move is smooth, fast, calculated. After witnessing Yayin's strength, the Lin family clearly doesn't want another faction recruiting him first. Watching the scene unfold, Yayin isn't surprised in the slightest. He already expected powerful families would immediately try pulling him into their side once they discovered he was an elite martial warrior. The Lin family simply moved first. Without resisting, Yayin quietly plays along and blends himself into the group naturally. Meanwhile, the Lin family head looks secretly pleased with himself. From his perspective, he basically gained a powerful ally for free. High above the battlefield, two familiar girls watch everything from a hidden location. Xiao Yu looks visibly annoyed seeing the Lin family trying to claim Yayin like some kind of prize they discovered first. Beside her, Yui Ling calmly agrees. In her eyes, someone with Yayin's potential doesn't belong serving some second-rate family. Someone like him should stand at the very top beside organizations like the Martial Pavilion instead. Now that his identity as an elite martial warrior is exposed publicly, Yayin understands things won't stay simple anymore. Hiding his true strength is no longer an option. Still, he isn't worried. With the power he possesses now, he believes he can handle whatever comes next. Suddenly, a voice shouts for everyone to prepare. One of the warriors reports to Elder Qing that the formation is complete and ready to activate. Elder Qing slowly turns his gaze toward a cluster of rough dirt mounds rising from the ground in the distance. The mighty ant nest, the exact place Yayin came searching for. Elder Qing orders the formation user back into position before raising his hand calmly. Then with cold focus, he activates the formation and commands it to break open the nest. The next second, the sky erupts. A massive rain of flames crashes downward in a devastating technique known as flame shower. The entire battlefield turns into an inferno. Explosions descend endlessly from above like a meteor storm, engulfing the entire ant territory beneath overwhelming firepower. Watching from afar, one warrior realizes the terrifying truth immediately. Elder Qing isn't merely powerful, he's a formation master. And suddenly, the strength behind Iron Fang Base makes a lot more sense. Even Yui Ling and Xiao Yu watching from the cliffs look stunned. One of them quietly comments that formations on this scale cost an absurd amount of resources. Maybe Elder Qing went too far. But deep down, both girls understand why. Iron Fang Base has ambitions of its own. And if sacrificing one expensive formation helps them seize influence over Linhai Base, then the price means nothing to them. Eventually, the flames begin fading away. Everyone stares toward the battlefield expecting mountains of dead mighty ants. Instead, there's nothing, no corpses, no remains. No proof the ants even existed, only scorched earth and drifting ash. Immediately, warriors scatter everywhere searching for bodies or signs of destruction, but the result stays the same. Nothing. The tension grows heavier by the second. Did Flame Shower really annihilate the entire colony? Or did something survive underground? Nearby, Yayin clenches his fists in frustration. Without an intact mighty ant body, he can't copy the talent he came here for, and that overwhelming attack burned everything into dust. Watching carefully from above, Yui Ling narrows her eyes thoughtfully. Elder Qing's formation may have worked too well. After all, attacking a mighty ant nest with overwhelming force is basically like smashing a beehive and expecting nothing to crawl back out afterward. Then suddenly, one of the warriors notices something strange. Where the mighty ant hill once stood, only a massive black pit remains. A deep hollow so dark that nobody can see the bottom. The gathered warriors slowly approach, cautious but curious, trying to figure out whether Elder Qing's formation completely erased the nest or merely exposed something worse beneath it. Then suddenly, the ground trembles. A strange noise rises from the darkness below. And in the very next moment, countless giant ants explode upward from the pit in violent waves. The entire battlefield instantly descends into chaos. Ants flood the area endlessly, pouring out in numbers so overwhelming that even experienced warriors freeze in shock. Nobody expected the colony to be this massive. Elder Qing reacts immediately and roars for everyone to prepare for battle. The warriors snap into formation at once, and the war begins. Chaos erupts across the battlefield as the Lin family's leader charges forward first, rallying Linhai base's martial warriors behind him. Everyone surges ahead at full force, while Yayin's blades flash through the swarm like dark lightning. The warriors attack fiercely, cutting down ants one after another while confidence rapidly begins spreading through the front lines. One warrior cheers loudly after killing an ant, boosting morale for everyone nearby. Meanwhile, amidst all the chaos, Yayin remains calm, focused, sharp. As he moves past the corpse of a fallen mighty ant, he casually brushes against it for a single moment. Instantly, something activates. A surge of power rushes through his body. His status window updates immediately. High-tier strength talent successfully copied. The difference hits him right away. His body feels heavier, stronger, sharper. Even in the middle of battle, the copied strength talent immediately offers him fusion, but Yayin refuses to do it now. Fusion requires concentration, and this battlefield is pure chaos. Without hesitation, he activates his speed talent instead. His body becomes a blur while dark energy wraps around his sword through Shadow Blade. Then he unleashes another technique, Shadow Assassin. His figure nearly vanishes entirely as he cuts silently through the battlefield. Mighty ants collapse one after another before they can even react to his movements. Then suddenly, everything changes. A suffocating pressure crashes over the battlefield. The air itself feels heavy enough to crush bones. The ground trembles violently beneath everyone's feet. Slowly, all eyes turn toward the center of the battlefield. And there it stands, a massive high-tier mighty ant. The creature radiates a terrifying aura that instantly freezes countless warriors in place. Fear spreads rapidly throughout the battlefield as retreat orders begin echoing everywhere. Some warriors don't hesitate even slightly. They turn around and run immediately. Panic spreads like wildfire as weapons get dropped. Formations collapse and desperate screams fill the air while people beg not to be abandoned. High above the battlefield, Yui Ling watches the chaos unfold from afar and scoffs coldly at the sight. According to her, they're nothing but a bunch of cowards. Beside her, Xiao Yu looks worried about Yayin still being trapped down there, but Yui Ling remains strangely calm. She believes he'll survive. Completely. Back below, warriors begin yelling at each other in frustration. Everyone expected some powerful figure to step forward against the high-tier ant, yet nobody moves. Because the truth is obvious now. No ordinary great martial warrior can fight a high-tier mighty ant enhanced with a strength talent. That level of physical force borders on Grandmaster territory. And the most humiliating part, Elder Qing, the man everyone trusted most, becomes one of the first people to retreat. The second he flees, countless warriors lose hope instantly. The people they depended on most turned out to be the first ones running for their lives. Deep within the ant territory, one warrior suddenly collapses to his knees gasping for air. The atmosphere itself feels oppressive now. Heavy, crushing, suffocating. An invisible pressure drags down his entire body until even standing becomes difficult. But inside that dense mist of chaos, Yayin moves faster instead of slowing down. While others crumble under the pressure, he cuts through the darkness like a shadow. He immediately realizes the mist isn't natural. It's a suppressor. Anyone trapped inside too long will eventually die from exhaustion. And Yayin refuses to fall here. Not now, not after everything. At the same time, he quickly realizes something else. The golden ant likely focuses primarily on large coordinated groups. The more organized the target appears, the more dangerous they seem in its eyes. Because of that, Yayin quietly separates himself from Gale Wolf's squad. Retreating separately increases survival chances for everyone. Still, while looking back briefly, he can't help admiring Gale Wolf's team. Their battlefield cleanup is ridiculously efficient. They leave behind almost nothing except stripped ant skeletons. That kind of precision only comes from true veteran hunters. Soon after moving deeper into the battlefield alone, the familiar status window appears again. High-tier strength talent successfully copied. Fuse now? This time Yayin accepts immediately. The second fusion begins, overwhelming power floods through his body. But this strength feels different, solid, absolute, not temporary power, real dominance. With this talent, Yayin finally feels capable of standing against powerful clans and elite figures head-on. He no longer needs protection from anyone. Strength like this changes everything. It turns him into both weapon and shield at the same time. Once the fusion completes, Yayin quietly looks toward the horizon with calm resolve. It's time to return home. Sitting alone later, Yayin silently reflects on the strength he just obtained. The high-tier strength talent boosts his physical power nearly tenfold. Technically, he's still only an elite martial warrior. But now, even beginner-level great martial warriors would be effortless opponents for him. Back at home, Yeyu stares at him in complete disbelief. Since returning, he's barely spoken at all. He just sits there silently like some ancient sage contemplating the mysteries of the universe. Honestly, he doesn't even look like her brother anymore. Trying to get a reaction out of him, Yeyu starts teasing him non-stop. First, she accuses him of acting distant. Then she jokes that maybe he suddenly became deaf and mute. Still nothing. So naturally, she escalates immediately. With an evil little grin, she dumps an absurd amount of salt into his food as revenge and proudly declares that he totally deserves it. A little while later, she announces dinner proudly, finally pulling Yayin out of his thoughts. Walking over to the table, he's genuinely surprised by the amount of food prepared. Yeyu proudly explains that she made everything herself because her brother has been working hard lately and deserves a proper feast. The second Gale Wolf sees the dishes on the table. His eyes practically start glowing. He immediately accepts the invitation without hesitation. Soon, he's sitting at the table devouring food happily, while admitting between bites that he hasn't tasted homemade cooking this good in ages. Meanwhile, Yayin quietly tells him to eat as much as he wants since he honestly isn't very hungry himself. Yeyu suddenly starts asking whether the food turned out too salty, but before she can finish, Gale Wolf casually says the seasoning tastes lighter than usual to him. Maybe she accidentally used less salt this time. Hearing that, Yeyu simply shrugs and lets it go, satisfied enough that someone enjoys the food anyway. After dinner ends, Gale Wolf finally asks Yayin what he wanted to discuss. Yayin explains that he spent the last few days cultivating at home, meaning he's completely out of touch with the latest developments regarding the beast clearing operation. Immediately, Gale Wolf's expression darkens. According to him, both Iron Fang Base and Linhai Base suffered catastrophic losses. More than 50 elite martial warriors died already, and even worse, 3 great martial warriors were killed too. Shocked, Yayin asks whether it all happened near the mighty ant nest. Gale Wolf confirms it. After the first wave retreated, a second much stronger force entered the battlefield. Even that wasn't enough. Eventually, Iron Fang Base had no choice but to send an actual Grandmaster to completely destroy the ant colony. Hearing that instantly makes Yayin realize how horrifying the situation became. Once a Grandmaster gets involved, the battle has already surpassed normal disaster levels completely. Next, Yayin asks whether the commercial trade route was successfully cleared in the end. Gale Wolf nods, saying the route is technically open now, but admits he still doesn't fully trust Iron Fang Base's true intentions. Quietly, Yayin begins wondering whether sacrificing so many lives was ever truly worth it. And somehow, the name Iron Fang Base continues lingering in his thoughts afterward. Eventually, Gale Wolf thanks them for the meal and prepares to leave. Yayin walks him to the door while the captain reassures him that they'll definitely meet again soon. But right as Gale Wolf steps outside, another visitor arrives. A man politely introduces himself as Mo Yuan, butler of the Mo family, then he presents an invitation. According to him, the Mo family head wishes to invite Yayin personally for a meal. The sudden invitation catches Yayin off guard. Without thinking too deeply about it, he calmly declines and says he simply isn't interested in going out lately. The atmosphere instantly changes. Mo Yuan's expression hardens immediately. Apparently, nobody has ever dared reject an invitation from the Mo family before. Gale Wolf quickly tries calming the situation and suggests discussing things peacefully, but Mo Yuan completely ignores him and arrogantly warns Yayin to obey if he knows what's good for him. Gale Wolf attempts stopping the argument again, but things escalate too quickly. The moment Mo Yuan places a hand on Yayin's shoulder, everything changes. In one smooth motion, Yayin grabs him violently, drags him downward, and slams him face first into the ground hard enough to shatter his arm instantly. The gap in strength becomes obvious instantly, yet Yeshin remains completely calm, almost caught off guard by just how monstrous his new talent truly is. He casually tells Gale Wolf not to worry, brushing the whole incident aside like it was nothing. Meanwhile, Mo Yuan stumbles back toward the Mo family estate filled with rage and humiliation. His pride has been crushed beyond repair. As he storms off clutching his ruined arm, he swears revenge under his breath over and over again. Back at the Mo family estate, Mo Yuan falls to his knees before the patriarch, begging for justice. His face is twisted with humiliation as he pleads desperately to be avenged. Mo Changjin, the current head of the Mo family and an elite martial warrior, looks down at him coldly and reminds him that he was sent to deliver an invitation, not create problems. Mo Yuan hurriedly defends himself, insisting he remained respectful the entire time. According to him, Yayin became hostile the moment he heard the words Mo family. Worse still, he claims Yayin not only attacked him without reason, but also tore apart the invitation personally written by Mo Kong himself. The moment Changjin hears that, his expression changes instantly. His pride takes a direct hit. The idea that someone would reject the Mo family's invitation and destroy a letter carrying his name completely enrages him. He explodes in fury, unable to accept that anyone would dare ignore the authority of the Mo family. Then suddenly a weak cough cuts through the room. Nearby sits Changjin, the former patriarch and Changjin's father. His complexion is pale and frail, his body barely holding together. Changjin immediately rushes to support him and urges him to take his medicine, but Changjin calmly reveals the truth. During the battle against the mighty ants, he was forced to use a forbidden technique just to survive. Though it saved his life, the backlash destroyed his body from within. Another violent cough escapes him before he quietly admits the worst part. His core is permanently damaged. There is no recovery. Changjin tries comforting him, insisting there may still be hope, but Changjin simply shakes his head. Nobody understands his condition better than he does. His death is only a matter of time now. And without a great martial warrior protecting them, the future of the Mo family looks dangerously unstable. Meanwhile, Mo Yuan continues venting his frustration, suspecting that Yayin may simply be waiting for the Lin family to recruit him first. If that happens, the Mo family will lose an unbelievable talent to their rivals. Changjin's eyes turn cold immediately. Since kindness failed, they'll take Yayin by force instead. Still, Kang raises one concern. Yayin isn't actually part of the Mo family. Even if they capture him, how could they ever trust his loyalty? But Changjin already prepared for that too. He pulls out a small bottle and reveals the horrifying truth behind it. Inside is an elixir capable of erasing a person's will entirely, turning them into a perfectly obedient puppet. Originally, they planned to slip it into Yayin's drink during the feast invitation. Now they'll simply use it directly. As Changjin hands over the bottle, even Kang feels disturbed by the implications. This isn't simple manipulation anymore. It's the destruction of someone's soul, but Changjin continues coldly. The plan is simple now. First, they erase Yayin's will. Then they give him a new identity within the Mo family itself. Publicly, they'll claim he's an illegitimate child of Changjin, allowing them to change his surname to Mo without suspicion. That way, nobody would ever question his loyalty or position. Kang stares at his father in disbelief after hearing the words illegitimate child. But Changjin dismisses the concern immediately. It doesn't matter whether Yayin becomes his son or Changjin's. The only thing that matters is attaching him permanently to the Mo bloodline. Even Changjin feels uncomfortable hearing it, more worried about damaging his father's honor than anything else. But Changjin brushes it aside. Time is running out. If they hesitate too long, Yayin may end up serving another power entirely. Without further argument, Kang accepts the order. He announces that he'll personally take 10 great elders with him to complete the mission. With that kind of force, capturing a mere young warrior should be effortless. Soon after, the Mo family puts the operation into motion. One of their operatives quietly sneaks into Yayin's home and signals back that he's inside. Their goal is simple and ruthless. Capture Yayu and force Yayin into submission. Outside, another team waits silently, ready to strike at any moment. Everything appears to be going perfectly. The signal is finally given, move now, but the instant they advance, a voice suddenly echoes through the room. Yeshin appears before them calmly. He had been expecting them the entire time. The attackers still don't realize it yet, but they already walked straight into his trap. Elsewhere, Moan urgently speaks through a communication device asking whether Yeyu has been captured yet. His voice grows increasingly anxious while repeatedly calling for the second elder. Finally, a reply comes back. But the voice answering isn't his allies. It's Yayin. Calmly, he states that Yeyu has already been captured and he's bringing her back now. For one brief second, everything sounds normal. Then Moan suddenly realizes something feels wrong. He immediately demands to know who is speaking. At the same moment, nearby operatives inspect Yao's body and freeze in horror after discovering he's no longer breathing. Instantly, panic spreads. Moan screams for everyone to stay alert. Whoever contacted them clearly eliminated the second group already. Inside the enormous Linhai base, Moan struggles to understand who could possibly challenge the Mo family so openly. Suspicion spreads as he desperately searches the shadows for the hidden attacker. Then suddenly, another man is silently killed. Fear erupts throughout the group as they realize this isn't an ordinary ambush. Someone is using Shadow Assassin. Orders immediately echo everywhere for the warriors to spread out and stay alert. At that exact moment, Yeshin activates his speed talent. His movements become impossible to follow. He vanishes and reappears so quickly that even experienced warriors can't lock onto him properly. Moan stares in complete disbelief at the terrifying speed unfolding before him. One warrior spots what seems like an opening and attacks instantly, but Yeshin disappears again before the strike even lands. No matter how they react, they're always too late. Darkness begins spreading across the battlefield as Yayin activates Shadow Blade and starts slaughtering everyone present one after another. Moan desperately contacts the team above for an update, and the terrified response confirms the nightmare directly. Yayin himself has arrived. The moment Moan hears that, he explodes in fury and orders everyone to capture him immediately. The guards charge forward together, but Yeshin doesn't retreat even slightly. Instead, he activates his strength talent. Two attackers strike simultaneously. Yeshin blocks both attacks effortlessly. Everyone watching freezes in shock. Moan can hardly believe what he's seeing. Yayin was only supposed to be an elite martial warrior, but the power standing before him now is on an entirely different level. This means Yeshin has been hiding his true strength all along. And suddenly, Moan realizes he may have completely underestimated him. Calmly, Yeshin steps directly in front of Moan and confirms who he is, fully aware that this man is Mo Xiao's father. Moan forces himself to smile despite the terror creeping into his voice. He offers peace immediately, saying everything can still be resolved without bloodshed if Yeshin simply spares his life. But Yeshin has no interest in negotiating. Instead, he coldly reveals the truth himself. He was the one who killed Mo Xiao. Shockingly, Moan doesn't explode in rage after hearing it. Instead, he lowers his head and calls his own son foolish. According to him, if Mo Xiao offended Yayin, then his death was deserved. Desperation completely consumes him as he begins begging for mercy, promising money, status, power, anything Yeshin desires, but Yeshin remains unmoved. Calmly stepping closer, he explains that he prefers eliminating problems before they grow bigger. Then he kills Moan without hesitation. Yeshin never forgives anyone who threatens his sister, and once someone crosses that line, he makes sure they pay completely. This time he swears he'll wipe out the entire Mo family. Far away inside the Mo family's massive castle-like estate, an elder begins wondering why the 10 great elders still haven't returned. His son tries calming him, insisting there's no need to worry. With 10 great elders guarding Linhai base, nothing should possibly go wrong. Then suddenly, the sky flashes, a glowing sword tears through the air toward the estate itself. Yayin has arrived, and he didn't come to negotiate. Guards panic immediately, shouting and demanding to know who dares attack the Mo family directly. Then Yeshin walks out through the smoke. Coldly, he reminds them that they were the ones who tried taking his life first, yet somehow still have the nerve to ask who he is. To him, the situation is almost funny. He didn't come here for explanations. He came here to destroy everything. Fear instantly spreads through the estate as Kang recognizes him, his voice trembling in disbelief. Changjin furiously demands to know why Yayin is here and what happened to the 10 great elders. Without hesitation, Yayin answers coldly that they'll meet the elders very soon. Just not in this world, in hell. Before Kang can even react properly, Yeshin launches forward instantly and slashes straight through his chest. The attack kills him almost immediately. Watching his son collapse lifelessly to the ground, Kang's father screams in absolute horror. Grief quickly mutates into pure hatred as he accuses Yayin of being a monster. Fueled by rage, the old man activates one of the Mo family's forbidden secret arts. Yeshin recognizes the technique immediately. It's the same desperate power used earlier against the mighty ants. But this time, Yeshin doesn't feel even slightly threatened. He's already seen this trick before. The elder roars in fury as his body swells violently, clothes ripping apart while overwhelming power surges through him. Then he charges directly toward Yayin like a monster. This time, the attacks actually land. A barrage of brutal punches slams into Yeshin, driving him backward while cracking the ground beneath them. The transformed elder screams that even reducing Yayin to ashes wouldn't satisfy his hatred. He swears he'll kill him no matter what. Suddenly, alarms erupt throughout all of Linhai base. Warning sirens echo everywhere announcing that an assassin has infiltrated the Mo family estate. Guards rush through the halls shouting orders to protect the patriarch. Meanwhile, Yeshin simply stands there calmly. Honestly, he finds the timing hilarious. Only now, after he already killed the family head, are they finally reacting. Yeshin openly mocks the Mo family, calling them blind, arrogant, and way too slow to react. His words hit like knives, and the order to kill him is given immediately. A flood of guards charges forward all at once, but before they can even close the distance, a dark blur slices through the battlefield. A shadow assassin appears. Panic erupts instantly. The guards are thrown aside within seconds, their formation collapsing before anyone can properly react. The elder watches in disbelief, unable to understand how someone so young could fight at the level of a top-tier warrior. Meanwhile, Yeshin keeps his eyes locked on the old man, carefully studying the secret technique sustaining him, wondering how much longer that borrowed power can keep his body alive. The elder's rage only grows stronger as blades continue clashing violently through the night. Far away from the battlefield, another young leader quietly observes the fight from a distance. Seeing Yeshin's terrifying strength, he begins wondering whether the Mo family secretly brought in outside support. Beside him, Elder Z offers to interfere personally, but the young master calmly refuses. He wants to watch this play out naturally first. Back on the battlefield, Changqing roars in frustration. Every attack he launches gets blocked or avoided effortlessly. Yeshin's speed is overwhelming him completely. Again and again, yet dodges cleanly, and slowly the old man realizes the horrifying truth. This battle is no longer in his favor. His forbidden art is draining his energy at an insane rate, while Yeshin barely even looks winded. Panic finally starts creeping into Changqing's mind. For a brief moment, he even considers calling for support from the Lin family. Meanwhile, Yeshin remains calm the entire time, mocking him lightly and telling him to keep going if that's all he has left. Driven into desperation, Changqing suddenly throws down a smoke bomb and vanishes into the haze, hoping to either escape or buy enough time to recover. But Yeshin instantly chases after him. No matter how fast the old man runs, he cannot create any distance at all. Yeshin's high-tier speed talent keeps him glued to his target like a shadow. Changqing curses bitterly under his breath when he realizes the gap between them hasn't changed even slightly. With no options left, he finally turns back around to face Yeshin once more. Yet simply smirks and walks toward him. Whether the old man chooses to run or fight again makes no difference now. Yeshin is perfectly happy to continue until this ends completely. Changqing's body finally begins giving out as the secret art reaches its absolute limit. His legs fail beneath him and he crashes to the ground, understanding at last that this is the end not only for himself, but for the entire Mo family. Yeshin raises his weapon calmly and declares that it's finally time for him to die. Terrified, Changqing immediately drops to his knees and begs for mercy. He hurriedly offers Yeyin a priceless treasure, claiming it's the greatest possession he owns. The whole thing gives Yeshin serious deja vu vibes. Half amused and half suspicious, he decides to humor the old man and take a look anyway. Changqing summons a strange glowing sphere and tells Yeshin to accept it. But the instant the old man smirks, Yeshin's instincts scream danger. He immediately jumps backward. A second later, the sphere explodes violently, launching poison needles in every direction. Even though Yeshin dodges most of them, one still manages to leave a small cut across his face. The hidden poison immediately reveals just how disgusting the Mo family truly is. Changqing bursts into laughter, convinced he has finally won and that the deadly toxin will finish Yeshin off. Instead, Yeshin calmly activates his healing talent. The wound disappears instantly like it never existed. Changqing's laughter dies on the spot. He stares in complete horror, unable to comprehend how Yeshin possesses so many monstrous abilities at once. Yeshin only smirks before casually firing the same poison needle straight back through the old man's chest. Then he coldly sends him off to the afterlife. Elsewhere, Yeyu anxiously wonders why her brother still hasn't returned. Meanwhile, Captain Gale Wolf complains that he feels more like her babysitter than a warrior. Then suddenly, Yeshin appears behind him mid-complaint. The moment Gale Wolf sees him, relief floods across his face immediately. Yeshin thanks him sincerely for protecting his sister, and the captain curiously asks whether everything has been handled already. With a calm nod, Yeshin confirms it. From this moment onward, the Mo family no longer exists within Linhai base. Gale Wolf reacts in shock at how ruthless that sounds, though deep down he's clearly impressed too. Yet quickly asks whether Yeyu is safe and whether any assassins managed to reach her. Hearing that she's asleep peacefully after being given a tranquilizer finally eases his mind. With the danger gone, the cold rooftop suddenly feels unnecessary, so they all head back inside together. While walking, Yeshin quietly mentions that he wants Yeyu to begin cultivating seriously. The idea catches Gale Wolf off guard, but Yeshin asks whether there's any shortcut ordinary people can use to grow stronger quickly. The captain laughs softly and tells him the truth is actually simple. There are no shortcuts. Real growth requires absurd amounts of money and resources, which is exactly why powerful families dominate cultivation in the first place. Yeshin falls silent for a moment after hearing that. The answer was far simpler than he expected. Before leaving, Gale Wolf suggests Yeshin go upstairs and check on Yeyu personally, yet nods and heads toward the bedroom. The moment Yeyu sees him, she immediately rushes into his arms, overwhelmed with relief. She had genuinely feared he might never return this time. Now that he's finally back, she clings tightly to him while emotions pour out uncontrollably. Yeshin gently reassures her there's nothing to fear anymore and promises that he'll always stay by her side. Still emotional, Yeyu quietly asks if he truly means it. Without hesitation, Yeshin gives her his word. Meanwhile, rumors about the Mo family's destruction begin spreading rapidly across the base. Everyone is stunned that such a powerful family vanished overnight. And as the details circulate, one terrifying fact becomes impossible to ignore. The entire family was destroyed by a single individual. People begin questioning just how strong Yeyin really is, realizing he's far beyond what anyone imagined before. Soon after, excitement stirs throughout the area as the Lin family arrives. Lin Mingji walks forward confidently beside the powerful warrior Lin Si, their presence instantly drawing attention from everyone nearby. Servants rush to inform the higher-ups while whispers about the Mo family continue spreading everywhere. People still struggle to believe that the Mo patriarch died so suddenly. The conversation eventually shifts toward the Mo family's hidden trump card, the infamous Iron Pearl. That sinister treasure possessed terrifying destructive power capable of completely changing battles. Its range was deadly, and it was only meant to be used in absolute desperation. Yet despite unleashing it, the Mo family still failed. Not only did Yeshin survive the Iron Pearl, but he even turned its own golden poison needle against them, using it to kill Mo Changking himself. The very weapon meant to save the family became the tool that destroyed it instead. As rumors continue spreading, surviving witnesses gradually piece together a horrifying conclusion. The one responsible likely possesses strength comparable to a peak great martial warrior. And even more unsettling, this terrifying figure doesn't appear to belong to Linhai Base at all. Naturally, suspicion immediately shifts toward Iron Fang Base. Many begin believing Iron Fang orchestrated the Mo family's destruction intentionally as a show of force. The theory only gains momentum after another disturbing detail surfaces. Although Iron Fang recently proposed building a commercial trade route, hidden intelligence suggests something much worse is happening near their territory. A massive monster is apparently evolving into a king-level threat, a creature so dangerous that even top warriors would fear facing it directly. If that monster fully evolves, Iron Fang Base itself may not survive. That realization changes everything. Suddenly, the trade route no longer looks like commerce. It looks like an evacuation plan. If Iron Fang and Linhai Bases eventually merge, power would inevitably split between old and new factions. At that point, even the Lin family would lose complete control over its own authority. Recognizing the opportunity hidden inside the chaos, the Lin family moves quickly to take advantage of the situation. Orders are immediately issued, and Elder Z volunteers to personally deliver invitations to the major families, allowing them to divide and claim the Mo family's abandoned resources. Meanwhile, Yeshin reveals an enormous collection of powerful elixirs. The sheer quantity shocks everyone present. Even Gale Wolf admits the stash is probably worth more than entire estates. Yeyu stares in disbelief and immediately urges her brother to return them before someone tricks him somehow. But Yeshin calmly assures everyone that the elixirs are authentic and absurdly valuable. To prove it, he hands one directly to Yeyu. The moment she consumes it, her eyes widen instantly as the effects kick in almost immediately. Any remaining doubt vanishes on the spot. The atmosphere changes completely once everyone realizes how powerful the elixirs truly are. Not long after, Yeshin announces that he's leaving again. This time, his destination is the Thousand-Leaf Forest. Something important is waiting for him there. With monsters growing increasingly dangerous, Iron Fang Base has already begun relocating large numbers of people into Linhai Base for safety. The situation is clearly escalating fast. Even the two Grandmasters are struggling to suppress the monster threat now. Yeshin understands the danger better than anyone. If the defenses collapse completely, disaster will follow. For him, becoming stronger is no longer optional. It's survival. Yeyu struggles emotionally hearing that he plans to leave again so soon after returning, but Yeshin remains firm. There simply isn't time to waste anymore. Gently reassuring her, he reminds her to stay focused on cultivation, continue drinking the elixirs properly, and keep practicing the body training technique under Captain Gale Wolf's guidance. Yeyu nods tearfully and promises she'll work hard. She tells him to stay safe and says she'll wait for him to come home again. Yeshin smiles softly and promises to return safely before entrusting Yeyu to Gale Wolf one more time. The captain confidently agrees, joking that a brother's little sister is basically his own sister too. Then suddenly, Gale Wolf mentions that people from Iron Fang Base have begun arriving already and in massive numbers. Soon after, the Iron Fang convoy roars into Linhai Base with an incredibly flashy entrance. Leading the group is Sunfeng, one of the 4 great young geniuses of Iron Fang Base. As a mid-tier elite warrior, his presence alone immediately attracts attention. Riding confidently at the front on a motorbike, he carries himself like someone fully aware of his own talent. People nearby quickly begin whispering about him. His status reveals high-tier cultivation talent combined with mid-tier sword talent, a combination that already places him far above most warriors his age. Nearby, Yeyu coughs from the dust kicked up by the convoy and gets visibly annoyed by how dramatic the entire entrance feels. Yeshin quietly agrees with her discomfort. Something about the situation gives him a really bad feeling. Still, he stays calm, takes one last look around, and quietly announces that it's finally time for him to leave. Yeyu hides her worry the best she can and quietly tells Yan to stay safe. After that, Yeshin turns away from Linhai Base and walks toward whatever danger waits beyond its walls. Soon, he enters the Thousand-Leaf Forest. At first glance, the place feels strangely barren, dry soil, lifeless trees, almost nothing matching the beautiful name it was given. But Yeshin stays cautious, scanning every inch of the area for signs of the creature he came searching for. Before long, he notices an enormous footprint pressed deep into the ground. Judging from the size and depth alone, it likely belongs to a black wolf panther, a beast famous for terrifying speed. If he can find one, it may help evolve his own speed talent even further. Then suddenly, a violent wave of energy tears through the air. The pressure is intense. Somewhere nearby, powerful monsters are fighting. Sensing an opportunity too valuable to ignore, Yeshin immediately rushes toward the source. When he arrives, the sight before him makes even him pause. Two golden dragon panthers stand facing a massive gorilla-like beast. These aren't ordinary panthers either. They're rare mutated creatures, far stronger than black wolf panthers, and their movements are so fast they almost blur from sight. Apex tier speed talent. Exactly what Yeshin came looking for. But their opponent is just as monstrous. A gigantic gorilla radiating overwhelming physical power. Its aura alone reveals that it's a high-tier beast with combat strength comparable to a peak great martial warrior. Even with their insane speed, the two panthers are struggling badly against its brute force. Yeshin watches carefully from the shadows, weighing his options. Copying a talent during a battle this dangerous won't be simple. One mistake could get him noticed or worse, killed. Then suddenly something unexpected happens. A tiny golden panther comes sprinting toward him. It's just a cub glowing faintly like gold itself, and then it speaks directly into his mind. The little panther says it wants to become his servant and offers him its light of spirit to form a bond. Curious, Yeshin checks its status immediately. The result shocks him. The cub is a rare golden dragon panther with incredible abilities, absurd speed, powerful stamina, and even a small healing talent. The little beast explains that its parents are in danger, and its mother is about to give birth to another cub. Desperate, it begs Yeshin to save them. After hearing that, Yeshin finally agrees and gives the cub a name, Little Jin. The moment their bond forms, a surge of powerful energy floods through Yeshin's body. Instantly, he copies the cub's apex tier speed talent and fuses it on the spot. With Little Jin now officially his companion and his speed evolving yet again, Yeshin prepares to enter the battle himself. He decides to help. The cub trusted him without hesitation, and somehow that alone is enough reason. Quickly checking his own status, Yeshin realizes just how ridiculous he has become. High-tier cultivation talent, apex speed, apex healing, strong sword talent, high-tier strength, shadow abilities. At this point, he's practically built like a cheat code. Yeshin calmly studies the giant gorilla and immediately targets the most vulnerable point possible, its eyes. The moment he strikes, the gorilla stumbles backward with a thunderous roar of pain. Its massive body sways violently before crashing onto the ground hard enough to shake the area. The two dragon panthers stare at Yeshin in surprise, clearly uncertain whether he's friend or threat. They step closer cautiously while growling low. But Little Jin quickly rushes in front of him, meowing loudly as if desperately trying to explain everything. Yeshin remains calm the entire time. He can already tell the mother panther is seriously injured and dangerously close to losing the unborn cub inside her. Slowly, he takes out a healing pill and places it near her while speaking softly, assuring her it's meant to help. Little Jin meows again encouragingly. After hesitating briefly, the mother panther finally swallows the pill. Moments later, a softer sound escapes her throat, calmer this time, almost grateful. Yeshin watches carefully, relieved to see the medicine taking effect. Then Little Jin points out that her father needs treatment too, and Yeshin immediately offers him a healing pill as well. The little cub beams happily and thanks him excitedly. But before the moment can settle, the injured gorilla suddenly starts moving again, trying to escape. Yeshin quickly notices something important. The panthers have no intention of letting it flee. And honestly, with this combination of speed and strength, there's almost no chance the gorilla escapes now. Then Little Jin suddenly jumps in proudly and reminds Yeshin that there aren't just 3 fighters anymore. She wants to fight too. Yeshin laughs softly and agrees, right, that makes 4. The battle resumes instantly. Yeshin dashes forward and almost loses control from the sheer speed of his newly upgraded talent. The acceleration feels insane, nearly too fast even for him, but he stabilizes quickly and focuses again. Switching immediately to his strength talent, he unleashes a full-force punch directly into the gorilla. Meanwhile, the dragon panthers tear into the beast from both sides, ripping through its hide with brutal efficiency. Yeshin charges in again and absolutely hammers the gorilla with another devastating strike. Shockingly, the monster still refuses to die. Its body durability is absurd. The enraged beast swings back at Yeshin immediately, but he dodges effortlessly. Then suddenly, Little Jin enters absolute menace mode. The tiny cub launches herself straight toward the gorilla's head with unbelievable speed. And unbelievably, the attack cleanly beheads the giant beast. The massive corpse crashes down lifelessly. Little Jin lands beside Yeshin afterward and looks around with wide eyes before innocently asking whether they won. Yeshin smiles and confirms it. The gorilla is finally dead. Looking toward the panthers, Yeshin can't help feeling slightly amazed himself. He never imagined he'd one day fight side by side with magical beasts like trusted allies. But the relief doesn't last long. The female dragon panther suddenly collapses again. Little Jin panics instantly and rushes toward her mother. The battle clearly caused severe internal injuries. The cub desperately calls for her again and again, not knowing what to do. Yeshin immediately kneels beside them. Thankfully, he always carries emergency medicine now. Without wasting a second, he pulls out a specialized pill designed specifically for internal damage and gently offers it to the panther mother. After hesitating briefly, she accepts it. Moments later, her breathing finally stabilizes. Little Jin immediately turns toward Yeshin with relief shining in her eyes, saying her mother already feels much better. Yeshin smiles quietly, glad she survived. Then suddenly, Little Jin senses danger approaching. A group of black wolf panthers emerges from deeper within the forest. According to Jin, they were the ones who intentionally lured the gorilla here in the first place. Their goal was simple: drive out Jin's family and take control of the forest themselves. Yeshin studies their aggressive posture carefully and immediately understands the situation. These beasts came to challenge for dominance. But Yeshin steps forward calmly and makes one thing clear immediately: he's not allowing them to take the forest by force. Without hesitation, the battle begins. The clash is fast and brutal, but in the end, Yeshin completely overwhelms them. The black wolf panthers are forced to retreat, unable to compete with his strength anymore. Afterward, Yeshin lifts little Jin into his arms and declares before all the surrounding creatures that Jin will become the new leader of the forest from now on. None of the beasts oppose it. Even Jin's weakened mother slowly walks forward afterward to thank Yeshin personally. As gratitude, she offers him a special gift. Yeshin looks genuinely surprised. He never expected anything in return. Soon, little Jin leads him deeper into the forest. Along the way, Yeshin starts wondering how much farther they still need to travel. Excitedly, the little cub points toward a nearby cave and says the destination is right inside. When they arrive, Yeshin notices something glowing faintly atop a stone platform, a spiritual herb. Little Jin proudly explains that this is the gift her mother promised him. However, the fruit hasn't fully matured yet. It still needs another 30 days before becoming usable. Yeshin nods thoughtfully while studying it carefully, curious about what kind of power it may contain. Then suddenly sounds echo from deeper inside the cave. Little Jin's mother is going into labor. Yeshin encourages her gently to keep pushing, and moments later, a newborn cub's cry fills the cave. A second dragon panther is born healthy and safe. Seeing the tiny newborn, Yeshin grins proudly and jokingly declares that a future ruler of the forest has officially arrived. A full month passes afterward. Finally, the spiritual fruit ripens completely. The moment Yeshin approaches it, a rich, sweet fragrance fills the air instantly. He knows immediately that it's ready. Little Jin excitedly bounces around, urging him to hurry up and eat it already. Laughing softly at her excitement, Yeshin finally takes a bite. Then everything suddenly goes black. Later, Yeshin slowly wakes up with a pounding headache while overwhelming energy floods through his mind. Clutching his head, he realizes something inside him has fundamentally changed. This isn't ordinary power anymore. It's mental ability, a skill usually reserved only for truly powerful martial warriors. Yet somehow, despite still technically being an elite warrior, Yeshin can already control it naturally. Closing his eyes briefly, he focuses. Instantly, his detection range explodes outward. Now he can sense talents from over 50 meters away, and the next discovery completely shocks him. He no longer needs physical contact to copy talents. Simply sensing them through the air is enough now. Later, another notification appears before him asking whether he wants to fuse a mid-tier endurance talent. After thinking briefly, Yeshin declines it. Right now, endurance isn't important enough. His main priority remains improving cultivation-related abilities. With everything finally settled, Yeshin prepares to return home. This journey gave him unbelievable growth, terrifying new powers, and even a loyal companion. Honestly, he's more than satisfied. Before leaving, Yeshin turns toward the panther family and sincerely thanks them for the spiritual fruit because it changed him tremendously. But just as he prepares to say goodbye, little Jin suddenly leaps forward and starts meowing frantically. She doesn't want to stay behind. She wants to travel with him. Yeshin chuckles and finally agrees, telling her there's someone back home who will absolutely adore her. Little Jin immediately lights up with happiness and thanks her master excitedly. Their journey together has officially begun. As they travel, Little Jin looks around with endless curiosity, amazed by everything outside the forest. To her, the world beyond the cave feels huge, exciting, and completely unfamiliar. Yeshin gently warns her to stay careful though, because the outside world isn't just exciting. The outside world isn't just exciting, it's cruel too, and Yeshin makes sure little Jin understands that early. Not long after, they finally reach the 5th Academy. But the moment Yeshin steps inside, something feels wrong. Then he sees him. Jiang Bao is collapsed on the ground, badly injured and barely conscious. Shock flashes across Yeshin's face as he rushes over immediately, demanding to know what happened. Jiang Bao slowly recognizes him, and Yeshin feels a brief wave of relief realizing the man is still alive. Without wasting a second, he pulls out high-tier monster blood and gives it to him to restore his strength. Whatever happened here clearly wasn't ordinary, and Yeshin instantly understands things inside Linhai base have gotten far worse while he was gone. Then the truth comes out. The people who attacked and robbed Jiang Bao were warriors from Iron Fang base. Jiang Bao weakly explains that the entire Iron Fang base has already fallen to monsters, and nearly 100,000 survivors fled into Linhai. Yeshin immediately asks the real question: who controls the base now? Jiang Bao explains that technically the Lin family still rules, but only in name. In reality, they've already lost authority. They're basically decorations at this point. Yeshin narrows his eyes, exactly what he expected. The Iron Fang survivors didn't come here as refugees. They came to take over quietly. Jiang Bao adds that conditions inside the city are worsening every single day. Robbery, violence, chaos, it's spreading everywhere now. Elsewhere, Yayu trains alongside Captain Gale Wolf. After losing yet another sparring round, she lets out an annoyed sigh, but Gale Wolf encourages her proudly, saying her improvement speed is honestly impressive. Yayu humbly insists it's only because his teaching is so good. Then suddenly she notices someone approaching. The second she realizes it's Yeshin, she practically launches herself toward him in excitement. Yeshin laughs softly and teases her for being way too dramatic, but before the reunion can settle, little Jin suddenly pops out beside him. Instantly, Yeyu's eyes sparkle. She completely abandons her brother and rushes toward the tiny golden panther instead, calling her unbelievably cute. Yeshin introduces the cub as Little Jin, and Yeyu happily repeats the name while playing with her immediately. Honestly, Yeshin looks slightly betrayed seeing the pet receive more affection than him. Gale Wolf bursts out laughing and jokes that Yeshin has officially been replaced by a kitten. After greeting the captain properly, Yeshin thanks him sincerely for taking care of Yeyu while he was away. Gale Wolf proudly reveals that Yeyu has already become a martial apprentice through pure hard work and dedication. But the conversation quickly turns serious. Gale Wolf asks whether Yeshin has heard the rumors about Iron Fang base beginning its silent invasion of Linhai. Yeshin already knows, but calmly asks if anything happened while he was away. Thankfully, Gale Wolf reassures him that everything at home remains safe. Then he mentions something unexpected. After Yeshin left, Xiao Yu visited personally and left behind a Martial Pavilion token. She explained that anyone from Iron Fang would hesitate before causing trouble once they saw it. Hearing that, Yeshin quietly realizes she's been protecting his family from the shadows this entire time. Then Gale Wolf drops another issue entirely. A man named Sunfang has been repeatedly showing up to challenge Yeshin to a death match. The name immediately triggers Yeshin's memory. Sunfang, one of the 4 great geniuses of Iron Fang base. Yeshin remembers checking his talents before: high-tier cultivation, dangerous sword ability, and a terrifying reputation. Since arriving in Linhai, Sunfang has crushed elite martial warriors one after another without losing a single duel. Gale Wolf warns Yeshin not to underestimate him, but instead of concern, Yeshin's eyes sharpen with interest. The challenge actually sounds fun to him. Soon enough, Sunfang himself arrives, roaring into the area on a motorcycle loud enough to draw everyone's attention instantly. Without wasting time, he confirms Yeshin's identity and says he's been waiting for this moment. Yeshin simply nods calmly. Then Sunfang officially declares the challenge. Tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock sharp, Mingui Plaza, a duel, and the wager is a bronze-ranked blade technique. Sunfang leans slightly forward and openly dares Yeshin to actually show up. But while the others focus on the challenge itself, Yeshin quietly activates his ability. Without anyone noticing, he successfully copies Sunfang's high-tier cultivation talent. A faint smile forms on Yeshin's face afterward as he calmly accepts the duel without hesitation. No fear, no doubt. Seeing that confidence, Sunfang smirks before revving his bike and speeding away. Yeshin watches him disappear into the distance silently. Behind him, someone immediately complains that accepting the duel was reckless beyond belief. They're convinced Yeshin has no chance against someone like Sunfang, but Yeshin simply replies that the outcome isn't nearly as obvious as they think. Soon after, his status window appears again. His current abilities already look absurd. High-tier cultivation talent, apex tier speed, mid-tier sword skill, novice shadow talent, apex healing, high-tier strength. But Yeshin still isn't satisfied. Since he now possesses another high-tier cultivation talent, he decides to stack them together and force an evolution. Without hesitation, he initiates the fusion. The result immediately pushes his cultivation talent into apex tier territory. Now, with his power climbing to an entirely different level, Yeshin smiles slightly. Tomorrow's duel doesn't worry him anymore. If anything, he's genuinely excited for it now. The next day, Mingui Plaza is overflowing with people. Everyone is talking about the upcoming duel because Sunfang has once again chosen a massive public stage for his fight, exactly like he always does. So far, he hasn't lost even once. The crowd whispers endlessly about his next opponent. Most people don't even recognize Yeshin's name. Some assume he's just another unlucky nobody. Others vaguely remember hearing rumors about him but still dismiss him completely. Many can't even understand why Sun Fang bothered challenging someone so unknown, but others begin piecing things together. Every duel Sun Fang wins ends with damage to a family merit monument. This isn't just about personal glory anymore. He's humiliating the major families of Linhai publicly one by one. Around the plaza, thousands gather while all eyes lock onto the arena. Yayu stares at the massive crowd nervously and admits this is way bigger and louder than she expected. Standing beside her, Gale Wolf explains that Sun Fang intentionally turns every duel into a public spectacle because the more witnesses there are, the greater his reputation grows. Yayu starts getting anxious. With so many people here, even reaching her brother feels impossible. Part of her honestly wants to leave because the duel feels dangerous. But Yeshin calmly looks her in the eyes and reassures her confidently that everything will be fine. He promises he'll come right back afterward. Then all attention shifts toward the arena as Yeshin steps forward. The whispers spread instantly. So this is the guy Sun Fang challenged? Honestly, many look disappointed. They expected someone far more intimidating. Even Sun Fang himself admits he didn't think Yeshin would actually show up. The wagers are displayed openly. Sun Fang offers a bronze-ranked sword skill called Current Blade. If Yeshin wins, it becomes his. In response, Yeshin casually reveals his own bronze-rank skill, Shadow Blade, matching the wager perfectly. Sun Fang's expression darkens immediately. To him, Yeshin's confidence feels borderline insulting. Then just before the duel begins, Yayu suddenly shouts desperately from the crowd for her brother to be careful. And seconds later, the battle starts. Sun Fang attacks first immediately, charging forward while unleashing rapid sword strikes. But the moment Yeshin moves, the entire crowd freezes. His speed is so ridiculous that most people can barely follow him at all. Yeshin effortlessly avoids every slash while remaining perfectly calm. Sun Fang grows visibly irritated and mocks him for running around like a rat instead of fighting properly. Then Yeshin counters instantly. One clean punch lands directly on Sun Fang and launches him flying across the arena. The crowd gasps in shock. The man everyone expected to lose just flipped the entire duel in one move. Yeshin stands calmly afterward and casually asks whether he still looks like a rat now. Sun Fang slowly rises back to his feet, wiping blood from his mouth. The arrogance on his face disappears completely. Now there's only focus. He finally admits Yeshin is far stronger than expected, but swears the real battle starts now because he hasn't gone all out yet. The atmosphere grows tense instantly. Sun Fang roars and unleashes Windlash, an incredibly fast sword technique that tears through the air toward Yeshin. The attack even slices through part of the Lin family merit monument behind them. The crowd erupts in outrage seeing him damage a sacred symbol so casually just to win. But Yeshin himself remains completely unfazed. With terrifying precision, he dodges the entire attack effortlessly. His expression doesn't even change. At that point, Sun Fang's frustration starts boiling over because no matter what he throws out, Yeshin still hasn't taken a single hit. Then Yeshin casually reveals the truth. He never took the duel seriously in the first place. He only prolonged the fight to study and learn Windlash. That was his real goal from the beginning. The crowd immediately explodes into chaos hearing that. To Yeshin, Sun Fang was never a true opponent, just a convenient stepping stone. Furious beyond reason, Sun Fang charges in for one last desperate attack, but in a single flash, Yeshin ends everything instantly. He shatters Sun Fang's sword with a punch, slams him face first into the ground, and finishes the duel immediately afterward. Clean, effortless, over. Yeshin turns away without even bothering to celebrate because to him, the fight barely counted as effort. The plaza erupts with cheers the moment Sun Fang falls. Everyone stares at Yeshin in complete disbelief. Some call him a future legend. Others can't stop praising how casually he crushed one of Iron Fang's greatest talents. Moments later, Yayu rushes toward him completely overwhelmed by how powerful her brother has become. Her eyes practically shine with admiration, as she excitedly begs him to teach her everything once they get home. Yeshin laughs it off at first, but seeing Yayu that happy genuinely softens his heart for a moment. Meanwhile, the Lin family stands frozen in silence as their shattered merit monument lies in ruins behind the arena, a symbol of pride, broken in front of everyone. Even though Yeshin won the duel, the Lin family understands they still lost face today. Quietly, the young master gives an order to his guards. There's no need to protect him anymore. Instead, they are to focus entirely on protecting Yeshin's sister, because everyone already knows what comes next. The Sun family will never swallow this humiliation quietly. And if revenge comes, Yayu will likely become the target. Later, inside Captain Gale Wolf's home, Yeshin sits on the couch lost in thought over the wind cutter technique, an ability capable of multiplying attack power sixfold. After spending the entire night studying it, he finally lets out a long, exhausted yawn and closes the book. Walking toward the window, he opens his status screen, only to realize there are still 30 full days left before he can copy another talent. A frustrated curse slips out under his breath immediately, But after a moment, he calms himself down. There's no shortcut around the cooldown. Once it ends, he plans to copy Sun Fang's superior-grade swordsmanship talent, and if that succeeds, his power would leap straight into Grandmaster territory instantly. Yeshin quietly reminds himself that anyone who wants to stand at the very top needs strength on that level. Elsewhere, in a quiet alley behind the house, Yayu continues practicing swordsmanship against a wooden dummy. Her strikes are sharp now, focused. Captain Gale Wolf watches silently from a distance, but his thoughts clearly aren't on training. He's worried. Even after the tournament ended, someone like the Sun family won't simply let this go, and if they decide to retaliate, Yayu could be caught in the middle. Eventually, Yayu stops to catch her breath and takes a long drink from her water bottle. Then she notices the captain staring blankly at her. Curious, she asks why he's looking at her like that. Snapping back to reality, Gale Wolf awkwardly clears his throat, slightly embarrassed that he got lost in thought again. Then he calls her over. As Yayu approaches, he hands her a cross-shaped amulet and quietly tells her never to remove it no matter what happens. Yayu examines the amulet carefully, instantly finding it beautiful, and asks what exactly it is. Gale Wolf simply repeats that it's an important charm and insists she must keep it on at all times. Yayu nods seriously and promises she'll protect it carefully. Not far away, a woman jogs confidently down the street before turning the corner toward them. The second she sees the captain, she immediately says she has new information. Gale Wolf asks whether it's news about the Sun family. She confirms it is. Apparently, members of the Sun family have been busy purchasing large amounts of property throughout the market district. The captain's expression shifts immediately. If they're buying property instead of attacking, then their momentum has slowed, which means they likely won't make a move until they've fully settled themselves inside Linhai. At the same time, an old man wearing a wide-brimmed hat quietly throws trash into a nearby bin. His face remains hidden beneath the shadow of the hat, and his presence feels strangely grim. A month passes. And once again, that same old man appears outside another building tossing away garbage. Nearby, Yeshin exits casually while eating snacks as he walks down the street. The moment he passes the old man, his spiritual pressure flares ever so slightly. Instantly, sweat forms on the old man's forehead. He can barely comprehend what he just felt. Someone as young as Yeshin already controlling spiritual energy, that's normally something only top-tier martial artists can achieve. Yeshin calmly pulls his hood over his face, while thinking to himself that the Lin family really is watching him far too closely if they've stationed a martial spy outside his home for over a month straight. Eventually, he arrives at the martial market and quietly reflects on the Sun family. Their bloodline practices are completely twisted. For generations, they've relied on inbreeding purely to preserve the purity of their swordsmanship talent. Any children born with defects or mental illnesses were secretly discarded. That alone tells Yeshin exactly how rotten the Sun family truly is. Soon after, Yeshin arrives at a newly opened Sun family shop. Inside, Mr. Sun proudly announces a 50% discount celebration for the grand opening while customers happily congratulate him and wish prosperity upon the business. The atmosphere is cheerful, warm, until Yeshin appears. The second he steps around the corner, the mood changes instantly. Electricity crackles violently around his hand as purple energy spreads outward from his fingers. His aura alone sends chills through the area. Then he calmly offers his own congratulations. Not for the grand opening, but for what he calls Mr. Sun's final day alive. Without hesitation, Yeshin copies Mr. Sun's talent immediately, and the moment the transfer completes, his swordsmanship talent evolves into superior rank. Afterward, Yeshin heads toward the graveyard where his parents rest. Holding flowers in his hands, he quietly sits beside their graves and speaks gently to them. He tells them that he and Yayu will soon leave Seaward Base behind, and before they go, he wanted to visit one last time. With a faint smile, he says they would probably be proud if they could see how far he's come now. Then suddenly, his expression sharpens. Something is approaching fast. In the next instant, a figure lands silently atop a nearby tombstone. An assassin, killing intent, floods the graveyard instantly. Yeshin reacts immediately, summoning his blade as the assassin lunges forward. Their swords collide violently, sparks exploding through the darkness. The assassin remarks that Yeshin must really be extraordinary if he managed to defeat Sunfang. Annoyed, Yeshin quickly realizes exactly who he's dealing with, another Sun family dog. He coldly tells the man he's been expecting this visit for quite a while now. With a sharp counter, Yeshin knocks him backward. But the assassin keeps talking, arrogantly claiming Yeshin should feel grateful for surviving an entire month after the tournament instead of dying immediately afterward. Fed up with the endless chatter, Yeshin tells him to shut up already before vanishing forward at terrifying speed. Their blades clash repeatedly across the graveyard as sparks and sword slashes tear through the air non-stop. The battle grows increasingly violent. Then Yeshin notices something that instantly darkens his expression. The bouquet he brought for his parents has been damaged during the fight. That alone is enough. With a violent strike, he blasts the assassin backward. The man stumbles but continues talking, revealing that he was Sun Fang's first sword teacher and that he loved the boy like a son. Yeshin couldn't care less. Ignoring the speech completely, he quietly walks over and picks up the damaged flowers before placing them carefully beside his parents' grave. Meanwhile, the assassin keeps mocking him, saying it's fitting they're already in a graveyard because this is where Yeshin himself will be buried too. He even offers to dig the grave personally if Yeshin kneels and begs. Still, Yeshin says nothing. Until the man mentions Yayu. The moment he threatens to kill his sister and send her to hell next, something inside Yeshin finally snaps completely. The ground explodes beneath his feet. Pure rage floods his eyes. Without another word, Yeshin activates his apex tier speed talent and disappears entirely. In the blink of an eye, he reappears with a devastating kick directly into the assassin's stomach, launching him through the air. Then Yeshin catches him mid-flight by the hoodie and hurls him straight into a nearby mountain. The impact shakes the entire area violently. The assassin crashes down helplessly, barely managing to keep hold of his weapon as Yeshin slowly approaches through the dust. At that moment, realization finally hits him. Yeshin has already reached Grandmaster level. His pride struggles to accept it, but the truth is undeniable now. And seconds later, his eyes close forever. His story ends there. Yeshin calmly sits beside the corpse afterward and retrieves a hidden swordsmanship manual called Sword Veil from inside the man's blade. The weapon itself is also vastly superior to his old sword, so Yeshin immediately replaces his previous weapon without hesitation. Looking up afterward, he realizes night has already fully fallen. And the second he notices the time, his expression changes slightly. He immediately starts heading back down the mountain. Because there's one battle even Yeshin knows he can't win, returning home late while Yayu is waiting. No sword skill on earth can defend against that. Back in the city, Yeshin once again passes the old man sweeping the streets, but this time he suddenly stops walking. Then he turns back and casually asks whether the old man would like to come inside for some tea since it's already been over a month. The old man slowly removes his hat, revealing a warm smile before agreeing calmly. Later, inside Captain Gale Wolf's home, Yeshin enters alongside the old man. He tells Yayu they have a guest and asks her to prepare tea. The captain immediately stands and asks Yeshin to properly introduce him, but before Yeshin can answer, the old man introduces himself personally. Lin Disei of the Lin family. The captain nearly chokes from shock. He immediately asks if this is truly the legendary senior Lin himself. Lindsay smiles modestly and says it's flattering hearing that title. Meanwhile, Yayu arrives carrying tea. But before she can serve it, Gale Wolf rushes over and practically steals the tray from her hands so he can serve Lindsay personally instead. Yayu bursts out laughing seeing how absurdly respectful he suddenly became. After accepting the tea, Lindsay quietly turns his attention toward Yeshin and remarks that for Yeshin to invite him personally, the matter must be important. Yeshin confirms it calmly. Then he walks over to Yayu and tells Lindsay to take her to the penthouse afterward and ask Miss Yuang to watch over her for a while. As Lindsay sips his tea, he quietly realizes something unexpected. He genuinely didn't know Yeshin had any connection to the penthouse at all. Then his eyes shift toward the cross-shaped amulet Yayu is wearing. Instantly, he recognizes it as a penthouse protection token. Lindsay slowly places down his teacup before calmly agreeing to escort Yayu personally to Miss Yuang. Meanwhile, Yeshin glances toward Captain Gale Wolf thoughtfully. Before leaving Seaward Base behind forever, he's already considering how he should properly repay the captain for everything he's done. The captain awkwardly jokes that maybe Lindsay didn't enjoy the tea, so he'll just make another cup himself. At the same time, Yeshin finally introduces him properly, explaining that Jiang Fang is one of his closest and most loyal friends, someone courageous, dependable, and filled with potential if given the right opportunity within the Lin family. Jiang Fang nearly freezes after hearing that. Working for the Lin family itself already sounds unbelievable to him, but what comes next completely stuns him. Lindsay calmly agrees and says the Lin family always welcomes talented individuals, then casually announces that starting today, Jiang Fang will officially become his disciple. The captain looks like his soul almost left his body. Yeshin lightly nudges him forward and tells him to greet his master properly. Without hesitation, Jiang Fang drops to his knees and bows deeply, thanking Lindsay for accepting him. Lindsay simply tells him to rise, though inwardly he's already calculating the value of this decision. Helping Yeshin with 2 small favors now could easily strengthen their relationship later, and to someone like Lindsay, that investment is absolutely worth it. Meanwhile, Yayu narrows her eyes suspiciously at her brother. The more Yeshin arranges protection for her, the more obvious it becomes that he's planning something dangerous. She asks him directly what his real goal is. Yeshin casually brushes it off, claiming he only has a few things to handle, nothing serious, but Yayu immediately calls the bluff. She tells him he's a terrible liar, and there's obviously much more going on than he admits. Caught off guard, Yeshin awkwardly insists again that it's just a few matters he needs to settle before joining her later. Until then, Zio Jin will stay nearby to protect her, the same cat currently living like absolute royalty. Eventually, Yeyu gives up arguing and quietly says she understands he won't listen anyway. So instead, she simply tells him to stay alive and stop trying to fight things beyond his level. Yeshin smiles softly and accepts the warning. Later that night, two guards stand outside a Sun family building, lazily talking to pass the time. One complains that guarding the Sun group at night is pointless because nobody in Seaward Base is crazy enough to attack them anyway. Unfortunately for them, tonight turns out to be exactly that kind of night. From the darkness ahead, Yeshin slowly approaches. Lightning crackles around his body with every step. One guard immediately warns him to leave because he isn't welcome there. Yeshin keeps walking anyway. Then in the next instant, both guards are blasted straight through the front entrance alongside the doors themselves. One of them barely stays conscious long enough to ask what Yeshin thinks he's doing. Yeshin coldly answers that he's simply here to clean up some garbage. Inside the building, a terrified henchman runs to report the attack to his boss, shouting that someone has already stormed the headquarters and beaten multiple guards. The boss grins instead of panicking. He says he thought Seaward Base was filled with nothing but cowards, but apparently someone with a death wish finally decided to show up. Moments later, waves of henchmen rush toward Yeshin together. Yeshin answers by kicking one man so hard his body crashes through the others like a bowling ball through pins, then his speed explodes. He tears through the remaining men so effortlessly they barely even register as threats. Soon, silence fills the room. Only the boss's footsteps echo slowly across the floor as he approaches personally. He studies Yeshin carefully before finally asking his name. After all, not many people have the guts to wipe out this many of his men alone. Yeshin calmly lifts one of the unconscious henchmen by the collar and points directly at the boss, making it obvious he's next. The boss exhales coldly and remarks that Yeshin truly has nerve walking into his territory like this. Then he gives the order to kill him immediately. Suddenly, several figures leap down from above and ambush Yeshin all at once. Just as Yeshin pulls out his newly acquired blade, one elder activates a control ability that instantly binds his arms behind his back. In seconds, 5 powerful elders surround him completely. Scarface, Eyepatch, Redhead, Jason, and a 5th silent elder standing beside them. Scarface speaks first, mocking how disappointing this all feels after waiting days for a dangerous enemy, only to discover it's just some young brat. The elder maintaining the restraint sneers that he normally wouldn't waste energy on a commoner, but Yeshin should feel honored to die inside their escape-proof net array. Meanwhile, the boss casually thanks the elders for capturing Yeshin and tells them they're free to keep anything valuable found on his body afterward. Then Scarface suddenly notices Yeshin's weapon. His expression changes instantly. He recognizes the blade immediately as belonging to the Sun family's lapdog elder. Fury erupts across his face. He grabs Yeshin by the hair, slaps him hard, and demands to know what happened to Elder Qingho. He shouts that Qingho should have been accompanying young Master Sunfang and demands answers about both of them. Yeshin remains silent. That only makes Scarface angrier. He yanks Yeshin closer and screams for him to talk already. Instead, Yeshin chuckles quietly and tells him to guess for himself. At the same time, the boss orders someone to head back to the store and investigate where their young master disappeared to. Scarface then asks what should be done with Yeshin. The boss casually orders them to break his legs and throw him into the dungeon afterward. Scarface grabs Yeshin by the throat and drags him forward. Then suddenly everything changes. In one violent motion, Yeshin breaks free from the restraint ability completely. Before anyone can react, his blade flashes across Scarface's throat. Blood sprays instantly. Scarface collapses dead on the spot. The room freezes. The remaining elders immediately realize something is horribly wrong. The boss quickly screams for everyone to back away. These people finally understand Yeshin is far beyond what they imagined. The elders leap backward at once, creating distance from him. Eyepatch stares at Yeshin in horror as the murderous aura around him begins taking the shape of something almost demonic. Yeshin immediately locks onto the boss standing exposed behind the others. Then he attacks. The boss roars and powers up wildly, but it means absolutely nothing. Yeshin drives a devastating punch into his stomach, forcing blood to explode from his mouth instantly. A brutal kick follows directly to the face, launching the man through a wall. The impact shakes the entire room. Coughing blood, the boss barely stands again before desperately yelling for all elders to attack together. Jason moves first, relying on his monstrous muscular build to overpower Yeshin directly. The two lock hands in a raw contest of strength as lightning erupts around them and the ground beneath their feet caves inward. Believing Yeshin is distracted, the elder with the chain ability sneaks in from behind for another restraint attack. But Yeshin senses him instantly. Without even turning around, he kicks both Jason and the elder directly in the face simultaneously, launching them backward while shattering the elder's teeth apart. Standing calmly in the center afterward, Yeshin coldly tells them the same trick won't work twice. Unfortunately, the elder had already prepared something else. A hidden trap activates beneath Yeshin's feet, locking him in place momentarily. That opening is all Eyepatch needs. She begins gathering the souls of the fallen henchmen around the battlefield and summons two massive dark dragons made entirely from death aura. The second Yeshin sees them, his instincts scream danger. He breaks free from the trap immediately and tries to retreat, but the dragons move far faster than expected. In an instant, they appear directly in front of him. Before he can fully react, one dragon opens its jaws and swallows him whole. Then the attack detonates into a devastating death aura explosion. Elsewhere, Miss Yueying notices the massive explosion lighting up the distance and wonders who could possibly be causing that level of chaos. At that exact moment, her maid arrives and informs her that Lindsay from the Lin family is requesting an audience. Already annoyed, Yueying tells the maid to send him away. But the maid quickly adds that Lindsay arrived together with Yeshin's sister. That immediately changes everything. Meanwhile, Yeyu and Lindsay wait quietly while a servant prepares tea for them. Back at the battlefield, smoke slowly clears from the enormous explosion. Yeshin's body suddenly falls from the sky and crashes violently into the ground, leaving behind a massive crater. For a moment, he looks completely lifeless. The elders praise Eyepatch's power arrogantly, claiming even a grandmaster couldn't survive the death aura explosion. The boss reappears while coughing blood and thanks Eyepatch personally for finishing the fight. Smiling proudly, she stands beside the crater as another elder asks whether they should kill Yeshin immediately while he's barely alive. The boss agrees instantly. Then suddenly, a blade flies across the battlefield. It pierces straight through the elder's chest and pins him against the wall. At the center of the crater, Yeshin slowly opens his eyes. Then he smiles. Right in front of everyone, his healing ability activates and restores his body completely. Eyepatch, Jason, and the boss stare in absolute disbelief as the dead elder hangs lifelessly against the wall. Nobody can process what they're witnessing. Jason is the first to recover enough to scream that Yeshin is still alive. But before he can do anything else, Yeshin's hand slams his head into the ground with enough force to instantly shatter his mask and kill him. Without pausing, Yeshin calls his blade back into his hand and cleanly slices through Eyepatch's neck. One elder after another falls immediately. At this point, the boss completely breaks mentally. Terrified, he grabs his axe and launches one final desperate attack toward Yeshin. A flash of blood sprays through the air, then silence. The boss's corpse collapses lifelessly to the floor while blood drips slowly from Yeshin's blade. At that exact moment, Sunfang rounds the corner. The second he sees his father's body lying dead on the ground, he screams in shock. Yeshin slowly turns toward him with a cold smirk. Honestly, Yeshin almost seems pleased he arrived. Now he can settle this too. While standing directly atop the father's corpse, Yeshin remarks that it's perfect timing since he can deal with Sunfang right now as well. That completely destroys Sunfang's composure. Consumed by rage, he charges forward and throws a powerful punch straight at Yeshin. Yeshin dodges effortlessly. Then he activates his strength talent and counters with a brutal strike directly into Sunfang's stomach. The impact forces Sunfang onto his hands and knees immediately as pain tears through his body. Furious and humiliated, Sunfang slams his fist against the ground in frustration. Sunfang finally understands the terrifying truth. The gap between them isn't small anymore, it's monstrous. His confidence shatters completely, and the fear in his eyes replaces every bit of arrogance he once had. Trembling, he apologizes to his dead father for being weak. Yeshin grabs him by the hair immediately and coldly warns that if he's already given up, then he might as well head straight to hell now. Just as Yeshin raises his blade to finish Sunfang for good, thunder suddenly explodes across the sky. A massive lightning bolt crashes down beside them. Yeshin instantly leaps backward onto a nearby pole, barely avoiding the strike. Storm clouds swirl violently overhead as a figure slowly descends through the lightning itself. The pressure radiating from him is overwhelming. Even Yeshin immediately recognizes it, Grandmaster level. The newcomer is none other than Grandmaster Yaoya. Floating high above the battlefield, Yaoya coldly remarks that Yeshin has been far too cruel, slaughtering so many people without restraint. The second Sunfang sees the Grandmaster arrive, desperation floods his face. He immediately begs Yaoya to kill Yeshin and avenge his father's death. Hearing all that whining only irritates Yeshin further. Deep down, he clicks his tongue, realizing he should have killed Sunfang earlier before this nuisance became even bigger. Without another word, Yaoya attacks. Lightning erupts toward the pole where Yeshin stands. Yeshin dodges instantly, launching himself onto a nearby rooftop. Another bolt follows, then another. Yaoya keeps raining destruction from the sky while Yeshin continues slipping through every attack with frightening agility. Confident in his power, Yaoya tells Yeshin to stop resisting because no martial elite can possibly stand against a true Grandmaster. Meanwhile, Sunfang finally realizes just how terrifying Grandmaster-level combat really is. At this rate, the entire city could get flattened. Quietly panicking, he decides to run somewhere safe. Unfortunately for him, Yeshin suddenly blocks his path with a dark grin already spreading across his face. At that exact moment, Yaoya hurls another lightning strike toward Yeshin. Yeshin evades it cleanly. Sunfang does not. The lightning slams directly into him, nearly reducing him to ashes on the spot. Barely surviving, Sunfang screams that Yaoya attacked the wrong target. Yaoya casually jokes that maybe old age finally ruined his eyesight after all these years. While the two argue, Yeshin suddenly appears above Yaoya and throws a crushing punch downward, but the strike never lands. A glowing barrier surrounds Yaoya instantly. Elemental energy shield. The defensive skill blocks the blow completely. The next second, Yaoya electrifies the entire area. Multiple lightning bolts explode outward and slam directly into Yeshin, blasting him down toward the streets below. Even after taking the full attack, Yeshin slowly stands back up laughing. Instead of fear, excitement burns in his eyes. He openly praises Yaoya's strength and admits this battle finally feels interesting. If he wants to win now, he'll need to stop holding back. The two stare each other down as their pressure collides violently across the battlefield. Yeshin quietly opens his status window and studies Yaoya's abilities. After seeing the results, he chuckles and casually calls him an ordinary grandmaster. Then he warns Yaoya not to blame him if things start hurting soon. Hearing that only makes Sunfang even louder as he continues whining to Yaoya about Yeshin humiliating their base and demanding his death immediately. At this point, Yeshin honestly regrets not silencing him sooner. Yaoya suddenly attacks again. Yeshin narrowly flips backward to avoid the strike. Surprisingly, Yaoya praises his reflexes, admitting it's rare for someone to dodge a sudden attack from him so cleanly. Then Yeshin appears behind him mid-sentence and jokingly says the compliment is flattering before kicking him straight across the face. At first, the hit seems harmless. Yaoya even mocks him for being weak. Then Yeshin activates his strength talent. The kick detonates with monstrous force. Yaoya gets blasted through a building instantly. For the first time, genuine shock crosses the Grandmaster's face. He cannot understand how Yeshin became this powerful so quickly. As he climbs from the rubble, Yaoya finally admits Yeshin is far from an ordinary martial artist. Before he can fully recover, Yeshin hurls an entire car straight at him. Yaoya dodges it, then immediately uses spiritual pressure to stagger Yeshin before smashing a heavy blow directly into his face. The Grandmaster grabs Yeshin by the leg afterward and violently slams him into the ground. Lightning begins gathering around him rapidly. Then Yaoya unleashes his powerful technique Thunder Kindling. The entire battlefield erupts into storms of lightning and deafening thunder. Bolts rain endlessly across the sky as the ground explodes apart beneath the attack. When everything finally settles, a massive crater remains. Yaoya stands at its center. Nearby, Yeshin lies motionless and unconscious. Looking down at him, Yaoya calmly declares that the fight is finally over. Sunfang immediately bursts into laughter and rushes over to congratulate him. But despite winning the exchange, Yaoya suddenly coughs up blood. The battle damaged him too. Realizing his own condition is worsening, he tells Sunfang to handle the rest while he goes to receive treatment. He shoves Sunfang aside and leaves. Sunfang nervously bows and agrees immediately, still terrified of the Grandmaster himself. But the second Yaoya disappears from sight, Sunfang's arrogance comes rushing back. He spits on Yeshin's body repeatedly and stomps on him while ranting endlessly. He mocks Yeshin for claiming superiority only to lose in the end. Then he threatens to butcher his corpse and feed the remains to dogs. Unfortunately for him, Yeshin suddenly wakes up. One hand shoots upward and grabs Sunfang by the throat instantly. Lifting him off the ground, Yeshin coldly dares him to repeat those words again. Sunfang completely loses his voice. Fear takes over immediately. Then Yeshin recalls his blade straight into his hand. Sunfang realizes too late that death is already standing in front of him. He screams for help one final time. Yeshin slices open his throat before anyone can answer. The desperate scream reaches Yaoya in the distance. When the Grandmaster turns back, he witnesses something horrifying. Yeshin's wounds are already healing. One after another, every injury closes rapidly until his body looks completely untouched again. Yaoya stares in disbelief. The regeneration resembles the legendary penthouse jellyfish itself. Unable to comprehend it, he demands to know what kind of monster Yeshin really is. Yeshin casually shrugs and claims he's just an ordinary guy with a low-level talent. Then he activates Wind Slash. Countless slicing orbs erupt forward and bombard Yaoya from every direction. Yaoya immediately recognizes the skill as belonging to the Sun family, but the number of attacks is absurd. The barrage tears through his defenses, ripping apart his clothes and damaging his body continuously. Furious beyond reason, Yaoya curses Yeshin and swears he'll kill him even if it costs his own life. Yeshin doesn't even let him finish. A brutal punch slams into the back of Yaoya's head and drives him straight into the ground. Yeshin calmly says he's simply returning the favor from earlier. Now completely shaken, Yaoya struggles desperately to stand again. Yeshin immediately stomps directly onto his face, crushing him back down. At this point, the once proud Grandmaster is screaming for help. Then suddenly, another figure appears atop a nearby building. Geyser Lee. Looking down calmly, he tells Yaoya that he warned him already not to act recklessly while staying as guests inside another base. But Yaoya refused to listen. Yeshin looks upward in surprise because he never sensed this man arriving at all. The newcomer descends casually and introduces himself as Lai Mao, also known as Geyser Lee, a Grandmaster from Teeth Base. He openly compliments Yeshin's potential. Yeshin immediately asks whether he came here to fight too. Geyser Lee laughs and shakes his head. He explains that he only supports people who are right, not simply people from his own side. Unlike Yaoya, he has no interest in violent conquest. As far as he's concerned, Yeshin is free to do whatever he wants with Yaoya. That answer enrages Yaoya completely. He explodes with fury, cursing Geyser Lee as a traitor before deciding to self-destruct and drag Yeshin down with him. But Yeshin moves first. Using Shadow Sword, he launches into the air and unleashes countless slashes across Yaoya's body. The attacks rip him apart before the self-destruction can finish. Just like that, the Grandmaster dies. Geyser Lee applauds afterward, genuinely impressed. Even he didn't expect a martial elite to kill a true Grandmaster. Yeshin tells him to stop circling around the topic and get to the point already. Geyser Lee laughs again and admits Yeshin has very little patience. Then he finally explains everything. Yaoya and the Sun family radicals wanted a violent takeover of Seaward Base, something Geyser Lee completely opposed. He believes both bases should coexist peacefully instead of destroying each other. Then in a blur of movement, Geyser Lee suddenly vanishes and reappears past Yeshin at incredible speed. Even Yeshin barely tracks the motion. Continuing calmly, Geyser Lee says that since Yeshin already eliminated the Sun family, he hopes the killing can finally stop and both bases can cooperate moving forward. Yeshin chuckles softly and says those discussions should happen with the Lin family instead since they officially govern Seaward Base. Geyser Lee then asks an interesting question. Has Yeshin ever considered ruling the base himself? Yeshin immediately refuses. He says he dislikes trouble and honestly he's already busy enough as it is. Geyser Lee tries to stop him from leaving, but Yeshin ignores him entirely. Lightning bursts around his body as he launches into the sky like a rocket, disappearing into the distance. Watching him leave, Geyser Lee smiles quietly and says that boy is destined to accomplish incredible things. Meanwhile, back at the Lin villa, Lin Wanli calmly trims a miniature tree inside his palace. Then the doors suddenly open. Lin Mingji rushes in and reports that a massive explosion destroyed part of downtown overnight. More importantly, the Sun family headquarters and the Sun family itself have been completely wiped out. Lin Wanli immediately rejects the idea as impossible because the Sun family had a grandmaster protecting them. Lin Mingji reminds his father about Yeshin, the young martial artist he mentioned before. Then he calmly reveals the truth. Yeshin killed everyone, including Grandmaster Yaoya. The scissors fall directly from Lin Wanli's hand. Even he struggles to process what he just heard. Slowly standing up, he remarks that the internal conflict between the hardliners and moderates of Iron Teeth Base ended at the hands of one young man named Yeshin. More importantly, Yeshin just secured the future safety of Seaward Base and the Lin family itself. As the two continue walking, Lin Mingji adds one final piece of information. Lai Mao, also known as Geyser Lee, has already arranged a meeting with them and is currently waiting in the tea room. Lin Wanli sighs and remarks that these people truly gave him no time to think. Still, he agrees to meet immediately. Then he issues strict orders to every faction across Seaward Base. No matter what happens, Yeshin and his family must be protected at all costs. And if Yeshin ever decides to build his own faction, every power within Seaward Base is expected to support him fully. In simple terms, nobody is allowed to offend Yeshin ever again. Meanwhile, inside the penthouse, Yeyu quietly sits alone thinking about what her brother might be doing right now. Nearby, a waitress approaches and politely offers Captain Gale Wolf another cup of tea. The captain sighs and jokes that they've already been drinking tea the entire night, then asks where exactly the boss has disappeared to. The waitress apologizes softly, admitting she has no idea where the boss currently is. Captain Gale Wolf sighs and mentions that he's visited the penthouse several times for business deals before, yet somehow he has never once met the mysterious lady who owns the place. According to the rumors, she's unbelievably beautiful. Curious, he asks his master whether they should continue waiting or simply leave. Lindsay calmly sips his tea and tells him to relax because patience matters. Then, with a faint smile, he casually reveals something shocking. The captain has already met the lady before, and so has Yeyu. Before anyone can question him further, footsteps approach. The waitress quickly bows and announces that the boss has finally arrived. The moment the woman enters the room, silence hits instantly. It's Yueying. As her eyes land on Yeyu, she freezes completely. Captain Gale Wolf nearly chokes from shock too. His eyes dart back and forth between Yeu and Yuang repeatedly because the resemblance is almost terrifying. Even the waitress stands there confused, wondering if the two girls are secretly twins. Lindsay calmly greets Miss Yuang and remarks that it has been quite some time since they last met. Then he formally introduces Yeu, explaining that she is Yeshin's younger sister and that Yeshin personally requested the penthouse provide her refuge temporarily. Yuang interrupts gently, saying she already knows everything that happened in Seaward Base last night. As she studies Yeu more carefully, her thoughts become complicated. The resemblance is practically identical. Instantly, memories flood back into her mind, all those times Yeshin protected her, the moments he mistook her for his sister, even the awkward memory of him hugging her. Realizing why he reacted that way suddenly makes her face heat up in embarrassment. Trying to regain composure, Yuang walks over to Yeu and softly tells her that from now on, she can think of her as an older sister too. Later, back at the market, Yeshin finally returns and immediately notices Yuang standing there waiting for him. He asks what exactly she's doing there. Yuang smugly replies that now that he's become the biggest name in Seaward Base overnight, she naturally had to personally welcome such an important figure. Yeshin quietly activates his ability and checks her status. The results surprise him. Her cultivation has advanced from high tier to top tier already. He immediately suspects the treasure from Death Lake played a role in that growth. Without realizing it, he keeps staring at her with a faint smile. Eventually, Yuang notices. Embarrassed by the constant attention, she grabs his shirt and scolds him for staring at girls for so long. Yeshin snaps out of it immediately and awkwardly apologizes, insisting he simply got lost in thought. Yuang lets go afterward and smugly says she's generous enough not to argue over it. Then she casually suggests taking a walk together before night falls. Yeshin agrees, and the two begin wandering through the crowded market side by side. During the walk, Yuang mentions that Lindsay talked about helping Yeshin build his own faction and asks what he thinks about the idea. Yeshin immediately says he has no interest in that kind of thing. Confused, she asks what exactly he plans to do then if he keeps cultivating alone forever. Yeshin quietly answers that he plans to leave Seaward Base soon and travel toward Demon Sea Base instead. The answer visibly affects her. Yuang suddenly goes quiet. When Yeshin notices and asks what's wrong, she lowers her gaze and says nothing. She simply stands there watching him continue walking ahead, wondering silently why he insists on leaving. Eventually, Yeshin looks back and asks why she stopped moving when she was the one who wanted this walk in the first place. Yuang huffs irritably before catching up beside him again. Night eventually falls, and Yeshin returns to the Lin family mansion where Yeu immediately runs over and hugs him tightly. Yeshin gently scolds her afterward, saying she should start behaving more like a proper lady instead of a little kid. Blushing with embarrassment, Yeu admits she simply missed him too much. Yeshin then thanks everyone sincerely for protecting his sister while he was away. Lindsay waves it off casually and says it was no trouble at all. Meanwhile, Yuang quietly stands near the doorway watching them. After a moment, she quietly instructs her maid to fetch Elder Yua because she needs to discuss something important with him. Inside a separate room, Elder Yua asks if she has truly made up her mind already. Yuang calmly confirms it. From here onward, she says the rest will be left in his hands. The following morning, Yeshin prepares to leave alongside Yeu. Standing beside the vehicle, Lindsay asks him one final time whether he truly intends to abandon the chance to build his own power within Seaward Base. Yeshin chuckles softly and confirms he's leaving anyway, though he sincerely thanks Lindsay for lending him the car. Lindsay laughs and says young men should always aim higher horizons. If he were younger himself, he'd probably join Yeshin without hesitation. Nearby, Captain Gale Wolf suddenly realizes someone is missing. He asks where Miss Yuang disappeared to since she and Yeshin became surprisingly close friends. Yeshin glances around too but doesn't see her anywhere. After waiting briefly, he says there's no time left to stand around waiting for her goodbye. He begins saying his farewells while the captain reminds Yeu not to slack off on her cultivation training. Then suddenly, a voice calls out for them to stop. Yuang appears together with her maid and walks directly toward the vehicle. Without hesitation, she opens the passenger door and sits down inside. Confused, Yeshin asks whether both of them are seriously coming along too. Yuang stares at him like the answer should be obvious and asks why else they'd already be sitting inside the car. Yeshin tells Yeu to sit in the back before turning toward Yuang again, asking why she suddenly changed her mind about coming. Yuang casually replies that she simply felt like it. Yeshin grins and teases her, saying she can just admit she wanted to travel and train together with him. No excuse needed. That instantly makes Yuang blush. She quickly denies it and claims she only happens to be heading toward the same destination anyway, so sharing the ride makes sense. Soon afterward, the group finally departs from Seaward Base. Inside the moving car, the maid complains that the cat refuses to come near her no matter how much she calls it cute. Yeu laughs and explains that the cat only recently met her, so naturally it's still cautious. A little later, Yuang suddenly brings up something important. She tells Yeshin about an upcoming trial inside the secret land near Demon Sea Base and asks whether he has any interest in joining it. Yeshin admits he has never even heard about secret lands before and asks her to explain. The maid looks completely shocked that someone already at the martial master level doesn't know basic information like this. Then she explains properly. Secret lands are mysterious subspaces formed on Earth after the catastrophe 100 years ago. Martial artists enter them through dimensional cracks in search of treasures and resources, making them one of the fastest methods for increasing strength. Yeshin asks whether anyone can enter these places freely. Yuang explains that each secret land has strict level restrictions. Some portals only open every few months and permit only martial masters inside. Anyone below or above the required level gets erased instantly upon entry. Hearing that, Yeshin admits it's his first time learning any of this while casually shifting gears and speeding up the car. Yuang explains further that access to secret lands is incredibly rare. If she gives Yeshin a spot, it means one member of her own family loses their opportunity instead. That's why she asks him once again whether he's truly interested. Yeshin sighs and says it sounds troublesome, so he'd rather refuse than inconvenience her family. That answer immediately annoys Yuang. She grabs the steering wheel aggressively and yells at him to stop hesitating and act like a proper man already. Later that night, the group reaches an abandoned campsite and decides to rest there. Yeshin washes his face under the cold night air before returning to check whether dinner is ready. But Yuang stops him again and asks one last time whether he truly plans to reject the secret land opportunity. She emphasizes how valuable chances like this are for martial artists and warns him that nobody knows when the next opening will happen. After coughing awkwardly to buy time, Yeshin finally admits the truth. He actually does want to go. The problem is Yeu. This is their first time leaving Seaward Base together, and he doesn't feel comfortable abandoning his sister alone for so long. Yuang suddenly bursts into laughter after hearing that explanation. Then she confidently explains that her family controls multiple penthouse branches throughout Demon Sea Base. Yeu will be completely safe under their protection. With a cheerful wink, she assures him there's nothing to worry about. After hearing that, Yeshin finally agrees to enter the secret land together with her. Yuang clenches her fist proudly and warns him not to change his mind again later. Meanwhile, Yeshin secretly thinks this arrangement will save him a ridiculous amount of money. Soon afterward, the maid asks everyone whether they'd prefer the fastest route to Demon Sea Base or a slower scenic journey instead. The destination lies over 1,800 miles away. Unexpectedly, Yuang and Yeshin answer at the exact same time, both saying either option is fine. The maid immediately stares at them in shock. Amazed, they responded simultaneously. Both Yeshin and Yuang instantly blush and look away in opposite directions. Yeu quietly admits she'd prefer the slower route because she wants to see more of the outside world for herself. Everyone agrees to her request. The next morning, their long journey truly begins. Along the road, they encounter gigantic monsters towering over entire landscapes, creatures like colossal giants and monstrous octopus beasts lurking in the distance. 3 full months pass before they finally arrive at Demon Sea Base. As the ship docks, the captain announces their arrival and instructs all passengers to disembark in an orderly fashion. Stepping into the bustling streets, Yeshin immediately notices how absurdly massive Demon Sea Base truly is. Compared to Seaward Base, this place feels like an entirely different world. Yuang confirms it's several times larger and even divided into separate districts because of its sheer size. Then suddenly, a luxury vehicle screeches to a halt directly in front of them. The driver steps out immediately, opens the back door respectfully, and introduces himself as a representative from the Demon Sea Penthouse branch there to welcome Miss Yuang personally. Yeshin stares in disbelief. This base even has private drivers. At that point, he realizes these people aren't just wealthy. They're absurdly rich. Yuang tells the maid to escort Yeu safely back to the penthouse so she can rest properly. The two enter the car together. Yeshin tells his sister to take care of herself and promises he'll meet her again later at the penthouse. The vehicle drives away afterward, leaving Yeshin and Yuang alone together. Yuang ties her hair back calmly and announces that it's finally time to carry out their real objective. The two head toward a massive gathering filled with martial artists and spectators. Helicopters circle overhead while crowds flood the area. Most people are ordinary martial artists simply there to watch since true martial masters remain rare. Then suddenly, an old man points toward the sky and shouts. A crack in space itself has appeared overhead. Moments later, a small dimensional tear slowly begins opening in the air above them. Yeshin stares at the tiny crack hanging in the sky and points out the obvious. There's no way a human could even squeeze through something that small. Yuang calmly tells him to wait because someone important is about to arrive and expand the entrance properly. Not long after, the atmosphere suddenly changes. A man slowly descends from the heavens themselves, floating through the air as if gravity no longer applies to him. The entire crowd freezes in shock. It's Emperor Yunho, one of the Yun family's Emperor-level martial artists from Demon Sea Base. Yuang quietly explains that Emperor-level warriors have already surpassed the limits of Grandmasters, reaching a stage where they can levitate freely in midair. Hearing that instantly makes Yeshin realize something important. Grandmaster clearly isn't the peak of martial arts after all. And the fact that an Emperor-level monster like this exists inside Demon Sea Base alone says everything about how terrifying this place truly is. Curious, Yeshin watches closely, wondering how Yunho plans to enlarge the crack in space. Yunho slowly pulls one hand from his pocket and smiles coldly. Electricity suddenly sparks around his fingertips. Then in the next second, an enormous flaming finger materializes above the sky itself. Without hesitation, Yunho drives it straight into the center of the tiny dimensional crack. The entire sky trembles. Cracks spread violently across the opening until the space itself shatters apart, expanding into a massive gateway large enough for countless people to enter at once. Cheers erupt from the crowd immediately. Everyone stares at Yunho like he's some kind of living god. Meanwhile, Yeshin silently activates his ability and checks Yunho's talents. The results instantly shake him. Supreme-level cultivation talent, primary-level spatial talent, that revelation changes everything. Until now, Yeshin believed top-level talents were the peak, but apparently there's an even higher tier above that, Supreme. His eyes narrow immediately. If Supreme exists, then those talents absolutely need to become his eventually. Moments later, an announcement echoes through the speakers, informing everyone that the Secret Realm Gate has officially opened and all participants must enter within 5 minutes. The crowd erupts once again while people shout praises toward Emperor Yunho as he walks away through the masses. Yeshin keeps thinking about Yunho's spatial talent and the possibilities hidden behind it. Unfortunately, his cooldown still hasn't ended yet, meaning copying another ability right now is impossible. For the first time in a while, waiting feels genuinely painful. Before entering, Yuang hands Yeshin 2 important items, a spatial storage bag and a special wristwatch capable of tracking nearby allies. She tells him to keep them close because they'll be essential for surviving inside the secret realm. According to her, entry locations are completely random, meaning they could appear miles apart from each other once they cross through the gate. If they fail to regroup quickly, survival becomes much harder. She also warns him about something even worse. Everyone has exactly 1 month to leave the realm. Miss that deadline and they'll be trapped inside for 10 entire years. Yeshin quietly straps the watch onto his wrist and says he understands. Right then, another voice suddenly interrupts from behind. Yukio walks over with obvious hostility written all over his face. He mocks Yeshin openly, calling him the weak outsider Yuang invited into the secret realm. According to him, Yeshin doesn't even look strong enough to qualify as a martial master and might just be fooling everyone. Yuang immediately tells Yukio to watch his mouth because Yeshin is her friend. But Yukio doesn't care. He complains that someone from a tiny backwater place stole his brother's opportunity, so respect isn't happening anytime soon. Before leaving, he smacks Yeshin on the shoulder mockingly, calls him a coward, and warns him not to cross paths with him once inside the secret realm. Yeshin watches him leave with a completely expressionless face before casually asking Yuang whether Yukio has always been this reckless. Soon afterward, the final announcement rings out. The secret realm gate is officially open. One by one, martial artists leap directly into the dimensional opening. Yuang and Yeshin exchange one last glance before jumping in as well. Far away, Yeyu silently prays for her brother's safe return. Inside the secret realm, Yeshin immediately realizes Yuang was right. He's completely alone. The landing knocks him hard against the ground, but he recovers quickly and looks around. A blood-red moon hangs overhead, casting an eerie glow across the landscape. The entire place feels unnatural. Ahead of him stands an ancient castle, silent and ominous. As Yeshin walks toward it, his foot accidentally crushes a strange plant. He bends down, picks it up, and instantly freezes. It's a 100-year-old ginseng. Then he notices something even crazier. There are hundreds of them growing everywhere. Yeshin's eyes widen immediately before a huge grin spreads across his face. At that moment, all he can think is one thing: he's rich. Without wasting another second, he pulls out the spatial bag and sweeps everything into it at once. Entire patches of ginseng vanish instantly into storage. Yeshin can already picture Yeyu fainting on the spot if she ever saw this much money lying around. After collecting everything nearby, he continues toward the castle. Along the path, he discovers the corpse of another martial hunter. Judging from the wounds, the man was likely killed immediately after entering the secret realm. That sight instantly reminds Yeshin not to get careless here. One mistake is enough to die. Suddenly, his tracking watch begins flashing wildly. Yuang's signal appears. She's surrounded and under attack. The moment Yeshin realizes she's in danger, he immediately bursts forward at full speed. Meanwhile, Yuang kneels weakly inside another castle area while hordes of goblin-like monsters surround her from every direction. The creatures are short, ugly, and armed with heavy clubs. they rush toward her screaming wildly. At the same time, Yeshin reaches a castle nearby that looks identical to the one on Yuang's tracker. Inside, Yuang forces herself back onto her feet and shatters one goblin's weapon with her sword, but another creature instantly strikes her from behind. The blow knocks her sword away completely. Pain spreads through her body as she collapses to her knees again. One goblin slowly raises its club overhead, preparing to crush her skull. Fear flashes across her face. Closing her eyes, she silently calls Yeshin's name in her heart. Then suddenly, a body crashes into the goblin like a missile. Yeshin appears out of nowhere and kicks the creature directly in the face hard enough to shatter its teeth and launch it across the room. Standing protectively in front of Yuang, he calmly tells her to relax because he'll handle the rest himself. The next moment, his blade flashes through the air. Goblin bodies begin dropping one after another. One creature tries sneaking behind him, thinking it found an opening, only to receive a devastating punch straight to the jaw that sends it flying as well. Yeshin tears through the remaining monsters effortlessly while Yuang watches silently behind him. For the first time in years, she begins wondering if Yeshin might truly be the person capable of fulfilling her father's old wish. After the final goblin falls, Yeshin returns to Yuang and immediately questions something. If these monsters were so weak, how did she end up this injured? Yuang explains the goblins weren't the real problem. The true threat was an enchanted python, a high-level magical beast with terrifying eye techniques. According to her, she barely escaped by using a secret technique, but immediately afterward the goblins ambushed her while she was weakened. She warns Yeshin that the secret realm may contain incredible treasures, but the dangers inside are equally insane. And this is only the beginning. After drinking a healing potion, Yuang sits down to meditate and recover. Meanwhile, Yeshin notices how much knowledge she already has about this realm and decides to ask a more important question. Where exactly is the greatest treasure hidden, and where can he find the heaven and earth treasures too? While meditating, Yuang explains that the most valuable resource in the secret realm is the primordial Kai stone vein, but the Yun family already targeted it long ago. Yeshin immediately asks whether that's the same Yun family connected to Emperor Yunho. Yuang confirms it but says she isn't interested in that treasure anyway. She came for something left behind by her father instead. That answer surprises Yeshin instantly. Yuang explains that 20 years ago, her father entered this same secret realm and discovered an unbelievably rare heaven and earth treasure. The problem was the guardian beast protecting it, a monster capable of teleportation. Her father failed to defeat it and was forced to retreat empty-handed. According to him, the creature possesses middle-level spatial magic, making it insanely dangerous. The moment Yeshin hears that, excitement shoots through his entire body. Even Emperor Yunho only possessed primary-level spatial talent, but this beast has middle-level spatial abilities. That alone makes it a must-have target. He actually bites his lower lip from excitement while imagining the possibilities. Once Yuang finishes recovering, she stretches lightly and says she's ready to move again. Yeshin then asks about the treasure those women were so obsessed with earlier. Since they're officially partners now, Yuang finally reveals the truth. The treasure is called the Heavenly Soul Flower, a legendary heaven and earth treasure capable of elevating someone's cultivation talent all the way to top tier. In simple terms, it can literally create a genius. One single flower is enough to produce a top-level grandmaster capable of dominating places like Linhai Base completely. Yuang also points out something important. Yeshin himself may no longer need it since his cultivation talent already surpassed top tier, but Yeyu absolutely does. Hearing that instantly grabs Yeshin's attention. He asks how many flowers exist. Yuang explains that 20 years ago there were 10 of them, though after so much time some may have disappeared while others could have grown. Then she lays down the conditions clearly. Treasure hunting partnerships often fail because of uneven reward distribution, so she intends to split everything equally. In exchange, she expects Yeshin to go all out when it's time to kill the spatial beast. Yeshin agrees immediately. The deal is sealed with a clean high five. Not long after, the two begin moving deeper into the realm with Yuang leading the way confidently. Yeshin asks whether she truly knows the location. Yuang simply tells him to stop worrying and keep following her. Deep down though, Yeshin knows the flowers aren't his real priority. Spatial magic comes first. Curious, he asks whether Yuang's father spent 20 years preparing for this hunt. If so, he must have left behind some kind of plan. Yuang nods and hands Yeshin a strange device called a formation plate. According to her, it was crafted by a formation master hired by her father at an absurd cost. The pattern carved onto it is known as the Airbind formation, specifically designed to weaken teleportation abilities. Yeshin remarks that even teleportation can apparently be countered. Yuang confirms that every power in existence has a natural counter somewhere. Nothing is truly invincible. Some abilities simply haven't encountered their weakness yet. That statement makes Yeshin pause internally. If every power has an enemy, then what exactly would counter his own talent? Still, Yuang warns him not to overestimate the formation plate. Its effective range only covers 800 meters and the effect lasts a mere 3 seconds. Her original plan was simple. Activate the formation plate, suppress the beast's teleportation, then unleash her secret technique while coordinating attacks with Yeshin. Unfortunately, she already burned that secret technique earlier while escaping the python, meaning she can't use it again anytime soon. Even with the risks stacking up, they know there's no more time to hesitate. The treasure hunt has already reached the point where backing out isn't an option anymore, so the only choice left is adapting on the fly and finding another way to bring down the beast. Yeshin calmly tells Yuang not to worry about explaining further because no matter what happens, he'll go all out to kill the creature. That answer earns a small smile from her. Not long after, Yuang suddenly comes to a stop near a massive crater carved into the earth. Yeshin asks why she stopped and she quietly tells him they've finally arrived. The two stand together at the edge of the hill staring downward. Below them sits a dark cave buried deep inside the crater walls. Yuang points toward it and asks if he can feel it too. Inside that cave are the heavenly soul flowers and the beast carrying spatial talent. Yeshin immediately asks whether he should charge in first and force the creature out, but Yuang quickly stops him, explaining that activating the formation takes time. Only after the formation is complete can they safely lure the monster into a trap. Unfortunately, the beast has no intention of waiting politely. The instant it senses their presence, it awakens. Space twists violently. Then before Yeshin can even react, the creature teleports directly behind him and floats high above both him and Yuang. The beast stares down at them like a predator looking at prey. Both of them immediately realize their hiding spot has already been exposed. Yeshin tells Yuang to focus entirely on finishing the formation while he handles the monster alone. She nods and retreats to begin preparing the formation magic. The spatial beast instantly flashes forward again. Sharp claws slice across Yeshin's chest and shoulder before he can fully defend himself. Looking down at the wounds, Yeshin finally understands something terrifying. Spatial abilities are on a completely different level from ordinary speed. This isn't movement, it's disappearance itself. Before he can stabilize, the beast smashes him into the ground hard enough to crack the earth beneath him, then flies upward once more. Yeshin forces himself back up, shakes off the dizziness, activates his healing talent, and watches the wounds seal shut almost instantly. His dagger slides back into his hand as he prepares for a real fight. Meanwhile, Yuang sits farther away from the battlefield, pouring all her focus into the formation while quietly counting down in her head. She only needs a little more time. Above the battlefield, the beast locks onto Yeshin again and rushes forward. Right before impact, it disappears. The next instant, it reappears behind him. Yeshin reacts immediately, twisting away at the last possible second and narrowly avoiding the strike. The beast growls violently before charging again, aiming directly for his face this time. Yeshin blocks the attack with his dagger and the clash sends sparks exploding into the air. The two exchange attack after attack at insane speed, neither side able to land a decisive blow. During the chaos, Yeshin calls out to Yuang and asks how much longer the formation needs. She responds instantly, 3 more seconds. But before those seconds finish counting down, the beast senses something dangerous coming from her direction. Space flickers again. The creature vanishes from Yeshin's side and teleports straight toward Yuang to interrupt the formation. Too bad Yeshin saw it coming. Right before the beast reaches her, Yeshin launches himself forward and drives a brutal kick into its jaw, knocking it away from the formation area completely. That single moment is enough. Yuang finally activates the airspace seal formation. Massive glowing circles materialize high above the beast and slam downward with crushing pressure, pinning the creature directly to the ground. Yuang exhales heavily in relief. The formation is complete. But the beast immediately fights back. Its body suddenly expands through gigantification talent, muscles swelling as it struggles violently against the seal. Cracks begin spreading across the formation plate itself. Yuang realizes the seal won't hold much longer and yells for Yeshin to attack immediately before the formation shatters. Yeshin doesn't waste even half a second. His shadow sword flashes through the air. One clean strike splits the monster's face completely in half. The spatial beast dies instantly. Yuang stares at Yeshin in shock. At the same time, the formation plate finally breaks apart into useless fragments. Yeshin picks up the shattered pieces and sighs regretfully, saying it's a shame such an incredible treasure only works once. Yuang rushes over immediately and demands answers, asking whether he's been hiding his real strength this whole time because there's no way that fight should have ended so easily. Yeshin awkwardly laughs and explains that the creature only became vulnerable after enlarging its body, and honestly the formation deserves most of the credit. Then before she can press further, he quickly changes the topic by reminding her about the flowers inside the cave. Those are still the real objective. Yuang narrows her eyes suspiciously and warns him she'll interrogate him properly later. Still, she immediately runs toward the cave entrance, praying there are still flowers left inside. Otherwise, explaining things to Yeshin later will become very awkward. Meanwhile, Yeshin casually stores the spatial beast's corpse inside his storage bag. Inside the cave, Yuang finally discovers the flowers untouched. Relief instantly washes across her face. There are 8 heavenly soul flowers in total, meaning both of them can receive an equal share. She sits down and begins carefully collecting them one by one while silently celebrating her luck. Yeshin waits nearby patiently as she works, but then suddenly catches a familiar scent drifting through the cave air. The smell immediately reminds him of the spiritual fruit little Jin once led him toward. That realization changes his expression completely. There's another treasure hidden here somewhere. He immediately starts searching the cave walls. Yuang reminds him they already obtained the heavenly soul flowers and should leave before greed causes problems, but Yeshin refuses to stop. If she wants to leave early, she can go ahead. He'll catch up later. Yuang warns him again that greed is one of the fastest ways treasure hunters get themselves killed. Yeshin ignores the lecture entirely and keeps searching until eventually he notices a strange section of the cave wall. Without hesitation, he punches it. The wall explodes apart, revealing a hidden chamber concealed behind it. Yuang freezes in shock, not just because of the secret room, but because of what's hidden inside. Resting quietly within the chamber is the Earth Surge Golden Lotus. Yeshin immediately grins. This is the treasure he was truly searching for all along. Curious, he asks Yuang whether she knows anything about the lotus. She nods and explains that the Earth Surge Golden Lotus is even rarer than the heavenly soul flowers themselves. The problem is that it's considered nearly impossible to market properly. That answer confuses Yeshin instantly. How can something be priceless yet hard to sell? Yuang explains that unlike heavenly soul flowers, which directly improve cultivation talent, the lotus works differently. Instead of upgrading talents, it mutates them slightly, allowing abilities to develop entirely new effects or tricks. The problem is that most of those changes are mediocre. Only in extremely rare cases, maybe 1 out of 1,000, does the lotus produce a truly valuable evolution. That uncertainty makes it too risky for normal buyers, meaning only extremely wealthy people gamble on purchasing it. Hearing that instantly makes Yeshin curious about what his own copy talent might evolve into. He immediately tells Yuang it's time to negotiate. Then he jumps down and retrieves the lotus personally. The second he climbs back up, Yuang immediately demands compensation, insisting she deserves a share too. Yeshin calmly agrees. Of course she does. Since the lotus is practically useless to her, he proposes a trade instead. 3 heavenly soul flowers in exchange for the lotus. The moment Yuang hears that offer, she nearly laughs internally. To her, trading 3 heavenly soul flowers for the lotus is hilariously one-sided. In her mind, Yeshin just scammed himself. Trying not to look too excited, she calmly pretends to consider the deal before graciously accepting. Meanwhile, inside her head, she's celebrating like crazy because she basically gained 3 extra flowers for free. Now she owns 7 heavenly soul flowers total, more than enough to fulfill a certain agreement she made long ago. At the same time, Yeshin quietly sits down and begins refining the lotus. Golden yellow energy immediately surges around him. Then his status window suddenly appears. The Earth Surge Golden Lotus successfully unlocks a second copy function. Yeshin's eyes widen instantly. That means he can now copy talents twice without waiting for the cooldown period. Compared to his old limitation of 1 copy every entire month, this upgrade is beyond ridiculous. Then he notices something even crazier. His copying range has expanded dramatically. 500 meters. At that point, Yeshin realizes the lotus was worth far more than 10 heavenly soul flowers combined. Giving up 3 flowers for this was basically stealing. Without hesitation, he immediately pulls out the corpse of the spatial beast. His system window flashes again. Middle-level spatial talent successfully copied. Yeshin immediately integrates it into his body. The moment the process finishes, exhaustion washes over him. Spatial magic is easily the strongest ability he has ever encountered. Teleportation, spatial perception, spatial marking, pocket inventory. The talent contains multiple terrifying functions packed together. Curious, Yeshin immediately opens the pocket inventory and stores his spatial bag directly inside it. That alone makes treasure hunting infinitely easier. When he finally exits the cave, he finds Yuang asleep outside. Seeing her resting there quietly makes him think about Yeu again and wonder how his sister is doing right now. Not long after, Yuang wakes up, brushes the dust from her clothes, and asks whether he finally finished cultivating. Yeshin thanks her sincerely for standing guard while he was busy. Yuang tells him she already obtained what she came for, so she plans to leave the secret realm soon. Yeshin, however, has different plans. He wants to stay longer and continue searching for treasures hidden deeper inside the realm. Yuang immediately scolds him, warning that wandering around alone in an unfamiliar secret realm is basically asking to die. But Yeshin confidently tells her he's strong enough to survive on his own now. To reassure her, he offers to escort her to the teleportation waypoint first. If they leave immediately, they should reach it before sunrise. As they begin running through the realm together, Yuang quietly thinks to herself that she absolutely needs to convince Yeshin to leave the realm alongside her somehow. But suddenly, a massive explosion erupts somewhere in the distance. Both of them stop instantly. Yuang guesses two groups are probably fighting over treasure again, though they're too far away to identify anyone clearly. Yeshin, however, sees this as the perfect opportunity to test his new spatial abilities. Activating spatial perception, he expands his awareness outward. Immediately, the battlefield becomes clear inside his mind. Two humans are locked in combat. The nearby monster is already dead, meaning the real battle now isn't about survival anymore. It's about a hidden treasure nearby. Yuang and Yeshin move closer to the battlefield, and after observing the fighters carefully, Yeshin identifies them as Li Kang and Jiang Kai. That immediately surprises Yuang because the Li and Jiang families have always maintained friendly relations. Seeing them trying to kill each other makes no sense unless something valuable is involved. Yeshin quickly reaches the same conclusion. A treasure must be hidden nearby, so he activates his spatial perception once again, searching the area carefully for anything unusual. At first, he finds nothing, but then his eyes narrow. Inside the mouth of the dead calamity beast, buried deep between its broken fangs, sits a flower glowing with intense crimson light, a rare treasure. At the same time, Li Kang and Jiang Kai land fatal strikes on each other together. Both collapse almost simultaneously, their fight ending in mutual destruction. Yuang immediately notices they're both dead and rushes downhill without hesitation. Yeshin calls after her, reminding her she was supposed to head toward the gate already. But Yuang casually responds that leaving free loot behind would be something only an idiot would do. Yeshin smirks and follows after her, quickly laying down one condition. Whatever they find this time belongs entirely to whoever picks it up first. No splitting rewards. Yuang instantly agrees and warns him not to cry about it later. Yeshin calmly accepts, secretly thinking he'll gladly admit defeat if she somehow notices the spirit grass hidden inside the beast first. Yuang accelerates ahead while teasing him for being too slow, and both of them rush toward the corpses. The moment she arrives, she immediately snatches both spatial bags from the dead fighters and internally celebrates hitting the jackpot. Meanwhile, Yeshin heads directly toward the corpse of the calamity beast and casually sits on top of it. He asks Yuang whether she wants the monster body too. Without even looking over, she dismisses it immediately, saying the beast corpse itself isn't worth much, and besides, it's far too large for her to carry anyway. If he wants it, he can keep it. Yeshin asks again if she's absolutely certain. Slightly annoyed now, Yuang repeats herself and tells him to stop asking the same thing over and over. The corpse is his, do whatever he wants with it. Yeshin smiles quietly and tells her not to regret giving it away later. Yuang ignores him completely and continues looting the battlefield while muttering that she has zero interest in some oversized monster corpse. The next moment, Yeshin opens the calamity beast's mouth wide, and there it is, the glowing flower hidden deep inside. The instant Yuang sees it, the sword in her hand slips from her fingers. She rushes over in complete disbelief. Yeshin grins proudly and announces that his luck really is ridiculous. Hidden inside the beast was a rare stalk of spiritual grass all along. Yuang immediately asks to inspect it more closely. Yeshin refuses at first, pointing out that since it belongs to him now, there's no reason he should let her touch it. Unfortunately for him, Yuang completely ignores that argument and grabs his hand anyway to examine the flower herself. The second she identifies it, her expression changes instantly. It's flame talent spirit grass. Yeshin asks if it's valuable, and Yuang immediately warns him to handle it carefully. Then, trying to sound casual, she asks whether he'd be willing to trade it. Yeshin instead asks her to explain exactly what spirit grass is and why two major family heirs were willing to kill each other over it. Yuang explains that the grass grants a completely new talent to whoever consumes it, in this case, flame talent. At first, Yeshin honestly doesn't see the big deal. To him, talents are things he can simply copy whenever he wants. But Yuang quickly clarifies that for normal martial artists, gaining an entirely new talent is practically a miracle. Even many monarch-level experts are simply cultivators with strong foundations, not people blessed with rare combat talents. For powerful families, offensive talents like flame abilities are priceless treasures capable of massively increasing battle strength. That's why people are willing to die for them. Yeshin listens quietly, but still feels the treasure has almost no value for him personally. Then Yuang mentions something important. Even the monarch ancestor of the Yue family desperately wants an offensive talent powerful enough to elevate his combat ability to another level. This spirit grass could increase his strength tenfold. Hearing that, Yeshin casually hands her the flower and tells her she can keep it if she wants it that badly. Yuang freezes. She asks if he's actually serious. Yeshin simply nods and explains that neither he nor Yeu can use it anyway, so it's better off going to someone who genuinely needs it. Then he casually turns around and says he'll continue searching for something actually useful to himself. Watching him walk away, Yuang quietly smiles to herself. That's the difference between Yeshin and everyone else. Most people would slaughter entire clans for a treasure like this. Yeshin gave it away without hesitation. For a moment, she genuinely wonders if he's some kind of angel sent into this world by mistake. Of course, Yeshin has his own logic behind the decision. To him, the grass is useless. Giving it to Yuang earns goodwill and future connections without dealing with the headache of selling such a dangerous treasure publicly. Less trouble, more profit, simple. The two continue traveling together and eventually arrive before the massive spiral gate leading out of the secret realm. Standing before the exit, Yuang asks Yeshin one final time whether he's sure about staying behind alone. Yeshin calmly confirms he's not leaving yet. Yuang sighs before handing him another flower along with the spatial bags she looted earlier. Since he's staying behind to continue gathering treasures, she refuses to leave feeling indebted to him. She also warns him that the secret realm only stays relatively safe for 1 month. After that, powerful monsters begin guarding the teleportation gates, making escape drastically more dangerous. Right before stepping through the portal, she suddenly remembers something important: the Yun family. If Yeshin ever encounters them, he needs to run immediately. That family possesses a monarch expert. Those aren't enemies someone can casually challenge. After saying goodbye, she promises she'll wait for him outside the realm. Yeshin smiles and waves casually as she leaps into the gate and disappears into the teleportation current. During the transfer, Yuang glances back at him one last time and quietly thinks that it won't be long before Yeshin surpasses her completely. If she slows down now, she'll only end up admiring him from far behind. Back at the gate, Yeshin watches her vanish entirely before smirking to himself. The dead weight is finally gone. Now he can farm treasures without holding back. Just as he prepares to leap away and continue exploring, the scene shifts back to the outside world. The gate suddenly ripples violently as someone exits the secret realm early. Nearby spectators assume it's probably another weak martial artist who panicked after only a couple days inside. Then suddenly, a body crashes violently onto the ground. Two shady thieves nearby immediately notice the fallen figure and move closer, hoping to rob whoever returned injured. But the moment they get near enough to see clearly, they freeze. It's Yuang. Her body looks badly wounded, barely conscious, almost lifeless. Before the thieves can act, Uncle Ben forces his way through the crowd and rushes directly to her side. Recognizing her instantly, he kneels down in alarm and urgently asks what happened inside the secret realm. With a weak voice, Yuang quietly tells him to take her back to the clan first. Meanwhile, high above the area, Yunho watches everything from a rooftop with a twisted grin on his face. He waits impatiently for his so-called cash cow to emerge from the secret realm as well. Elsewhere, Uncle Ben carefully examines Yuang's injuries and asks just how badly hurt she really is. To his surprise, Yuang calmly reveals the truth. The injuries are superficial. She intentionally faked looking critically wounded because experienced robbers often camp near the gates waiting to ambush returning treasure hunters. Appearing weak and empty-handed is the safest way to avoid suspicion. After explaining, she drinks a health potion and her wounds immediately begin recovering. Curious now, Uncle Ben asks whether she actually managed to obtain anything valuable inside the realm. Yuang finally reveals the flame talent spirit grass. The second Uncle Ben sees it, a chill runs down his spine. A treasure capable of granting entirely new talents, that kind of item is priceless. Yuang then tells Uncle Ben she needs a favor regarding the spirit grass. Clearly impressed by her contribution to the family, Uncle Ben asks what she wants in return. Yuang's answer shocks him completely. She wants a personal meeting with the family ancestor. She fully understands someone of her status normally wouldn't be allowed such an audience, but she insists the matter is extremely important, and if she isn't allowed to meet the ancestor herself, she would rather destroy the spirit grass than hand it over. Uncle Ben immediately tries to convince her to reconsider, asking whether there's any other condition she'd accept. But Yuang remains firm. Meeting the ancestor is non-negotiable. After a long silence, Uncle Ben finally agrees to arrange it. Later that night, inside the Yue family penthouse, Yuang steps out from a warm bath with only a towel wrapped around her body, while another towel dries her hair. Stretching slightly, she quietly admits to herself that it's been forever since she enjoyed a peaceful bath like this. Then naturally, her thoughts drift back toward Yeshin. She starts wondering what kind of chaos he's causing inside the secret realm right now. Meanwhile, deep inside the realm itself, Yeshin sits casually atop a mountain of monster corpses with a knife resting in his hand. His expression remains completely bored. At this point, nothing around him even feels challenging anymore. He quietly mutters that things have become way too dull because nobody left inside the secret realm can actually give him a decent fight. Back at the Yue family estate, a maid enters Yuang's room and informs her that Elder Ben has summoned her to the meeting hall. After getting dressed, Yuang heads there immediately. Inside the hall, the Yue ancestor sits calmly drinking tea. His expression remains composed as he praises her for successfully obtaining the spirit grass before asking what kind of reward she desires in return. For several moments, Yueying stays silent. Then she finally raises her head and calmly states her request. She wants permission to meditate before the enlightenment stele and attempt to comprehend it herself. Uncle Ben nearly loses composure hearing those words. He asks if she truly understands what she's asking for. The enlightenment stele is the very foundation of the Yue family itself. Even he doesn't possess the authority to approach it freely, let alone attempt to comprehend it. Yue looks directly at Yueying and tells her without hesitation that her request crosses far beyond acceptable limits, but Yueying refuses to lower her gaze. Instead, she calmly reveals that she obtained 6 divine soul flowers from the secret realm, and she's willing to hand every single one over to the clan disciples under one condition. She wants access to the enlightenment stele. It's a straight-up negotiation and she's fully committed to it. The atmosphere instantly turns cold. Yue's expression darkens as he orders her to ask for something else, calling her demand ridiculous. But Yueying doesn't budge even an inch. She declares that she wants nothing except the chance to comprehend the stele, and she has no intention of backing down. That's the moment Yue finally loses patience. With a single flare of aura, he sends Yueying flying out of the building like a leaf caught in a storm. She crashes violently onto the ground outside, coughing blood as pain tears through her body. Yue rises slowly to his feet, furious beyond measure. His voice booms through the courtyard as he demands to know how she dared bargain with him in the first place. Heavy footsteps echo as he walks toward her. Meanwhile, Yueying struggles to stand, breathing unevenly as blood stains the corner of her lips. Still, even now she speaks her truth. No matter how hard she cultivates, her talent ceiling will never allow her to surpass Grandmaster rank, and she refuses to accept that fate. She wants more. She wants to shatter her limits and rise beyond the destiny she was born with. Then suddenly, Yue floats into the air before her, towering above her like an unstoppable force. The next instant, monarch-level pressure crashes down. It feels less like aura and more like an entire mountain crushing her body. The ground beneath Yueying fractures instantly. Her limbs grow unbearably heavy, breathing becomes torture, and genuine fear begins creeping through her chest as she experiences the terror of a true monarch-level martial artist. Uncle Ben rushes forward in panic and immediately kneels, begging Yue to stop. He pleads desperately, saying Yueying is still young, she merely made a mistake, and punishing her like this isn't worth it. But even under that overwhelming pressure, Yueying grits her teeth and tells Uncle Ben to stay out of it. Then through sheer willpower alone, she begins forcing herself upward, little by little. Her body trembles violently, blood dripping from her lips, yet somehow she rises again beneath the monarch aura. And with unwavering determination, she declares that she will comprehend the enlightenment stele no matter the cost. Yue stares at her silently. For the first time, surprise flickers through his eyes. Despite standing beneath his full aura, she's still standing. Then with one casual wave of his sleeve, the crushing pressure disappears completely. Yue slowly descends back to the ground. Yueying collapses briefly to one knee, gasping for air, before realizing the aura is finally gone. She steadies herself and rises once more, her eyes still burning with determination. Uncle Ben bows deeply and thanks Yue for sparing her. Yue then looks toward Yueying and calmly explains that just like laws exist in the world outside, the clan itself also has rules that cannot be casually broken, not even for her. Still, after a short pause, he raises his hand. A glowing plaque materializes before him. Yue explains that it's his personal secret plaque, an item carrying rare authority within the clan, and with it, she will be granted permission to approach and comprehend the enlightenment stele. Yueying's eyes widen immediately. She accepts it carefully with both hands, relief washing across her face. For the first time in a long while, a genuine smile appears. She finally obtained the chance she's been fighting for all this time, a chance to surpass her limits. Sometime later, Uncle Ben enters Yue's chamber carrying the divine soul flowers alongside the flame talent spirit grass. He informs Yue that Yueying personally arranged for the treasures to be delivered, honoring her promise. Yue casually nods and tells him to place them on the table. As Uncle Ben carefully sets the treasures down, curiosity finally gets the better of him. He asks why Yue suddenly changed his mind after rejecting Yueying so firmly earlier. Yue quietly waters a nearby plant while answering with a faint smile. He admits that he admires her stubbornness. In fact, she reminds him of himself when he was younger. Meanwhile, deep inside the secret realm, Yeshin stands high atop a mountain when he spots another spirit plant growing nearby. Grinning, he yanks it straight out of the ground, roots and all. Unfortunately, his excitement makes him lose balance, and the next thing he knows, he tumbles down the slope before crashing straight into a river below with a massive splash. A moment later, Yeshin drags himself out completely soaked. Activating his spatial inventory, he begins pulling out all the spirit plants he has gathered over the past few days. Laying them out one by one, he counts them carefully before grinning to himself. The amount of treasure he's collected already is ridiculous. Between the spirit flowers and the profits from selling Calamity Beast corpses, he basically feels like he hit the jackpot. Then he suddenly wrinkles his nose. Yeah, he smells terrible. Remembering how much Yayu would complain about it, he pulls fresh clothes out of his inventory and changes right there on the spot. What Yeshin doesn't notice is the pair of glowing eyes hidden deep within the forest, silently watching everything he does. After changing, Yeshin stores all the spirit flowers away again. Then his stomach growls loudly enough to remind him he hasn't eaten in ages. He grumbles to himself and decides to hunt something edible before continuing treasure hunting. Right then, a boar-like monster suddenly bursts out of the bushes, snorting aggressively. Yeshin stares at it in surprise for exactly 1 second. A few minutes later, that same monster is roasting over an open fire like premium barbecue. Yeshin happily slices off a chunk of meat and starts eating with zero shame, fully enjoying the flavor. Then chaos strikes. Out of nowhere, a rat moves at absurd speed, steals the meat directly from his hand and disappears into the forest before he can react. Yeshin freezes, then immediately explodes in disbelief before chasing after it. After a long pursuit through the woods, the rat finally stops to enjoy its stolen meal. Hidden nearby, Yeshin crouches in the bushes preparing to ambush the little thief, but right before he attacks, his system suddenly activates. The rat possesses a high-tier treasure-seeking talent. The instant Yeshin lunges, the rat senses danger and bolts again at incredible speed. Yeshin watches it run and smirks coldly. There's no escape anymore. Activating spatial teleportation, he instantly appears directly in front of the rat and grabs it before it can flee again. To his complete shock, the rat suddenly starts talking. It squeals at him to let go immediately. From the voice alone, Yeshin realizes the rat is female. The tiny creature panics, accusing him of being a pervert for staring at her while thrashing wildly in his grip. Yeshin calmly pulls out his knife and gives her 2 choices: become his pet or become grilled meat. The rat folds instantly. Terrified, she begs for her life and agrees to become his servant. Since Yeshin already used both of his copy attempts recently and can't copy her treasure hunting talent yet, he instead forms a soul-light contract with her. Once the bond is complete, he names her Little Purple because of her vibrant fur color. Internally, Yeshin is thrilled. Purple treasure hunting rats possess apex-tier treasure-seeking abilities. This little creature is basically a walking treasure detector. While petting his new companion, Yeshin suddenly remembers something Yueyang once told him. The most valuable hidden treasure inside the secret realm is the energy stone mine the Yun family has been desperately searching for. And now, he has a treasure hunting rat. So naturally, one thought immediately enters his head. Why not rob the Yun family blind? He asks Little Purple whether she knows where the energy stone mine is located. The rat proudly declares that of course she does. Her apex-tier treasure hunting ability can pinpoint its exact location without fail. Yeshin's eyes light up instantly. He immediately orders her to lead the way. Little Purple climbs onto his arm proudly and begins guiding him through the forest. As they travel, Yeshin silently apologizes to Yueyang in his heart. She warned him repeatedly not to mess with the Yun family. Unfortunately, that conflict is now basically inevitable. With a grin spreading across his face, Yeshin declares that he's about to steal everything right out from under the Yun family's noses. After traveling for a while, Little Purple suddenly warns him they're getting close. However, she also smells many humans nearby, which likely means the mine has already been occupied. That immediately puts Yeshin on guard. Activating spatial sensing, he scouts the area ahead remotely. The moment his perception spreads out, he notices corpses scattered everywhere. Without hesitation, he teleports near the battlefield before hiding behind a nearby rock to observe. The fight is still ongoing. Suddenly, Helium unleashes an earth element forbidden curse called Rockfall. Massive boulders rain from the sky, crushing enemies instantly. Just as the dust settles, one surviving attacker attempts a sneak strike from behind. Helium reacts immediately with Earth Spike, impaling the enemy with brutal precision. Watching from nearby, Yunfang grins excitedly and praises Helium's abilities. She can't believe he managed to wipe out so many Yun family fighters alone. Then, with excitement burning in her eyes, she draws her weapon and announces that now it's finally her turn to have fun. Yunfang charges directly toward Helium while declaring that the treasure he stole belongs to the Yun family. Helium calmly braces himself and replies that she'll have to prove she's strong enough to take it back. He slams his hand into the ground and activates another forbidden earth technique, King Kong Wall. A massive defensive barrier erupts between them instantly. But Yunfang simply pulls back her sword and unleashes wind-shattering slice. The attack cuts straight through the barrier like paper. Helium stares in disbelief as his strongest defense crumbles apart effortlessly. His mind races, unable to comprehend how she infused her blade with wind talent strongly enough to destroy the King Kong wall so casually. That moment of distraction costs him dearly. Yunfang suddenly appears in front of him like a blur. Her kick smashes directly into his face with enough force to break the sound barrier, launching him violently into a stone wall. Groaning, Helium forces himself upright before retaliating with another rockfall barrage. Countless sharp stones rain toward Yunfang. For a moment she's pressured back, but she quickly recovers and destroys every projectile with precise sword swings. Smirking confidently, she mocks him and asks whether that's truly the best he can do. Helium's expression hardens immediately. Then he activates a greater earth-forbidden spell, Fallen Skies. High above them, an enormous boulder begins descending from the heavens itself. Yunfang's confident expression finally cracks the moment she recognizes the attack descending toward her. In an instant, she realizes Heliami just unleashed an apex-tier earth-forbidden skill. A direct hit would erase her completely. Without hesitating, she pushes her speed talent to the limit and vanishes from the impact zone at the last possible second. The gigantic attack crashes down violently, shaking the entire battlefield. Heliami stares in disbelief afterward, unable to understand how she escaped something that destructive, but Yunfang only smirks. Then she calmly tells him it's finally his turn to witness her forbidden spell. Wind, speech, pale blade. She inhales deeply before releasing a terrifying screech that tears through the air itself. Countless wind blades erupt outward like a storm of invisible knives. The barrage crashes into Heliami relentlessly, forcing him to his knees while his weapon slips from his hand. Yunfang lands gracefully nearby and casually asks whether the mineral vein is hidden inside the cave behind him. Blood drips from Heliami's mouth as he grabs his weapon for support and slowly forces himself back up. Despite everything, determination still burns in his eyes. He declares that he spent 10 entire years searching for that mineral vein, and he refuses to let anyone else steal it now. Meanwhile, Yeshin watches silently from his hidden position, his interest immediately spiking at the mention of the mineral vein. Activating spatial sensing, he attempts to locate the treasure himself, but instead of finding the ore, his perception collides against some strange restriction, a forbidden barrier. Something inside the cave is blocking his senses completely. Back on the battlefield, Yunfang bursts into laughter after hearing Heliami's stubborn declaration. She mocks him mercilessly, asking whether he seriously believes he still has enough strength left to defend anything. Then she suddenly pulls out a stalk of spiritual energy grass. Her expression shifts slightly as she admits she never intended to use it here. Normally, consuming a treasure like this directly is practically suicide. Most people would explode before absorbing even half its power. But at this point, she's determined to kill him no matter the cost. Without hesitation, she bites directly into the grass and swallows it whole. Even Yeshin watching from afar is stunned. In his mind, she's completely insane. Eating spiritual grass raw like that should kill her instantly. The effects begin immediately. The veins along Yunfang's neck bulge violently. Her eyes glow bright pink while blood surges uncontrollably through her body. She collapses to the ground screaming in agony as a massive pillar of light erupts skyward from her body. Moments later, she rises again. Now wrapped in a blazing pink aura, energy trails flowing from both her sword and her body like flames. Heliami feels genuine fear for the first time. Her cultivation talent has evolved beyond apex tier. It reached the transcendent tier. Yunfang slowly lifts her head with a wild grin stretching across her face. The look in her eyes becomes almost predatory, like she's ready to rip apart everything standing before her. Yeshin quickly checks his status window from afar and confirms it himself. Her cultivation talent truly advanced into the transcendent rank. Yunfang stares down at Heliami and casually says she might leave his corpse intact if he kneels and begs properly. Heliami's eyes blaze with fury. He roars back that even if her talent improved, it still doesn't guarantee victory. He begins casting another powerful spell. Unfortunately for him, Yunfang disappears before he can finish. In a blink, she appears beside him. Her blade flashes repeatedly. The strikes are so fast Heliami doesn't even realize he's been cut until blood suddenly pours from his mouth and his body collapses. Standing over him, Yunfang proudly explains that her current power combines high-tier speed talent with apex-tier wind talent. The boost she received completely changed the battle. Then she coldly mocks him, calling him nothing more than a washed-up genius whose instincts dulled long ago. Trash from the fallen Hellion family. Heliami struggles to lift his head one last time. He quietly says that every cultivator walks a road filled with rivals. Even if she defeats him today, one day she too will become nothing more than a stepping stone for someone stronger. Yunfang's eyes narrow instantly. She tells him to shut up because losers have no right speaking about destiny. Then she proudly declares that the Yun family stands at the absolute peak of the Demon Sea base, backed by a true monarch-rank expert. Before absolute power, enemies don't matter. Only victory does. With that, she heads deeper into the cave in search of the mineral vein. Outside, Heliami lies broken and bleeding beneath the sky, quietly wondering whether this is how his journey finally ends. That's when Yeshin suddenly appears beside him. He casually asks if he's still alive. Surprised, Heliami asks who he is. Yeshin simply replies that it doesn't matter and offers him a healing potion. Heliami gives a weak laugh and says it's pointless. Yunfang's final strike destroyed his internal organs. His death is already guaranteed. Then he asks Yeshin directly whether he also came for the mine. Yeshin honestly confirms it. That answer actually makes Heliami chuckle. At least this guy is straightforward. When Yeshin asks about the mine itself, Heliami explains the truth. If the cave only contained ordinary ore, he would have harvested it years ago. But an apex-tier calamity beast guards the vitality stone vein. Worse, the creature carved endless tunnels throughout the cave to confuse intruders. Anyone entering without proper guidance becomes hopelessly lost forever. Unless they possess a purple treasure-hunting rat, a legendary creature capable of locating hidden treasures with near-perfect accuracy. Heliami admits he spent 10 years searching the secret realm for one and still never found it. Without saying a word, Yeshin lifts Little Purple into view and casually asks if this is the kind of rat he meant. Heliami freezes completely. Even while coughing blood, he stares at the tiny purple rat in total disbelief. Not only did Yeshin find one, he actually tamed it and formed a soul contract too. Little Purple hops onto Heliami's knee and squeaks softly. For the first time in a while, Heliami smiles faintly. He slowly reaches out a trembling hand toward the little creature, realizing how ridiculous fate truly is. He spent 10 years chasing something another person stumbled upon by pure luck. Just before his fingers touch the rat, Heliami breathes his last breath. His body finally goes still, and in his final thought, he bitterly accepts that fate completely toyed with him. Meanwhile, deeper inside the cave, Yunfang carefully navigates the endless twisting tunnels. Soon she reaches a wall filled with dozens of separate pathways. The place looks like a giant maze. After hesitating briefly, she randomly chooses one tunnel and continues forward. Elsewhere, Yeshin quietly buries Heliami beneath broken rubble before planting the man's weapon into the ground like a makeshift grave marker. Back inside the tunnels, Yunfang reaches another branching passage and grows increasingly irritated as the maze seems endless. Then suddenly, the ground beneath her explodes open. A gigantic worm-like monster erupts upward, trying to swallow her whole. She barely escapes by leaping away at the last moment. Landing nearby, she stares at the towering creature in shock. This thing is a top-tier predator, and according to the intelligence reports, it was never supposed to exist here. The monster begins charging a massive energy beam while thunderous sounds echo throughout the cave system. Outside, Yeshin hears the explosion and immediately smirks. Looks like the Yun family already started fighting the beast for him. He thanks them silently for the assistance before turning toward Little Purple and saying everything depends on her now. The little rat jumps down and begins sniffing around rapidly, darting through different areas while searching for the true entrance hidden somewhere inside the maze. Yeshin quickly realizes the fake tunnels interfere with even her senses. Still, after some searching, Little Purple suddenly perks up excitedly and announces she found the real entrance. She leads Yeshin toward what appears to be an ordinary underground pool. That's when he realizes the entire cave system was designed as a decoy. The true path was hidden underwater the entire time. Without a purple treasure-hunting rat, he absolutely would have been tricked. After checking the water briefly and confirming nothing suspicious, Yeshin dives in alongside Little Purple. Swimming deeper below the surface, he finally discovers a hidden tunnel carved into the stone beneath the pool and immediately heads inside. Meanwhile, Yunfang is slowly being overwhelmed by the monstrous predator. No matter how fiercely she attacks, the difference in strength is obvious. Finally cornered, she reaches into her storage ring and pulls out a monocrank magical tool, her final trump card. With sheer determination, she unleashes every remaining ounce of power she has left. The monarch weapon erupts with condensed energy and pierces directly through the monster's body. The entire mine shakes violently from the impact. At that same moment, Yeshin senses the massive collapse echoing through the tunnels. The energy behind that explosion is way too powerful to belong to Yunfang alone. Realizing the situation is spiraling out of control, he activates his speed talent and bursts forward at full speed. Back on the battlefield, the gigantic monster finally collapses after being pierced through completely. As for Yunfang, her condition isn't much better. She's barely alive herself. Deep underwater, Yeshin suddenly arrives at the hidden mine and instantly freezes in disbelief. Vitality stones. Huge glowing vitality stones are scattered throughout the underground chamber everywhere he looks. The sheer amount is insane. Without wasting a single second, Yeshin begins collecting them immediately. Little Purple quickly warns him that vitality stones are extremely hard and difficult to harvest properly. Yeshin simply nods calmly. Hardness isn't a problem for him. Activating his strength talent, raw power surges through his muscles as they begin glowing intensely. Then, with overwhelming force, he starts smashing the massive vitality stones into smaller manageable pieces one after another. Time was slipping away fast, so Yeshin immediately called out to Little Purple, telling him to stop wandering and start helping collect the shattered vitality stones before the entire mine collapsed on top of them. Little Purple instantly jumped into action. Using his small body and surprising strength, the little rat began pushing the broken chunks one after another into Yeshin's spatial inventory. The two worked together with insane speed, sweeping through the mine like professional looters racing against death itself. But in the middle of gathering stones, Little Purple suddenly froze. Then without warning he turned and rushed deeper into the tunnels. Yeshin frowned immediately. Little Purple glanced back nervously and shouted for him to hurry, saying he had found something far more important. The urgency in his voice instantly caught Yeshin's attention. Without hesitation, he sprinted after him, curiosity and unease pushing him forward faster and faster. As they descended deeper into the hidden tunnels, Little Purple explained that he picked up the scent of a legendary treasure, something ancient, something far beyond ordinary vitality stones. Eventually, the two arrived inside a hidden chamber glowing with soft golden light. At the center rested a radiant object pulsing with overwhelming energy. Little Purple pointed directly at it and revealed the truth. It was the vitality core, the true heart of the entire mine. Every single vitality stone scattered throughout the cave was born from this source. Yeshin stood frozen in shock. The aura radiating from the core was unlike anything he had ever experienced before. This wasn't just a rare treasure anymore. This thing was the ultimate prize hidden inside the secret realm. Little Purple then dropped another bombshell. The vitality core possessed enough energy to elevate someone all the way into the monarch realm, one of the absolute highest ranks on the continent. The moment Yeshin heard that, excitement exploded inside him. Drawn in by the overwhelming energy, he slowly approached the glowing core. But just as he reached out toward it, Little Purple suddenly blocked his path. The rat warned him that the core's energy was way too violent. Touching it recklessly could destroy his body instantly. Even standing nearby already made Yeshin feel the pressure. Heat poured from the core like a furnace. Sweat rolled down his face while his skin tingled painfully under the oppressive energy, but fear never crossed his mind. Instead, Yeshin calmly remembered the powerful endurance and defense talents he copied back at Demon Sea Base. Immediately, he activated them. A glowing protective aura wrapped around his body, easing the crushing pressure surrounding him. Little Purple stared in disbelief again. He genuinely had no idea Yeshin carried this many insane talents. His admiration for his master shot up even higher. With steady breathing, Yeshin reached toward the vitality core once more. The instant his fingers touched it, violent energy exploded through his arm like lightning. The force shook his entire body. Even his defensive abilities started failing under the pressure. Cracks spread across his skin while unbearable pain surged through every nerve in his body. It felt like the core was trying to tear him apart from the inside, but Yeshin refused to let go. He knew opportunities like this only appear once in a lifetime. No matter how painful it became, he had to endure it. Activating his healing talent immediately, he began repairing the burns and fractures spreading across his body in real time. Still, the vitality core's energy became so overwhelming that Yeshin had no choice but to activate one of his spatial abilities, Pocket Inventory. Using it creatively, he started absorbing the excess heat and energy before it completely roasted him alive. Finally, after a brutal struggle, the violent power began calming down. The backlash launched Yeshin backward into the wall behind him with tremendous force, but despite the pain, it was over. He successfully obtained the vitality core. Even Little Purple looked unbelievably proud watching his master survive something that ridiculous. Then suddenly, the entire mine started collapsing. The moment the core was removed, the structure lost stability. Massive cracks spread across the cave walls while giant rocks rained from above. Without wasting even a second, Yeshin grabbed Little Purple and bolted. Using spatial teleportation repeatedly, he flashed through the collapsing tunnels while dodging falling debris by inches. After an intense sprint through total chaos, the two finally burst out into the open just before the entrance collapsed behind them completely. Far away, Yunfang suddenly felt the ground trembling beneath her feet. Her eyes narrowed immediately. The mine was collapsing, and only one explanation made sense. Someone had taken the vitality core. Until now, she never even realized another person entered the cave. Now curiosity mixed with fury started burning inside her. She needed to know who stole it. Meanwhile, Yeshin stood outside the collapsed entrance catching his breath. But when he glanced down, he noticed several smaller vitality stones scattered across the ground. Even if they couldn't compare to the core, they were still insanely valuable. Refusing to waste free money, Yeshin rushed back into the unstable area without hesitation. Using his talents to move safely through the destruction, he gathered every remaining vitality stone he could find and stuffed them into his pocket inventory. At the same time, Yunfang pushed deeper into the mine, her anxiety growing worse with every step. She had risked everything for this mission. If someone truly stole the core before her, then everything she sacrificed would become meaningless. Driven by desperation, she eventually reached a massive stone wall blocking her path. Without slowing down, she slammed glowing fists into the barrier repeatedly, smashing it apart piece by piece. Dust exploded everywhere while rocks crashed around her, but she kept punching until a large opening appeared. The moment she stepped through, the atmosphere changed instantly. The chamber felt hollow, cold, wrong. Then her eyes landed on a tiny fragment of vitality stone lying on the ground. She grabbed it immediately, her heartbeat accelerating. If this fragment remained here, then this had to be the storage chamber. But when she looked around, her expression completely collapsed. The room was empty. Every single vitality stone was gone. Even the walls had been stripped clean. Nothing remained except bare rock. Slowly, she brought the fragment closer to her nose. Then she froze. Human scent. Someone really beat her here. Someone stole everything. The realization crushed her instantly. Sweat dripped down her face. Her hands trembled violently while pain stabbed through her chest. Her legs finally gave out beneath her as she dropped to her knees in total despair. The vitality core the stones. Everything she nearly died fighting for had already been taken. And worse, the head of the Yun family personally assigned her this mission. Returning empty-handed meant disaster. But after a few moments, the grief inside her slowly twisted into rage. Her eyes sharpened viciously. Her fists clenched so hard they trembled. She swore right there that she would hunt down whoever dared steal from the Yun family, and when she found them, there would be no mercy. Elsewhere, Yeshin smiled warmly while patting Little Purple on the head. Without the little rat, finding the vitality core and collecting this mountain of treasure would have been impossible. Little Purple laughed proudly and claimed it wasn't only his contribution. His master's luck was monstrous too. Even he never expected a treasure this insane to be hidden there. The two happily continued forward together, already excited for the next stage of their adventure. Meanwhile, back at the UA family residence, the atmosphere felt completely different. A brown-haired servant girl quietly walked through the halls carrying a tray of warm food with trembling hands. The meal was meant for the young miss, who had locked herself away for days without eating. The servant desperately wanted to help, but Elder Yuan's strict order echoed endlessly in her mind. No one was allowed to disturb the young miss under any circumstances. Inside the sealed room, something extraordinary was finally happening. After days of silence and isolation, strange energy slowly began gathering around her. Then suddenly, beautiful light burst outward. A glowing butterfly made from pure energy drifted gently from her room into the sky. It shimmered brilliantly as it flew higher and higher, illuminating the entire UA family residence. The overwhelming aura immediately attracted attention from powerful experts nearby. One man in the distance stared upward in shock. Only a Grandmaster-level breakthrough could produce energy like this, which meant the UA family was about to produce another terrifying genius. Given the family's already monstrous reputation, this would only make them even more feared. Elsewhere, an old bald man also observed the sky carefully. After studying the energy, he slowly nodded to himself. The young miss truly possessed extraordinary talent. Maybe it was buried before, but now it was finally erupting like a tidal wave. Inside the room, the young miss slowly opened her eyes. The moment she inhaled deeply, she immediately understood. She had stepped into the Grandmaster realm. Power flowed through her body in ways she had never experienced before. Her body felt light yet overwhelmingly strong at the same time. Even her soul felt liberated. A faint smile appeared across her face. At this stage, she no longer needed to actively cultivate anymore. Her body naturally harmonized with the world itself, constantly absorbing surrounding energy effortlessly. Her senses became unbelievably sharp. Her strength, speed, awareness, every aspect of her existence evolved completely. Then she remembered something important. Tomorrow would be the final day before the secret realm closed. There was no more time to waste. She had to leave immediately. She needed to find him before it was too late. Meanwhile, near the entrance of the secret realm, crowds were already gathering once again. Powerful energy rippled through the area as everyone sensed someone returning from inside. People whispered excitedly, believing whoever emerged this time must have found incredible treasures. Only the lucky and powerful survived the secret realm long enough to return. Soon, two muscular brothers dramatically dropped down from the portal entrance like action movie protagonists. Nearby spectators immediately turned their attention toward them. Among the crowd stood a spiky-haired man alongside his brother. The two had already collected valuable treasures themselves and now planned to exchange them for a massive profit. As they entered the busy trading district filled with eager buyers hunting rare resources, they noticed a wealthy trader offering unusually high prices. Thinking they hit the jackpot, they approached him immediately. The spiky-haired man confidently pulled out a stalk of spirit grass and asked the trader to estimate its value. The trader inspected the spirit grass carefully, slowly turning it between his fingers before finally speaking in a calm businesslike tone. According to him, the grass was still immature and on top of that slightly damaged. Because of those flaws, the best price he could offer was 10,000 gold coins. The moment those words landed, the spiky-haired man's face twisted with anger. His fists clenched instantly and his voice began rising before he could stop himself. But the trader didn't even flinch. He simply smiled faintly and explained that markets were built on negotiation. If the offer felt unfair, they were free to discuss another price. Still, the spiky-haired man had already lost patience. Before things escalated, his brother quickly stepped in and stopped him from saying anything reckless. He reminded him quietly that this wasn't some back alley, Powerful figures filled the marketplace, and causing trouble here could end very badly. Reluctantly, the two brothers backed down and decided to search for another buyer instead. After all, plenty of wealthy traders were still wandering around the market. At that exact moment, Yeshin appeared. Using his spatial teleportation talent, he silently removed that same trader from the area in an instant, vanishing without drawing attention from the crowd. The trader was visibly shocked afterward, but he didn't dare resist. The pressure Yeshin carried made it painfully obvious he wasn't someone ordinary people should provoke. Once they arrived somewhere isolated, Yeshin immediately turned toward Little Purple and ordered him to completely hide his presence and stay concealed no matter what happened. He explained quietly that his spatial abilities allowed him to sense the gaze of ManhwaCapped experts, which meant someone terrifying could already be watching from afar. One careless mistake might expose them. Back in the bustling market, another merchant loudly began advertising his goods, shouting for everyone to come take a look at the newest treasures available. He bragged that buyers could find rare items at fair prices instead of getting scammed by desperate Secret Realm survivors. Meanwhile, Yeshin thought about waiting near the Secret Realm entrance to observe who came out and what treasures they carried. But after a moment, another thought crossed his mind. The UA family. Without wasting another second, he made his decision and teleported away instantly. The nearby people were left completely stunned. A powerful man had been standing there one moment, then disappeared like a ghost the next. Several bystanders rubbed their eyes in disbelief, wondering if they had imagined it. Elsewhere, the spiky-haired man was still overflowing with excitement, already fantasizing about becoming rich and famous from the treasures he and his brother obtained inside the Secret Realm. But his brother stayed cautious, repeatedly warning him to stop bragging in public before they attracted dangerous attention. Unfortunately for them, it was already too late. Moments later, the two brothers stepped onto a transportation array and were instantly teleported into a dark and sinister location. The one responsible was none other than King Yunhai himself. The ManhwaCapped expert had personally dragged them there for questioning. The brothers froze immediately, exchanging nervous looks filled with panic. Why would someone at the monarch realm care about two nobodies like them? King Yunhai stared down at them coldly, suspicion hidden inside his sharp eyes. For someone like him to personally interfere, he clearly believed they possessed something extraordinary from the Secret Realm. Meanwhile, far away from the commotion, Yeshin wandered through the massive Demon Sea base trying to locate the UA family headquarters. Very quickly, he realized just how absurdly huge this place really was. The entire base felt like a sprawling city layered on top of another city, packed with clans, sects, merchants, martial artists, and endless streets. At that moment, he seriously regretted not asking for directions beforehand. Then suddenly, without warning, something slammed directly into him. The impact struck hard enough to force him to stumble sideways. Grabbing his ribs, Yeshin winced slightly while trying to process what just happened. He genuinely looked confused. He hadn't offended anyone in Demon Sea base, so why was someone attacking him in the middle of the street? Instantly alert, he turned to confront whoever hit him. Then he froze. Standing in front of him was Yu Ling. The moment she noticed his stunned expression, guilt flickered across her face. She quickly apologized and explained that the sudden attack wasn't meant to hurt him. She simply wanted to test his strength herself. Yeshin stayed quiet for a moment while processing her words. But the bigger shock came from something else entirely. Yu Ling had already broken through into the Grandmaster realm. That revelation hit him hard. This wasn't a minor improvement. It was a massive leap in cultivation. Yet strangely enough, Yu Ling showed absolutely no arrogance about it. She casually claimed she was simply lucky enough to succeed, almost like becoming a Grandmaster wasn't even a big deal. That humble attitude surprised Yeshin even more. Light rain continued falling around them as the storm slowly weakened overhead. Yeshin glanced toward her quietly and admitted that he truly hadn't expected her breakthrough to happen this quickly. There was no jealousy in his voice, only genuine admiration. Yu Ling explained that reaching the Grandmaster realm consumed an enormous amount of natural treasures supplied by her family. It looked easy from the outside, but the process had been far from simple. She then told him not to feel pressured or discouraged. In her eyes, his growth speed was already terrifying, and she believed he would catch up sooner than anyone expected. Yeshin only smiled faintly in response. Deep down, though, he understood something important. Yes, the UA family possessed unbelievable resources, but resources alone meant nothing without talent. Without Yu Ling's natural potential, all those treasures would have been wasted. She had both monstrous talent and the support to nurture it. That combination was terrifying. Then suddenly, movement near Yeshin's chest caught his attention. Little Purple popped his tiny head out from inside Yeshin's robe pocket and immediately complained that he was hungry and wanted barbecue meat. Yeshin's eyes widened in panic. He quickly shoved the little rat back into his pocket while whispering for him to stay hidden, but it was already too late. Yu Ling had seen everything. The moment she recognized the creature, her entire expression changed. Her eyes narrowed instantly as she stepped closer. Yeshin hesitated slightly before asking how she recognized him so quickly. Yu Ling explained that treasure-hunting mice were legendary spirit beasts across the continent. Their ability to locate hidden treasures made them priceless, especially inside secret realms. In fact, their value was so absurd that entire factions would fight wars over one. She even admitted she'd be willing to purchase Little Purple at almost any price imaginable. There would be no need for him to even visit the Martial Pavilion marketplace. She could handle the entire transaction herself. The moment those words came out, Little Purple trembled violently. His tiny ears drooped while he clung desperately to Yeshin's sleeve. His watery eyes practically begged not to be sold like some ordinary object. Yeshin looked down at the frightened little rat for a moment before turning back toward Yu Ling. With a calm smile, he apologized gently and explained that Little Purple wasn't for sale. He was family now, his spiritual companion. Yu Ling smiled softly after hearing that. Honestly, she already expected that answer. No sane person would willingly sell something this valuable, and Yeshin clearly wasn't an idiot. After some time, the two finally arrived at the apartment where Yeyu had been staying. The place sat quietly in a peaceful part of the city, far away from the noisy marketplace. Stopping near the stairs, Yeshin looked toward Yu Ling and asked whether she planned on coming upstairs too. She shook her head lightly and explained that the siblings probably needed time alone together after being separated for so long. She didn't want to intrude on that reunion. Before leaving, she promised to send someone from the Martial Pavilion the following day to collect the treasures Yeshin brought back from the secret realm. With that settled, Yeshin walked up and knocked on the apartment door while calling for Yeyu to open it. A few seconds later, the door slowly creaked open. Yeyu appeared on the other side wearing a deeply annoyed expression. She stared directly at him for a moment, then immediately slammed the door shut in his face. Yeshin blinked in complete shock. After recovering, he knocked again and reminded her that he was still her older brother. From behind the door, Yeyu's frustrated voice exploded instantly. According to her, he had no right acting like a brother anymore. The moment they arrived in Demon Sea Base, he disappeared into the secret realm without warning, leaving her completely alone in a strange city. Yeshin sighed quietly and admitted through the door that she was right. He knew he messed up, but Yeyu wasn't ready to forgive him that easily. Her trembling voice ordered him to stay outside and never come back. The pain underneath her anger was obvious. Yeshin paused for a second, then suddenly thought of something. Without saying another word, he activated spatial teleportation. In a flicker of light, he vanished from outside the apartment and instantly reappeared inside the room behind her. Yeyu screamed in shock from the sudden ambush. Yeshin quickly explained the teleportation ability while trying to calm her down. Then with a grin, he pulled Little Purple from his pocket and handed him over as a gift. The moment Yeyu held the tiny mouse, her expression softened immediately. Looking down at him, she quietly admitted the little creature was actually adorable. Yeshin smiled and told her that Little Purple belonged to her now. Right as the atmosphere finally started calming down, another familiar figure appeared. Little Jin slowly walked out from another room with a visibly annoyed look on his face. The spirit cat stared directly at Little Purple before muttering complaints about Yeshin bringing home another pet again. His eyes narrowed suspiciously toward the rat's chubby stomach. Completely unimpressed, Jin poked the mouse's belly and mocked how round he was, questioning how someone that fat could possibly fight properly. Little Purple instantly shrank backward in fear. Meanwhile, Jin puffed out his chest proudly and declared himself the boss of the house from now on. Later that night, Yeshin stepped into the shower and let warm water run down his exhausted body. Leaning quietly against the tiled wall, he replayed the chaos of the past several days inside his head. And despite everything, one thought still made him smile slightly. Little Purple would probably be much safer staying beside Yeyu. Yet he figured Purple would be happier staying beside Yeyu anyway. The little glutton matched her personality way too well, almost like fate paired the two together. After drying himself off, he wrapped a towel around his waist and sat quietly on the edge of the bed. Tonight, he planned to copy Purple's treasure-hunting talent. If he could combine that ability with all the other powers he had already collected, his chances of surviving the dangers ahead would rise even higher. Hours passed in silence. By the end of the night, the process was complete. Yeti had successfully copied the high-tier treasure-hunting ability, adding yet another terrifying skill to his growing arsenal. Meanwhile, inside the Yun family mansion, the atmosphere felt suffocating. The silver-haired girl trembled violently while kneeling on the cold floor. The ancestor's furious roar shook the entire hall as he called her useless garbage, demanding to know how a mission so simple ended in complete disaster. Her voice quivered as she tried desperately to explain herself. During her fight against the Calamity Beast, someone had taken advantage of the chaos and stolen everything. Not just the Vitality Core, but every surrounding Vitality Stone as well. The ancestor narrowed his eyes sharply and asked the most important question. Had she at least seen the thief? The girl lowered her head even further and admitted the truth. The person moved unbelievably fast. By the time she realized what happened, they were already gone. That answer only made the old monster angrier. He exploded again, screaming that she was blind and incompetent. How could she fail so badly that she couldn't even determine whether the thief was male or female? Then suddenly, he grabbed her by the hair and violently yanked her head upward. His face twisted with rage as he questioned how someone like her still dared call herself the greatest genius among Demon Sea Base's younger generation after bringing shame upon the Yun family. He coldly asked whether she truly believed she still deserved to stand beside him. Fear flooded the girl's eyes instantly. She begged for another opportunity, swearing she would recover the vitality stones no matter what it took. After a long silence, the ancestor finally released her and shoved her aside. He muttered darkly that the thief was likely connected to a major family. Only someone with terrifying backing would dare rob the Yun family so boldly. He ordered her to immediately investigate every noble faction that had sent disciples into the secret realm, and if she failed again, the punishment would be much worse. Without another word, he turned and walked away. The following morning arrived beneath a calm breeze. Yeshin and Yuling stood before the enormous martial pavilion headquarters, the towering structure radiating wealth and authority like a palace built for emperors. Yuling warned him beforehand not to be too shocked by the scale of the place. Yeshin nodded calmly, though his mind was already elsewhere. Now that he possessed Purple's treasure-hunting talent, this building was practically paradise. A location overflowing with rare treasures was the perfect testing ground. The moment they stepped inside, his senses immediately awakened. The massive hall stretched endlessly with glowing display cases lining every direction. Weapons, pills, manuals, artifacts, natural treasures, everything imaginable rested behind protective barriers humming with spiritual energy. Yuling casually mentioned that customers were even allowed to test certain items before purchasing them. Yeshin wandered through the displays quietly while activating his new sensing ability. Different colors began appearing in his vision. Blue glows represented mid-tier treasures, and there were plenty scattered throughout the hall. He casually grabbed one glowing blue sword from a rack and tested its sharpness against a training dummy nearby. The instant the blade touched the dummy, a tiny chip cracked along the edge. Yeshin's eyes widened slightly. Without hesitation, he calmly placed the sword back exactly where it belonged before anyone noticed. Right then, an older man emerged from a side corridor. Yu Ling immediately greeted him respectfully and introduced him as her uncle, the person overseeing the Martial Pavilion marketplace. The elder smiled warmly before turning toward Yeshin with surprising friendliness. He welcomed him politely and encouraged him to take his time browsing. He even offered generous discounts if something caught his interest. Yeshin nodded respectfully and continued exploring. Then suddenly, a strange scent reached him. Golden, ancient, powerful. His treasure-hunting talent reacted instantly. Like a predator sensing prey, his eyes snapped toward the source automatically. Hidden quietly in a distant corner sat a small glass display case most people would completely overlook. But Yeshin's instincts locked onto it immediately. The name engraved beneath the object read Heavenly Warrior Blood Dragon. Before he could focus further, Yuling smacked him lightly on the shoulder and snapped him out of his trance. He blinked awkwardly before apologizing, admitting he got distracted again. Half amused and half suspicious, she told him to hurry up already since her uncle was an extremely busy man. Yeshin nodded once before turning toward Elder Wu directly. Without hesitation, he boldly stated that most of the displayed items were too low-level for his needs. He wanted something truly valuable, something worthy of him, and money, according to him, wouldn't be an issue. Elder Wu burst into hearty laughter immediately, clearly entertained by the confidence pouring out of this young man. Beside them, Yu Ling quietly muttered to herself, wondering when Yeshin became so shamelessly good at bluffing. Still smiling, Elder Wu proudly declared that the Martial Pavilion possessed everything. Natural treasures, cultivation arts, divine weapons, even transcendentier items. As long as Yeshin had enough wealth, he could buy whatever he wanted. Without another word, Yeshin casually pulled a vitality stone from storage and held it out. The moment Elder Wu saw it, his eyes widened dramatically. Even Yu Ling froze beside him in complete shock. The elder praised the stone repeatedly, emphasizing how absurdly rare it truly was. Yu Ling immediately demanded to know where Yeshin got something like that. Yeshin scratched the back of his head and casually claimed he simply got lucky inside the secret realm. Elder Wu quickly asked what he wanted in exchange. Yeshin answered honestly this time, a high-tier cultivation technique capable of carrying him all the way into the Grandmaster realm, and a short sword, something deadly and practical. Elder Wu grinned broadly and confirmed that even one vitality stone easily covered those requests. That answer stunned Yeshin slightly. If a single vitality stone was already worth that much, then the value of the vitality core hidden inside his storage must be absolutely terrifying. Before he could think deeper about it, Yu Ling suddenly cornered him with a sharp glare. Her instinct screamed that he was hiding something huge. Yeshin avoided eye contact and quietly admitted that the truth might place her in danger. Unfortunately, that only made her more determined. Eventually, he finally confessed. He admitted he stole the vitality stones directly from the Yun family. Yu Ling's expression completely broke. She stared at him like he had lost his mind. The Yun family guarded those treasures for years. Stealing from them was practically suicide. She immediately suggested returning everything and begging the ancestor for mercy before things escalated further. Then she nervously asked how many stones he actually took. Yeshin answered in the lowest voice possible. An entire mine's worth, stored safely inside his spatial inventory. Yu Ling's legs nearly gave out beneath her. She collapsed onto a nearby bench while clutching her forehead in despair. In her mind, they were already doomed. The Yun family would absolutely investigate, and once they discovered the truth, the consequences would be catastrophic. Trying to reassure her, Yeshin explained that he carefully erased every possible trace. He doubted the Yun family could connect the theft back to them, but Yu Ling still warned him nervously that the Yun ancestor wasn't someone who forgave humiliation. If disaster struck later, he better not drag her down with him. Even so, the concern in her voice was obvious. While they talked, Yeshin's attention drifted elsewhere again. A faint golden shimmer caught his eye from one of the nearby shelves. Right then, Elder Wu returned carrying the requested items. The first was the purple cloud body refining technique, a cultivation art designed to strengthen the user's physique to terrifying levels. The second was a short sword once wielded by a monarcranked expert, recovered from an ancient grave buried among priceless treasures. Yeshin gripped the sword carefully while activating his identification talent. Immediately, the result appeared. Apex tier. The weapon hummed softly in his hand like it recognized him already. Satisfied, he stored both the sword and technique away. Elder Wu smiled proudly before handing him a blackened gold VIP card etched with glowing runes. The card granted Yeshin access to every Martial Pavilion branch alongside a massive 70% discount on purchases. It was both a reward and an investment. Then Yeshin pointed toward the mysterious golden object from earlier. Following his gaze, Elder Wu walked over and lifted a strange red gold egg from its display case. According to him, it was a fossilized dragon egg purchased long ago from a wandering cultivator. The Martial Pavilion tried every possible method to hatch it, but nothing ever worked. Eventually, it became little more than an expensive decoration. Because of Yeshin's contributions today, Elder Wu decided to give it to him for free. The offer genuinely surprised Yeshin. Why hand over something considered transcendent here so casually? Before the elder answered, Yu Ling explained the real reason. The egg was viewed as useless now. But more importantly, the Martial Pavilion hoped Yeshin would continue bringing them treasures like vitality stones in the future. Yeshin examined the dragon egg closely. Unlike everyone else, his treasure hunting talent revealed something different. The egg still carried a high-tier signature. That meant it wasn't dead. Deep inside, something ancient still pulsed faintly with life. The egg hadn't failed to hatch, it simply hadn't chosen to awaken yet. A quiet sense of anticipation rose inside him. Later, Yeshin calmly gestured toward the narrow road leading back to his apartment. In his usual casual tone, he invited Yu Ling to join him for a meal, mentioning that Yeyu's cooking was surprisingly good. But before the moment could continue peacefully, another familiar nuisance appeared. Yukeo stood near the entrance like a self-appointed guard dog, glaring at Yeshin with open hostility. Mockery dripped from every word as he accused Yeshin of scavenging pathetic leftovers by hunting weak beasts inside the secret realm. Yukeo's words came out dripping with contempt, but the real danger wasn't the insults. It was the killing intent hidden underneath them. Without giving anyone time to react, he attacked. Every ounce of power he had was compressed into one explosive strike, a blow meant to crush Yeshin's pride in front of everyone watching. But the result completely shattered his expectations. Yeshin didn't dodge, he didn't counter, he simply raised one hand. One single hand against the full force of Yukeo's attack. The collision barely lasted a second. Yukeo's strength, fueled by anger and arrogance, couldn't move Yeshin back even half a step. It felt less like striking a person and more like punching an unmoving mountain. Shock instantly spread across Yukeo's face. The color drained from his expression as disbelief swallowed him whole. For the first time, he no longer saw Yeshin as some forgotten nobody. What stood before him now felt dangerous. Terrifying even, Yu Ling noticed it too. She stepped between them immediately, her voice cutting sharply through the tension as she demanded both sides calm down before things escalated further. Her warning carried weight. Even Yeshin's cold gaze softened slightly after hearing her words. The atmosphere slowly settled, though the pressure lingering in the air still felt heavy enough to suffocate people nearby. Yeshin quietly acknowledged Yu Ling's intervention. He didn't say much, but she understood anyway. At that moment, she realized something important. This man wasn't simply collecting scraps and surviving by luck. He was walking a path far beyond what anyone around him could comprehend. Later, Yeshin returned home. The house greeted him with warmth and silence. The smell of freshly cooked food drifted gently through the rooms while Yeyu stood near the stove preparing dinner with calm, practiced movements. Without saying anything, Yeshin slipped into his chair and let himself relax for the first time in a while. As the food continued cooking, he reached into his inventory and carefully pulled out an object wrapped in cloth, the dragon egg. Slowly, he unwrapped it and held it in both hands, then suddenly the egg moved again. This time it wasn't random, the motion carried rhythm, a pulse. Yeshin immediately leaned closer, pressing the egg lightly against his chest, and then he heard it, a heartbeat, faint but unmistakably real. The realization sent a chill through him. At that exact moment, little Jin, the small black cat resting nearby, suddenly freaked out. The cat leapt from the bed with puffed fur and darted around the room in pure panic, clearly sensing something terrifying. Beside Yeshin, Little Purple blinked up at the egg nervously before asking the obvious question. Why exactly did his master have a dragon egg? Yeshin recalled how he obtained it. A group of rogue cultivators had thrown it away, claiming the thing was worthless. But after carefully studying the egg, Little Purple's expression grew unusually serious. He explained that dragon eggs naturally released a terrifying aura of dominance. Even dormant dragons emitted pressure powerful enough to trigger instinctive fear in lesser creatures. That wasn't ordinary intimidation. It was hierarchy, the kind built into the bloodline itself. And according to Purple, dragons existed far above even monarch-ranked beasts. That answer immediately caught Yeshin's attention. If monarch rank wasn't the ceiling, then what existed beyond it? Little Purple admitted he didn't know the official name for that realm. But one thing was certain, dragons belonged to a higher order of existence, one connected to levels most cultivators could barely imagine. Before the conversation could continue, the egg suddenly went still again. The martial pavilion had labeled it worthless, yet now it clearly contained life. What changed? Yeshin decided it was safer to store the egg away for now. But the moment he activated his inventory ability, the egg suddenly twitched again, much more violently this time. Then Little Purple's eyes widened in realization. The Vitality Crystal Core. That answer stunned Yeshin immediately. He had casually placed both the dragon egg and the Vitality Core inside the same storage space without thinking much about it. But now the truth became obvious. The egg had absorbed energy from the Vitality Core, and that overwhelming life force had awakened the dormant embryo sleeping inside. The Vitality Crystal Core was an absurdly rare treasure formed from countless years of condensed natural energy. Even tiny fragments could restore dying life forms, and apparently revive dragons. Everything clicked together inside Yeshin's mind. He hadn't simply awakened the egg, he had jump-started it. The creature inside was now slowly feeding on the Vitality Core and regaining strength. The connection had already begun. Yeshin praised Little Purple for figuring it out so quickly, then asked what they should do next. Purple advised absolute caution. The Vitality Core should continue nourishing the egg naturally. Any interruption might ruin the awakening process completely. And if this dragon truly existed above monarch level, then Yeshin might eventually gain a beast companion powerful enough to shake the world. The smell of food drifting through the house finally snapped him back to reality. Yahello called out from the kitchen, reminding him to wash his hands before dinner. Later that night, long after the meal ended and the moon rose high outside, Yeshin sat alone in his room studying the purple refining technique. This wasn't some ordinary cultivation art. It was infamous for being nearly impossible to master. To truly use it properly, one needed transcendent tier cultivation talent alongside another compatible talent capable of perfect body refinement. A combination so absurdly rare that only a handful of people in history ever achieved it. Yu Ling crossed his mind then. Despite possessing only top-tier cultivation talent instead of transcendent-level talent, she still forced her way into the Grandmaster realm through sheer determination alone. Even the powerful Sun family acknowledged her talent now. Yeshin reopened the manual thoughtfully. Instead of mastering the technique all at once, maybe it could be divided into separate stages. Bone refining first, then body refinement, skin tempering, essence cleansing, finally ki refinement. Breaking the technique into manageable layers could create a far more stable cultivation path, allowing even people without heaven-defying talent to progress slowly over time. As he spread the ancient scrolls across his desk, something strange suddenly caught his attention. A faint shimmer pulsed from the edge of one parchment. A spatial mark. Yeshin leaned closer immediately. The symbol wasn't ordinary ink. It pulsed with hidden energy, almost like a seal connected to another dimension. The moment he spoke the phrase written beside it, light exploded across the room. Space distorted violently. The walls twisted. And in the blink of an eye, Yeshin vanished completely. When his vision returned, the world around him had changed. The air glowed faintly with violet and crimson hues while the ground beneath his feet pulsed strangely, almost alive, like ancient blood still breathing beneath the surface. He had entered the purple blood refining realm, a hidden world created by one of the technique's original founders. Then finally, movement appeared ahead. A tall man with long purple hair stood calmly in the distance. The moment Yeshin saw him, his entire body froze. The purple-haired figure smirked confidently before introducing himself as the divine immortal of striking thunder. At the same time elsewhere, A rider galloped through a dark forest toward a lonely temple where a silver-haired woman sat waiting. The man quickly informed her that they had finally located the individual she asked about, an outsider connected to the Yue family. His name was Yetian. The woman's expression sharpened instantly as she asked what kind of person could suddenly become involved with the Yue family. The messenger admitted he didn't know the details, but according to their investigation, Yu Ling personally brought him from Linhai Base's 15th Academy. Then he revealed something even more shocking. Yu Ling had broken through into the Grandmaster realm yesterday. The woman immediately stood up in disbelief. She demanded confirmation. The writer nodded nervously, explaining that the entire Demon Sea base already knew. People were now calling Yu Ling the greatest genius of the younger generation. The silver-haired woman asked coldly whether hearing that news made him happy. The poor messenger instantly denied it. Unfortunately, that answer still earned him a brutal kick that sent him crashing onto the ground. She furiously declared herself the true #1 genius among the younger generation and ordered him to stop investigating further. The man could only obey helplessly while sprawled across the floor. Then she made another declaration. She would personally meet Yeshin herself, and if he truly stole the Vitality Core, even the Yue family wouldn't be able to protect him. Back inside the purple blood refining realm, the purple-haired divine being sarcastically praised Yeshin for managing to enter this hidden place. He explained casually that his current form was nothing more than a mirage created through engraving talent. Even this entire realm existed because of that ability alone. Yeshin silently wondered whether this existence might actually surpass monarch rank entirely. Then suddenly, the purple-haired man grinned. He declared that talking was boring and suggested they do something more entertaining instead. Without warning, he stepped forward and punched Yeshin with horrifying force. The impact instantly sent Yeshin crashing backward. His eyes widened in pure shock. This monster felt even stronger than monarch-ranked King Yoon. The aura pouring from him was overwhelming beyond belief. The purple-haired divine being calmly explained that he simply wanted to determine whether Yeshin was worthy of inheriting his legacy. But as he scanned Yeshin more carefully, even his own eyes widened slightly in surprise. One body, far too many talents. Yeshin smirked faintly and admitted he never expected someone to actually see through his greatest secret. The divine being, however, remained completely calm. He casually explained that possessing multiple talents wasn't impossible. Cultivators simply walked different paths shaped by luck, opportunities, and destiny. He also reassured Yeshin that he had no interest whatsoever in exposing that secret. Finally, Yeshin asked the question weighing heavily on his mind. Why did this mysterious existence call him a successor? And more importantly, if he wasn't a monarch-level expert, then what exactly was he? The divine being answered calmly, repeating that he had no interest in Yeshin's hidden secrets, so there was no reason for Yeshin to pry into his either. He explained that the engraving hidden inside the manual could only be discovered by someone possessing an exceptionally rare ability, something like spatial talent. According to him, that alone was already enough qualification for future generations. But Yeshin was different. A man carrying multiple talents within one body had already surpassed the minimum requirement by an absurd margin. Because of that, he was worthy of receiving guidance toward the Grandmaster realm. The divine being then began breaking down Yeshin's abilities one by one. Many of the talents he copied were only low or mid-tier. Useful on paper, yes, but dangerously flawed in real combat. True experts forged through endless life-and-death battles relied on apex-tier abilities capable of surviving overwhelming pressure. Using weak talents carelessly during combat could expose fatal openings. The warning struck Yeshin immediately. He realized that depending on low-tier skills in a deadly fight could easily get him killed. From this point onward, he would need to be far more selective when copying abilities. The divine being continued, explaining that possessing too many weak talents could actually slow Yeshin's overall growth. If he truly wanted to ascend further, he needed to evolve every one of his abilities to the apex tier. Yeshin frowned slightly and questioned whether something like that was even possible. The answer came instantly. Yes, with enough battle experience and proper refinement, even low-tier talents could eventually evolve into apex-tier powers. Then the divine being raised one hand casually. He announced that he would help Yeshin only this once. With a snap of his fingers, the entire world changed. Space distorted violently as the surroundings transformed into another engraved spatial chamber. Yeshin's eyes widened immediately. Another spatial room. The divine being calmly explained the difference between this one and ordinary dimensional spaces. 1 hour in the outside world equaled an entire month inside this room. The time disparity was completely insane. Then came the catch. This room could only be used once. The moment Yeshin left, he would never be allowed to return. Yeshin fell silent for a moment. Right now, nothing mattered more than reaching the Grandmaster realm. If the Yun family ever discovered the truth behind the Vitality Stones, only overwhelming strength could protect Yeyu. His resolve hardened instantly. He agreed to stay and train inside the engraving room. The divine being quietly praised Yeshin's determination inwardly. But when Yeshin turned to speak again, the man had already vanished. Only his voice echoed throughout the chamber now. Once Yeshin reached monarch rank, they might meet again in person. Then the divine being added one final thing. He had prepared a worthy opponent for him. A loud explosion shook the room. Suddenly, a terrifying beast at the Grandmaster level appeared out of nowhere and attacked instantly. Yeshin barely dodged the strike before retaliating, but the counterattack did absolutely nothing. The monster was monstrously strong and unbelievably fast. Then Yeshin suddenly remembered something important. When he entered the room earlier, there had only been 6 hours left before sunrise outside. If he failed to complete this trial before dawn, Yahello would start worrying about him. Cracking his knuckles as power surged through his body, Yeshin stepped forward fearlessly. Facing the monster head-on, he declared that he would defeat it within half a year. Outside, the sun slowly began to rise. Birds chirped softly while the bustling market awakened beneath the morning light. Vendors arranged medicinal herbs and refined pills while adventurers prepared for another day of hunting and bloodshed. Back home, Yahello quietly whimpered Yeshin's name in her sleep. Meanwhile, inside the engraving chamber, Yeshin continued fighting relentlessly against the Grandmaster Beast. Time blurred together. Days became months. Months became endless battles soaked in blood and exhaustion. As the pressure mounted, Yeshin roared that he was reaching the brink of madness. Then finally his power exploded outward. His apex tier strength talent activated completely. One devastating punch shattered through the monster's defenses and launched the massive creature across the chamber. Yeshin walked forward slowly, long unkempt hair flowing behind him, proof of the endless months he had endured trapped inside this place. The beast refused to die quietly. In desperation, it hurled a gigantic rock toward him. Yeshin calmly activated sword control and sliced the incoming boulder apart with one smooth motion. Then he raised his hand. Shadow Assassination activated instantly. The attack pierced directly through the monster's core. Silence followed. Yeshin stared at the beast's lifeless body before a faint smile finally appeared on his face. He won. Outside, the morning sun fully illuminated the city. Yeshin suddenly jolted awake inside his real room, momentarily disoriented after leaving the engraving chamber. Before he could gather himself properly, the door opened. Yahello walked inside casually and asked whether he was finally awake because breakfast was ready. She mentioned a nearby breakfast shop she wanted to try and suggested they eat there together. Yeshin walked over quietly and hugged her tightly without warning. Completely caught off guard, Yahello blinked in confusion and asked whether he had some kind of bad dream. Yeshin shook his head softly and admitted it simply felt like it had been forever since he last saw her. Yahello immediately blushed before lightly smacking his chest. Even if they were siblings, he couldn't just say embarrassing things like that so casually. She pushed him away while Yeshin awkwardly apologized. Muttering under her breath that waking him up was clearly a mistake, she stormed off while reminding him about breakfast again. Trying to recover the mood, Yeshin quickly suggested they go shopping afterwards since they never really got the chance while staying in Demon Sea Base. The moment Yahello heard the word shopping, her entire expression changed instantly. Her eyes lit up as she turned back around and asked whether he was serious. Yeshin smiled warmly and promised to buy her whatever she wanted. After all, he earned quite a lot from the secret realm. Excited immediately, Yahello rushed off to change clothes while Yeshin waited nearby. As he stood there quietly, he could feel enormous energy flowing throughout his body. Raising his talents to apex tier had drastically increased his strength. At this point, only one final step remained before he could officially reach the Grandmaster realm. Later, the siblings wandered through the lively streets of Demon Sea Base together. The marketplace overflowed with noise, merchants, spiritual treasures, and endless crowds. Yahello suggested inviting Yu Ling and Xia Oyu over later so she could prepare a proper feast to thank them. Yeshin agreed immediately, adding that they would all likely continue living together in Demon Sea Base anyway. Meanwhile, Jin and Little Purple peeked curiously out from Yehu's bag while the siblings shopped for fruits, clothes, and random trinkets. Yeshin quietly watched from behind while Yehu haggled aggressively with vendors, determination sparkling in her eyes. At one point, Yehu suddenly stopped near a large fountain, staring at it with pure childlike wonder. She admitted softly that this was her first time seeing a real fountain up close. Eventually, they settled into a cozy inn for breakfast. Yeshin took a sip of alcohol and sighed, commenting that it had been a long time since he could properly relax and drink like this. Then he immediately warned Yehu not to copy him since she was still underage. Yehu rolled her eyes and told him not to get drunk because she absolutely refused to carry him home afterward. Still smiling, she admitted it really had been far too long since they enjoyed peaceful moments together like this. Yeshin smiled back warmly. For the first time in ages, the day genuinely felt happy. Far away from the lively streets, however, danger was quietly approaching. The silver-haired woman had already infiltrated Yeshin's home. She searched through the rooms silently, clearly hunting for him. Unfortunately for her, Yeshin wasn't there. Elsewhere, Yeyu walked home alone while softly complaining to Jin about her irresponsible brother. She couldn't believe Yeshin actually made her return by herself while he disappeared to visit some random shop. Holding the little spirit beast in her arms, she quietly asked whether Jin planned to protect her now instead. Earlier, Yeshin had reassured her that he only needed to stop by a store briefly and would return soon. As she entered the alley leading toward home, Yeyu silently promised herself she would absolutely scold him later. Meanwhile, hidden in a quiet corner nearby, the silver-haired woman and her subordinate waited in the shadows. The subordinate noticed Yeyu approaching and immediately alerted the woman. At first, he wondered whether the girl might actually be Yu Ling from the Yue family, but the silver-haired woman dismissed the idea immediately. Yeyu was only an ordinary human, though still a martial warrior. Definitely not Yu Ling. Without another word, they silently began following her. Completely unaware, Yeyu continued walking while muttering in disbelief about how two people could resemble each other so closely. Inside her bag, Little Purple suddenly poked his head out. Yeyu quickly hushed him and told him to hide again since Yeshin specifically warned her not to reveal him in public. But unfortunately, it was already too late. The silver-haired woman saw him clearly. Her eyes widened instantly in recognition. A purple treasure hunting mouse. Back at the Martial Pavilion headquarters, Yeshin examined a bone-cleansing pill while a receptionist explained its effects. The pill could significantly strengthen a martial warrior's cultivation foundation. Since Yeshin was now considered a VIP member, the pavilion planned to give it to him completely free. Yeshin smiled slightly and commented that the pill would help Xiaoyu improve quickly. Hearing that, the receptionist generously offered an Apex-tier martial warrior skill book as well. Yeshin thanked her sincerely while she instructed an employee to retrieve the manual immediately. Then suddenly, Little Purple's voice echoed telepathically inside Yeshin's mind. Yeyu was in danger. Someone from the Yun family had found her. Yeshin's expression changed instantly. Without hesitation, he dropped the pill and informed the staff he would return for the items later because his sister was in immediate danger. The receptionist looked alarmed and tried asking what happened, but before she could finish speaking, spatial teleportation activated. Yeshin vanished on the spot, leaving the stunned receptionist staring at empty air. Moments later, the assistant returned carrying the manual and addressed the receptionist respectfully as Sister Xiaoyu. She announced that the book had been found, then immediately looked around in confusion, asking where Yeshin had gone. Xiaoyu's expression changed instantly. She ordered the clan to be informed at once that Yeshin's younger sister was in danger and demanded immediate reinforcements. At that same moment, Yeshin appeared inside the rain-soaked alley, his eyes burning with killing intent. He swore that if anyone from the Yun family dared touch even a single strand of Yeyu's hair, he would slaughter them all. Beside Yeyu, Jin suddenly transformed into his true beast form and positioned himself protectively in front of her. Confused but refusing to back down, Yeyu glared at the silver-haired woman and demanded to know who she was. The woman merely smiled faintly and suggested Yeyu ask her brother instead. He would know exactly who she was. Yeyu then questioned whether they were looking for Yeshin. But the silver-haired woman calmly revealed the truth. She wasn't after Yeshin. She wanted the little mouse, the one that stole something precious from her. Heavy rain crashed down from the sky while Yeshin raced desperately through the storm, following the soul contract signal with terrifying urgency. Every second felt unbearable. Finally, he arrived at the last location where he sensed Yeyu's presence, but the moment he looked around, his heart sank. Yeyu was gone. Only Jin remained lying on the wet ground. Yeshin rushed forward immediately, lifting the injured spirit beast carefully into his hands while asking if he was all right. Jin apologized weakly, shame filling his trembling voice. He admitted that he failed to protect Yeyu and called himself useless. Then Little Purple slowly emerged from hiding, lowering his tiny head as he apologized too. He confessed that he was far too weak to help in a real battle. Yeshin's expression darkened with guilt. He told both of them it wasn't their fault. The blame rested entirely on him. He never should have let Yeyu return home alone. Everything happening right now was because of his mistake. Opening his spatial inventory, Yeshin gently told Jin and Little Purple to rest while he handled the rest personally. Then his eyes turned ice cold. He declared without hesitation that he would kill the Yun family immediately. Lightning split the sky at that exact moment as Yu Ling suddenly teleported beside him. Caught off guard, Yeshin called out her name in shock. Meanwhile, deep underground within the Yun family prison, Yeyu knelt on the freezing stone floor. Despite trembling from fear and exhaustion, she forced herself back to her feet and screamed at her captors to release her. She warned them fiercely that her brother would never forgive this. One of the silver-haired woman's servants only laughed mockingly at her resistance. He revealed the cruel truth behind everything. The silver-haired woman intentionally spared the soul-bound beasts so they could warn Yeshin through their contracts. Confused and furious, Yeyu demanded to know what he meant. The servant smirked coldly and explained that the entire situation had been carefully orchestrated from the beginning. This wasn't a kidnapping, it was bait, a trap designed specifically for Yeshin. And if her brother came here, he would simply walk straight into his own death. Elsewhere, Yeshin lay unconscious on the ground while Yu Ling stood silently over him. Inside his dream, he saw Yeyu crying desperately for help, her body covered in wounds. He jolted awake in panic, drenched in sweat. The room around him was unfamiliar. As he tried gathering himself, memories flooded back. Yu Ling had stopped him in front of the Yun mansion and explained everything. The Yun family discovered he was the one who stole the Vitality Stone mine, and now Yeyu had become their hostage. The guilt crushed him instantly. Yu Ling tried calming him, explaining that as long as the Yun family wanted the mine back, Yeyu would remain alive for now. But Yeshin exploded with rage. He tried charging toward the Yun family immediately, determined to save his sister no matter what. Yu Ling desperately tried stopping him, warning him that the entire mansion was a trap waiting for him to rush in recklessly. If he went now, he would die. Yeshin roared back that Yeyu was his only family and he would never abandon her. Then, blinded by anger, he accused Yu Ling of hindering him instead of helping. The words hurt her more than he realized. But even so, she still chose to protect him. In desperation, she pulled out a poisoned needle and struck him. The toxin instantly paralyzed his body and forced him unconscious. The memory faded. Back in the present, Yu Ling stood quietly by the doorway while Yeshin demanded to know what she had done to him. She calmly admitted that she used a paralysis poison, though it carried no permanent side effects. Then she explained that he was currently hidden inside one of the private outer mansions belonging to the Yue family. For now, he was safe, but safety meant nothing to Yeshin. He immediately tried standing, insisting he needed to rescue Yeyu. The moment he moved, however, his weakened body collapsed back down. Yu Ling explained that the poison still lingered within him. In his current condition, he stood absolutely no chance against someone like Yunho, a monarch-ranked expert. Yeshin clenched his fists and declared that if the Yun family only wanted the Vitality Stones, he would willingly return them as long as Yeyu remained unharmed. Yu Ling sat quietly before revealing what her spies discovered. Everything inside the Yun family appeared completely normal. They were waiting patiently for him to walk into the trap himself. If Yeshin stayed hidden, Yeyu would likely survive, but if he rushed into the Yun mansion now, both siblings would die. Then Yu Ling revealed the deeper truth behind everything. For years, the Yun family and the Yue family had been bitter enemies inside Demon Sea Base. The Yun family desperately wanted control over the Martial Pavilion, but lacked a legitimate reason to openly attack the Yue family. The Vitality Stone mine was supposed to become their weapon. With that power, they could dominate the entire region and crush the Yue family completely. But Yeshin unknowingly ruined those plans by stealing the mine first. After investigating, the Yun family learned that Yeshin entered the secret realm through the Yue family's connections. Now they believed he belonged to the Yue family faction. Kidnapping Yeyu wasn't only about revenge against Yeshin. It was about forcing the Yue family into open war, a monarch-level war. Yeshin lowered his head painfully, realizing Yeyu had been dragged into something far beyond her control. Yu Ling quietly opened the window while rain continued falling outside. In the distance, a father carried his exhausted daughter home while reassuring her they were almost there. Watching silently, Yu Ling spoke softly about the cruel world they lived in. A world where the strong ruled over everything while the weak suffered endlessly. Yet despite that reality, people still had to continue living somehow. After a long silence, Yeshin finally admitted he would follow her lead. He asked her what he needed to do next. Yu Ling turned around slowly and remarked that he should have trusted her from the start. Then she calmly explained her plan while repeatedly warning him not to act recklessly again. Yeshin listened carefully and accepted every instruction. At that moment, a servant entered the room and informed Yu Ling that someone had arrived to meet her. Before leaving, she told Yeshin that tomorrow they would go somewhere important together. When he asked where, she only gave one answer. That place would allow him to break through into the Grandmaster realm. The next day, Yu Ling brought Yeshin to the massive Yue family estate. Someone nearby noticed their arrival and commented that they weren't expected until later in the afternoon. Ignoring the attention, Yu Ling guided Yeshin across the enormous courtyard and deep into an underground passage. Yeshin immediately grew suspicious and demanded to know where she was taking him. Yu Ling simply told him to stay quiet and keep following her. As they descended deeper underground, she silently thought to herself that unexpected guests had arrived at a terrible time. Before dealing with them, she needed to settle Yeshin's situation first. Eventually, they reached a hidden chamber sealed beneath the estate. Yu Ling stopped walking and announced that they had arrived. The moment Yeshin stepped inside, an overwhelming stench slammed into him. Thick green smoke rose from a massive bubbling pot in the center of the room. Covering his nose immediately, Yeshin made a disgusted expression and sarcastically wondered whether this was secretly the Yue family's sewage pit. But it wasn't waste at all. It was a body-tempering potion. A priceless medicinal mixture designed to strengthen the body to extreme levels. Inside the chamber stood an elderly man dressed in white robes, calmly stirring the boiling liquid. Yu Ling asked whether everything was prepared. The old man smiled proudly and replied that only one final jar remained before completion. He added confidently that this batch turned out exceptionally well. Yu Ling nodded in satisfaction while praising his skills. Then suddenly, she turned toward Yeshin and casually told him to take off his clothes. Yeshin froze immediately and asked whether she was serious. Yu Ling repeated herself impatiently and told him to hurry up. When he hesitated again, she actually stepped forward as if preparing to undress him herself. Panicking instantly, Yeshin hurriedly stopped her and awkwardly insisted he could handle it himself. After changing, Yeshin asked what came next. Yu Ling pointed directly toward the boiling cauldron and calmly instructed him to climb inside. Yeshin stared at the bubbling green liquid in disbelief and questioned whether someone could really become a grandmaster just by soaking in that horrifying thing. Yu Ling explained that the potion was an extremely precious body-tempering medicine created from countless mystical elixirs using the Yue family's secret formula. If Yeshin could absorb all the medicinal power from the 4 jars within 2 days, he would absolutely reach the Grandmaster realm. With visible hesitation, Yeshin stepped into the scorching green liquid. The instant he sat down, agonizing pain exploded throughout his entire body. Yu Ling asked how it felt. Yeshin gritted his teeth and admitted it felt like thousands of needles stabbing directly through his blood vessels. Yu Ling calmly explained that the potion was forcefully opening the meridians throughout his body. The pain was unavoidable, and if he climbed out now, every drop of medicine would be wasted. Despite the unbearable suffering, Yeshin forced himself to stay calm and reassured her that he could endure it. To him, pain alone wasn't enough to break him anymore. Yu Ling nodded silently before informing the old alchemist that she needed to leave temporarily. She instructed him to contact her immediately if anything went wrong. As she walked away, she glanced back at Yeshin one final time and silently prayed that he would successfully become a grandmaster. Meanwhile, above the Yue family estate, the sky suddenly shook violently. A gigantic ship descended from the heavens and crashed down with thunderous force. The ground trembled beneath its arrival. Standing below, the leader of the Yue clan narrowed his eyes and quietly muttered that they had finally arrived after such a long delay. At the edge of the massive ship stood a tall man wearing a long purple coat. The man stepping off the massive ship was none other than Formation Array Master Nishai, a true Grandmaster-level expert whose name alone carried enormous weight. The moment he landed, one of the attendants bowed deeply in respect, while Elder Yue personally stepped forward to greet him. Representing the entire Yue family, he welcomed Grandmaster Nishai with utmost courtesy. Nishai barely wasted time on formalities. He bluntly asked whether they were going to discuss business or not. As the two walked together through the mansion, whispers immediately spread among the surrounding crowd. People were shocked seeing the clan leader treating someone with such respect. One person quietly revealed that the guest was a Formation Array Master. Another nearly lost his composure hearing it, explaining that Array Masters were unbelievably rare, almost legendary figures. Meanwhile, deep inside the Yun family's underground prison, Yeyu sat alone against the cold wall, hugging her knees while quietly calling out for her brother. Her voice sounded weak and lonely in the darkness. Elsewhere beneath the Yue family estate, Yeshin remained submerged inside the boiling medicinal liquid, enduring wave after wave of unbearable pain while the elderly alchemist nearby had already fallen asleep from exhaustion. Then suddenly something strange appeared inside Yeshin's consciousness. The red dragon egg, floating clearly in his vision. A sharp crack suddenly formed across its shell. Then another. The egg was beginning to hatch. Back in the Yue family meeting hall, Elder Yue expressed his gratitude toward Grandmaster Nishai for accepting their invitation during such a critical moment. He openly admitted that the Yue family urgently needed assistance. But Nishai responded coldly, saying he usually had no interest in family disputes or political conflicts. The arrogance in his tone instantly became obvious to everyone nearby. Then Elder Yue clapped his hands calmly and instructed a servant to bring in the prepared item. As the servant girl entered carrying a small wooden box, Yu Ling suddenly stopped her and personally took the box herself before walking toward Grandmaster Nishai. The moment she opened it in front of him, his eyes widened. Inside rested a vitality-gathering pill, a medicine so precious it could greatly increase the chances of reaching monarch rank. Even someone as proud as Nishai visibly reacted to it. Yu Ling silently understood then that no array master could casually reject something this valuable. Elder Yue smiled calmly and asked whether the gift satisfied him. Grandmaster Nishai immediately laughed and admitted there was no way he could refuse such generosity. Then he asked directly what they wanted in return. Elder Yue finally stood and revealed the real purpose behind this meeting. He explained that the Yun family had repeatedly crossed the line, stealing the Yue family's businesses, attacking their disciples, and acting with growing arrogance. Enough was enough. Then he formally requested Grandmaster Nishai's cooperation in destroying the Yun family entirely. At that same moment, beneath the Yue estate, Yeshin suddenly started struggling violently inside the medicinal cauldron. He instantly realized the dragon egg was devouring the energy of the body-tempering potion at an absurd rate. If that was the case, there was no point holding back anymore. Yeshin gathered all 4 medicinal cauldrons together and allowed the dragon egg to absorb everything at once. The reaction became instant chaos. The boiling potion erupted with terrifying energy, causing the entire underground chamber to tremble violently. The elderly alchemist woke up in panic as the ground shook like an earthquake. Then his face turned pale after realizing all 4 cauldrons had somehow merged into one concentrated mass of energy around Yeshin. If someone absorbed that much medicine at once, their body should explode instantly. Terrified, he rushed out immediately to inform Yu Ling. Meanwhile, Yeshin remained stunned by the incredible effectiveness of the Yue family's secret formula. The medicinal energy surging through his body was unbelievably powerful. Then the dragon egg suddenly began consuming energy directly from the vitality core itself. The instant Yeshin sensed his cultivation finally breaking through, a deafening explosion echoed across the entire Yue mansion. The whole estate shook violently. Servants and guards alike panicked as tremors spread everywhere. The elderly alchemist finally reached Yu Ling and shouted that something had gone horribly wrong with the kid underground. But by the time Yeshin opened his eyes again, everything had changed. He had successfully stepped into the Grandmaster realm, and that wasn't the only thing that happened. A system notification appeared before him, confirming that a blood contract had been completed successfully. Then Yeshin looked down and saw the newly hatched baby dragon floating happily in front of him. Completely stunned, he rubbed its tiny nose gently while trying to process the fact that he had actually hatched a dragon. The little red dragon floated through the air while growling impatiently, clearly demanding food. Yeshin started wondering what creatures like this even ate. Elixirs, monster meat, something else entirely. Then he remembered the hatching process. The dragon awakened only after absorbing vitality core energy, so he experimentally handed it a vitality stone. To his disbelief, the baby dragon casually bit through the incredibly hard stone like it was candy. After feeding it several more vitality stones, Yeshin held the tiny dragon in his palm while trying to estimate its level using human cultivation standards. Then suddenly, he heard Yu Ling screaming his name from outside the chamber. Realizing he couldn't reveal the dragon yet, Yeshin quickly stored the baby creature inside his inventory. Almost immediately after, Yu Ling burst into the hall in panic, warning him that absorbing too many elixirs at once could easily kill him. But the moment she saw him completely unharmed, her eyes widened in total disbelief. Yeshin had already become a grandmaster. The 4 cauldrons were supposed to last 2 entire days. Any normal martial warrior would have exploded long before finishing even half of it. Yet here he was standing completely fine after advancing successfully. Yu Ling immediately demanded to know what method he used. Yeshin awkwardly avoided the truth and casually blamed it on natural talent. Obviously, Yu Ling didn't buy that explanation for even a second. She kept pressing him for answers while Yeshin desperately stalled, knowing he absolutely could not reveal the baby dragon yet. Meanwhile, the old alchemist finally rushed into the chamber in shock. Yeshin politely thanked him for the medicinal brew while the man stared at him like he was some kind of monster. Eventually, Yu Ling accepted that Yeshin was clearly hiding something important and chose not to force the issue for now. Instead, she turned her focus back toward the upcoming conflict with the Yun family. Before leaving, she advised Yeshin to rest properly, but Yeshin immediately stopped her and asked when they were finally going to rescue Yeu. Seeing the impatience and desperation growing inside him, Yu Ling reassured him that the time was close. Very soon they would move. After escorting Yeshin out, the old alchemist carefully inspected the completely drained cauldrons and muttered to himself in confusion, unable to understand what kind of method Yeshin used to absorb all that energy without dying. Later, inside the Yue family dining hall, Yeshin ate like someone who hadn't seen food in months. Then suddenly, a wooden box floated gently through the air toward him using psychic energy. Yu Ling explained that he had already begun adapting naturally to the powers of a grandmaster. Inside the box rested a teleportation talisman. After learning what it was, Yeshin asked where exactly the talisman would send them. Yu Ling smiled slightly and explained that just like the Yun family prepared a perfect trap for Yeshin, they had also prepared a plan of their own. Meanwhile, inside the Yun family compound, 2 guards casually discussed rumors during a shift change. One guard mentioned hearing whispers that the Yun family might soon come under attack. Purple lightning quietly crackled nearby unnoticed while the other guard laughed off the idea completely. After all, King Yun was a monarch-ranked expert. Anyone foolish enough to challenge him would simply die. The second guard agreed while joking that only another monarch would dare provoke the Yun family directly. Completely unaware of the danger approaching them, the guards continued casually discussing plans for tomorrow. At that same moment, Yeshin silently landed atop the Yun family's main building. Activating his spatial sensing talent, he scanned the entire compound carefully until he finally located the building where Yeu was imprisoned. Without hesitation, he dashed toward it immediately. As he moved, Yeshin quietly acknowledged how terrifying the Grandmaster realm truly was. His sensing range had increased more than tenfold compared to before. Far away inside his room, King Yun sensed the disturbance instantly. A cold smile spread across his face as he muttered that the mouse had finally walked into the trap willingly. Meanwhile, Yeshin continued rushing toward Yeyu before teleporting directly into the prison basement. But the instant he arrived, a powerful punch suddenly came flying toward his face. He narrowly dodged the attack from the silver-haired woman's subordinate. Yeshin immediately noticed something strange. His spatial sensing never detected this man at all. Some kind of concealment technique was hiding his presence. Still, Yeshin wasted no time. He instantly counterattacked, smashing his fist directly into the man's face before using a binding spell powered by Grandmaster-level psychic energy. The impact shattered the man's mask completely. Against a true Grandmaster, someone who hadn't even reached advanced martial warrior level stood no chance whatsoever. As the man collapsed unconscious onto the floor, Yeshin briefly wondered why the Yun family left only such a weak guard watching Yeyu. Then Yeyu suddenly spotted him from behind the cage and cried out desperately for her brother. Yeshin immediately rushed over and broke open the prison cell. The moment she reached him, Yeyu hugged him tightly and burst into tears. Yeshin quietly comforted her while blaming himself entirely for failing to protect her properly. Then he quickly lifted her onto his back and prepared to escape immediately. As Yeyu felt the overwhelming strength radiating from him, she silently wondered how much suffering her brother endured to become this powerful. Then suddenly, a blade came flying toward them at terrifying speed and slammed directly into the ground before them. Yeshin immediately jumped backward and looked upward. The silver-haired woman calmly recalled her weapon back with a single finger movement. After making sure she had Yeshin's attention, she introduced herself properly for the first time before demanding he hand over the Vitality Stone core. Yeyu immediately recognized her and warned Yeshin that she was the same woman who kidnapped her and injured Xiao Jin. Yeshin's eyes turned cold instantly. He calmly ordered Yeyu to hide somewhere safe because this woman was far more troublesome than expected. The moment Yeyu ran off, Yunfang descended toward Yeshin while launching another attack with incredible speed. Yeshin barely blocked the strike while acknowledging just how fast she really was. Yunfang smirked mockingly and commented on his sudden advancement into the Grandmaster realm, sarcastically asking whether the Yue family had spoiled him with countless treasures. Yeshin immediately forced her backward and knocked her weapon from her grip before coldly remarking that she talked too much. The instant she regained balance, Yunfang launched herself at him again. Their battle erupted violently through the air while Yeyu watched nervously from below, cheering for her brother. Then suddenly, Yeyu sensed an overwhelming presence looming behind her. Her pupils shrank in pure terror. With one casual strike, King Yun forced her down onto her knees. The moment Yeshin noticed what happened, his concentration broke instantly from worry. That single distraction cost him. Yunfang's blade sliced across his body before she coldly warned him to stay focused during battle. Fury exploded inside Yeshin immediately. Activating his strength talent, the muscles across his body swelled violently with overwhelming power. The instant Yunfang rushed him again, Yeshin reacted with explosive force. Using his dagger as a shield and a weapon at the same time, he intercepted her strike head-on and sliced the blade clean off its rod in one brutal motion. Yunfang froze in shock. For a split second, she couldn't even understand what just happened. Just moments ago, Yeshin's strength wasn't anywhere near this overwhelming. But now, his power had skyrocketed so suddenly that even she struggled to keep up. Yeshin didn't waste another second looking at her. The moment he created an opening, he turned his attention toward the ground where Yeyu had collapsed. Down below, Yeyu struggled painfully on all fours, barely managing to hold herself up. Crying out for her brother through the pain, she looked completely defenseless. The sight instantly ignited Yeshin's fury. He roared at King Yun, demanding he stop tormenting Yeyu immediately. Then spatial energy exploded around him. Using teleportation, Yeshin vanished and instantly reappeared beside Yeyu before carefully lifting her into his arms. King Yun's expression darkened with rage watching Yeshin take her away right in front of him. Trying desperately to help, Yeshin quickly opened a bottle containing blood from a calamity beast. But the moment Yeyu coughed violently, dark toxins spilled from her mouth. That single reaction told him everything. Her internal organs had already been crushed. And worst of all, he hadn't brought any healing medicine with him, nor could he transfer his regeneration talent to her. The realization shattered him. Yeshin glared furiously at King Yun and cursed at him for using monarch-level psychic pressure against an ordinary human. But King Yun ignored the accusation completely. Instead, his eyes narrowed with curiosity. He questioned Yeshin directly about the ridiculous number of talents inside his body: strength, speed, spatial abilities. None of it made sense. That arrogant tone only fueled Yeshin's hatred further as the two stared each other down like enemies destined to kill one another. Then Yeshin slowly pulled out the teleportation talisman. Looking directly into King Yun's eyes, he swore he would never forget what happened to Yayu tonight. The talisman immediately activated. Spatial light erupted around them as Yeshin tightened his grip around Yayu and prepared to escape. The instant King Yun realized what was happening, his fury exploded completely. He lunged toward them violently while shouting for Yeshin to stop, but it was already too late. Before vanishing, Yeshin glared back one final time and coldly promised that King Yun would eventually die by his hands. Then the teleportation completed. Yunfang stared in disbelief after they disappeared. Even she couldn't comprehend the insane speed of that talisman. Landing beside King Yunhei, she urgently warned him not to let Yeshin survive. With the vitality core in his possession, his future growth would become a disaster for the entire Yun family. King Yuna didn't answer her. His anger had already surpassed words. Silently, he pressed a finger against empty space itself. The void immediately began cracking apart. Seeing this, even Yunfang realized just how furious he truly was. Then both of them stepped directly into the shattered void in pursuit. Meanwhile, after escaping the Yun territory, Yeshin and Yayu appeared at an abandoned train station nearly 300 kilometers away. Still carrying her in his arms, Yeshin continued moving forward desperately. Soon after, Zaiyu finally arrived. The moment she saw Yeyu's condition, panic flashed across her face. Without hesitation, Yeshin asked her to immediately take Yayu back to the Yue family for treatment. Zaiyu agreed instantly and carefully took Yayu into her arms. Then Yeshin suddenly remembered something. Zaiuyu's speed was far too slow. If the Yun family caught up now, they were finished. So he immediately summoned Zio Jin and entrusted both girls to him. Once Zio Jin carried them away safely, Yeshin turned around alone and headed toward another prepared location. And just as expected, King Yun and Yunfang appeared there moments later. Stepping out from the broken void, King Yun mocked Yeshin for possessing a teleportation talisman and sarcastically remarked that he had chosen a perfect place to die. Yeshin answered with the exact same coldness, throwing the same words back at him. Then King Yun sneered and challenged him to reveal how many tricks he still had hidden. The next second the trap activated, a massive formation array erupted to life around them, the King Killer Formation. In an instant, endless freezing ice walls rose around King Yun and Yunfang, trapping them inside a terrifying frozen prison. King Yuna's eyes narrowed immediately as he realized the truth. This entire area had been prepared beforehand by Yeshin and the Yue family. The moment he grabbed Yunfang to escape, freezing energy exploded through the formation and instantly sealed both of them in thick layers of ice. Even a monarch-ranked expert became trapped. Watching the scene unfold, Yeshin couldn't help feeling stunned by the terrifying power of the formation. For the first time, even a monarch looked vulnerable. Then suddenly, voices echoed nearby. Yu Ling and Elder Yue finally arrived at the scene. Elder Yue praised Yeshin calmly for executing the plan perfectly and successfully luring King Yun into the trap. He openly admitted that even if the formation failed to kill Yunha completely, it had already succeeded in crippling his ability to fight.